20 Years After by Alexandre Dumas Père. Part 3. Chapter 46. The Tower of Saint Jacques Delaware La Boucherie. At 5:45 Monsieur de Gondi, having finished his business, returned to the archiepiscopal palace. At 6 o'clock the curate of St. Mary was announced. The coadjutor glanced rapidly behind and saw that he was followed by another man. The curate then entered, followed by Planchet. "Your Holiness," said the curate, "here is the person of whom I had the honor to speak to you." Planchet saluted in the manner of one accustomed to fine houses. "And you are disposed to serve the cause of the people?" asked Gondi. "Most undoubtedly," said Planchet. "I am a Frondist from my heart. You see in me, such as I am, a person sentenced to be hung. And on what account? I rescued from the hands of Mazarin's police a noble lord whom they were conducting back to the Bastille, where he had been for 5 years. Will you name him? Oh, you know him well, my lord. It is Count de Rochefort." "Ah, really, yes," said the coadjutor. "I have heard this affair mentioned. You raised the whole district, so they told me." "Very nearly," replied Planchet with a self-satisfied air. "And your business is?" "That of a confectioner, in the Rue de Lombards. Explain to me how it happens that, following so peaceful a business, you had such warlike inclinations. Why does my lord, belonging to the church, now receive me in the dress of an officer, with a sword at his side and spurs to his boots?" "Not badly answered, I faith," said Gondi, laughing. "But I have, you must know, always had, in spite of my band's warlike inclinations. Well, my lord, before I became a confectioner I myself was 3 years sergeant in the Piedmontese regiment, and before I became sergeant I was for 18 months the servant of Monsieur d'Artagnan." "The lieutenant of Musketeers?" asked Gondi. "Himself, my lord. But he is said to be a furious Mazarinist." "Phew!" whistled Planchet. "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing, my lord. Monsieur d'Artagnan belongs to the service. Monsieur d'Artagnan makes it his business to defend the cardinal, who pays him, as much as we make it ours, we citizens, to attack him whom he robs." "You are an intelligent fellow, my friend. Can we count upon you?" "You may count upon me, my lord, provided you want to make a complete upheaval of the city." "'Tis that exactly. How many men, think you, you could collect together tonight?" 200 muskets and 500 halberds. Let there be only one man in every district who can do as much, and by tomorrow we shall have quite a powerful army. Are you disposed to obey Count de Rochefort? I would follow him to hell, and that is saying not a little, as I believe him entirely capable of the descent." "Bravo! By what sign tomorrow shall we be able to distinguish friends from foes?" "Every Frondist must put a knot of straw in his hat." "Good. Give the watchword." "Do you want money?" "Money never comes amiss at any time, my lord. If one has it not, one must do without it. With it, matters go on much better and more rapidly." Gondi went to a box and drew forth a bag. "Here are 500 pistoles," he said. "And if the action goes off well you may reckon upon a similar sum tomorrow." "I will give a faithful account of the sum to your lordship," said Planchet, putting the bag under his arm. "That is right. I recommend the cardinal to your attention. Make your mind easy, he is in good hands." Planchet went out, the curate remaining for a moment. "Are you satisfied, my lord?" he asked. "Yes. He appears to be a resolute fellow. Well, he will do more than he has promised." "He will do wonders then," the curate rejoined Planchet, who was waiting for him on the stairs. 10 minutes later the curate of St. Sulpice was announced. As soon as the door of Gondi's study was opened a man rushed in. It was the Count de Rochefort. "'Tis you, then, my dear Count?" cried Gondi, offering his hand. "You have made up your mind at last, my lord?" said Rochefort. "It has been made up a long time," said Gondi. "Let us say no more on the subject. You tell me so, I believe you. Well, we are going to give a ball to Mazarin." "I hope so. And when will the dance begin?" "The invitations are given for this evening," said the coadjutor. "But the violins will not begin to play until tomorrow morning." You may reckon upon me and upon 50 soldiers which the Chevalier de Humieres has promised me whenever I need them. Upon 50 soldiers? Yes, he is making recruits and he will lend them to me. If any are missing when the fete is over, I shall replace them. Good, my dear Rochefort. But that is not all. What have you done with Monsieur de Beaufort? He is in Vendôme, where he will wait until I write to him to return to Paris. Write to him, now's the time. You are sure of your enterprise? Yes, but he must make haste. For hardly will the people of Paris have revolted before we shall have a score of princes begging to lead them. If he defers, he will find the place of honor taken. Shall I send word to him as coming from you? Yes, certainly. Shall I tell him that he can count on you? To the end. And you will leave the command to him? Of the war, yes, but in politics. You must know it is not his element. He must leave me to negotiate for my cardinal's hat in my own fashion. You care about it, then, so much? Since they force me to wear a hat of a form which does not become me, said Gondy. I wish at least that the hat should be red. One must not dispute matters of taste and colors, said Rochefort, laughing. I answer for his consent. How soon can he be here? In 5 days. Let him come and he will find a change, I will answer for it. Therefore, go and collect your 50 men and hold yourself in readiness. For what? For everything. Is there any signal for the general rally? A knot of straw in the hat. Very good. Adieu, my lord. Adieu, my dear Rochefort. Ah, Monsieur Mazarin, said Rochefort, leading off his curate, who had not found an opportunity of uttering a single word during the foregoing dialogue. You will see whether I am too old to be a man of action. It was 9:30 o'clock, and the coadjutor required half an hour to go from the Archbishop's palace to the tower of St. Jacques Delaware La Boucherie. He remarked that a light was burning in one of the highest windows of the tower. Good, said he. Our syndic is at his post. He knocked and the door was opened. The vicar himself awaited him, conducted him to the top of the tower, and when there pointed to a little door, placed the light which he had brought with him in a corner of the wall, that the coadjutor might be able to find it on his return, and went down again. Although the key was in the door, the coadjutor knocked. Come in, said a voice which he recognized as that of the mendicant, whom he found lying on a kind of truckle bed. He rose on the entrance of the coadjutor, and at that moment 10 o'clock struck. Well, said Gondy, have you kept your word with me? Not exactly, replied the mendicant. How is that? You asked me for 500 men, did you not? Well, I have 10,000 for you. You are not boasting? Do you wish for a proof? Yes. There were 3 candles alight, each of which burnt before a window, one looking upon the city, the other upon the Palais Royal, and a third upon the Rue Saint-Denis. The man went silently to each of the candles and blew them out one after the other. What are you doing? Asked the coadjutor. I have given the signal. For what? For the barricades. When you leave this you will behold my men at work. Only take care you do not break your legs in stumbling over some chain, or your neck by falling in a hole. Good. There is your money, the same sum as that you have received already. Now remember that you are a general and do not go and drink. For 20 years I have tasted nothing but water. The man took the bag from the hands of the coadjutor, who heard the sound of his fingers counting and handling the gold pieces. Ah, said the coadjutor. You are avaricious, my good fellow. The mendicant sighed and threw down the bag. Must I always be the same? Said he. And shall I never succeed in overcoming the old leaven? Oh, misery! Oh, vanity! You take it, however. Yes, but I make hereby a vow in your presence, to employ all that remains to me in pious works. His face was pale and drawn, like that of a man who had just undergone some inward struggle. Singular man, muttered Gondy, taking his hat to go away. But on turning around he saw the beggar between him and the door. His first idea was that this man intended to do him some harm, but on the contrary he saw him fall on his knees before him with his hands clasped. Your blessing, your holiness, before you go, I beseech you, he cried. Your holiness, said Gondy. My friend, you take me for someone else. No, your holiness, I take you for what you are. That is to say, the coadjutor. I recognized you at the first glance. Gandhi smiled. And you want my blessing? He said. Yes, I have need of it. The mendicant uttered these words in a tone of such humility, such earnest repentance, that Gandhi placed his hand upon him and gave him his benediction with all the unction of which he was capable. Now, said Gandhi, there is a communion between us. I have blessed you and you are sacred to me. Come, have you committed some crime, pursued by human justice, from which I can protect you? The beggar shook his head. The crime which I have committed, my lord, has no call upon human justice, and you can only deliver me from it by blessing me frequently, as you have just done. Come, be candid, said the coadjutor. You have not all your life followed the trade which you do now? No, my lord. I have pursued it for 6 years only. And previously, where were you? In the Bastille. And before you went to the Bastille? I will tell you, my lord, on the day when you are willing to hear my confession. Good. At whatsoever hour of the day or night you may present yourself, remember that I shall be ready to give you absolution. Thank you, my lord, said the mendicant in a hoarse voice, but I am not yet ready to receive it. Very well. Adieu. Adieu, your holiness, said the mendicant, opening the door and bending low before the prelate. Chapter 47. The Riot. It was about 11 o'clock at night. Gandhi had not walked 100 steps ere he perceived the strange change which had been made in the streets of Paris. The whole city seemed peopled with fantastic beings. Silent shadows were seen unpaving the streets and others dragging and upsetting great wagons, whilst others again dug ditches large enough to engulf whole regiments of horsemen. These active beings flitted here and there like so many demons completing some unknown labor. These were the beggars of the Court of Miracles, the agents of the giver of holy water in the square of St. Eustache, preparing barricades for the morrow. Gandhi gazed on these deeds of darkness, on these nocturnal laborers, with a kind of fear. He asked himself, if, after having called forth these foul creatures from their dens, he should have the power of making them retire again. He felt almost inclined to cross himself when one of these beings happened to approach him. He reached the Rue Saint-Honoré and went up it toward the Rue de la Ferronnerie. There the aspect changed. Here it was the tradesmen who were running from shop to shop. Their doors seemed closed like their shutters, but they were only pushed to in such a manner as to open and allow the men, who seemed fearful of showing what they carried, to enter, closing immediately. These men were shopkeepers, who had arms to lend to those who had none. One individual went from door to door, bending under the weight of swords, guns, muskets, and every kind of weapon, which he deposited as fast as he could. By the light of a lantern the coadjutor recognized Planchet. The coadjutor proceeded onward to the quay by way of the Rue de la Monnaie. There he found groups of bourgeois clad in black cloaks or gray, according as they belonged to the upper or lower bourgeoisie. They were standing motionless while single men passed from one group to another. All these cloaks, gray or black, were raised behind by the point of a sword, or before by the barrel of an arquebuse or a musket. On reaching the Pont Neuf the coadjutor found it strictly guarded, and a man approached him. "Who are you?" asked the man. "I do not know you for one of us." "Then it is because you do not know your friends, my dear Monsieur Louviers," said the coadjutor, raising his hat. Louviers recognized him and bowed. Gandhi continued his way and went as far as the Tour de Nesle. There he saw a lengthy chain of people gliding under the walls. They might be said to be a procession of ghosts, for they were all wrapped in white cloaks. When they reached a certain spot these men appeared to be annihilated, one after the other, as if the earth had opened under their feet. Gandhi, edged into a corner, saw them vanish from the first until the last but one. The last raised his eyes to ascertain, doubtless, that neither his companions nor himself had been watched, and, in spite of the darkness, he perceived Gandhi. He walked straight up to him and placed a pistol to his throat. "Halloo, Monsieur de Rochefort," said Gandhi, laughing. "Are you a boy to play with firearms?" Rochefort recognized the voice. "Ah, it is you, my lord," said he. "The very same. What people are you leading thus into the bowels of the earth?" "My 50 recruits from the Chevalier de Humieres, who are destined to enter the light cavalry, and who have only received as yet for their equipment their white cloaks. And where are you going? To the house of one of my friends, a sculptor, only we enter by the trap through which he lets down his marble. Very good, said Gondy, shaking Rochefort by the hand, who descended in his turn and closed the trap after him. It was now 1 o'clock in the morning, and the coadjutor returned home. He opened a window and leaned out to listen. A strange, incomprehensible, unearthly sound seemed to pervade the whole city. One felt that something unusual and terrible was happening in all the streets, now dark as ocean's most unfathomable caves. From time to time a dull sound was heard, like that of a rising tempest or a billow of the sea. But nothing clear, nothing distinct, nothing intelligible. It was like those mysterious subterraneous noises that precede an earthquake. The work of revolt continued the whole night thus. The next morning, on awaking, Paris seemed to be startled at her own appearance. It was like a besieged town. Armed men, shouldering muskets, watched over the barricades with menacing looks. Words of command, patrols, arrests, executions, even, were encountered at every step. Those bearing plumed hats and gold swords were stopped and made to cry, "Long live Broussel! Down with Mazarin!" And whoever refused to comply with this ceremony was hooted at, spat upon, and even beaten. They had not yet begun to slay, but it was well felt that the inclination to do so was not wanting. The barricades had been pushed as far as the Palais Royal. From the Rue de Bons Enfants to that of the Ferronnerie, from the Rue Saint-Thomas du Louvre to the Pont Neuf, from the Rue Richelieu to the Porte Saint-Honoré, there were more than 10,000 armed men. Those who were at the front hurled defiance at the impassive sentinels of the regiment of guards posted around the Palais Royal, the gates of which were closed behind them, a precaution which made their situation precarious. Among these thousands moved, in bands numbering from 100 to 200, pale and haggard men, clothed in rags, who bore a sort of standard on which was inscribed these words, "Behold the misery of the people." Wherever these men passed, frenzied cries were heard. And there were so many of these bands that the cries were to be heard in all directions. The astonishment of Mazarin and of Anne of Austria was great when it was announced to them that the city, which the previous evening they had left entirely tranquil, had awakened to such feverish commotion. Nor would either the one or the other believe the reports that were brought to them, declaring they would rather rely on the evidence of their own eyes and ears. Then a window was opened, and when they saw and heard they were convinced. Mazarin shrugged his shoulders and pretended to despise the populace. But he turned visibly pale and ran to his closet, trembling all over, locked up his gold and jewels in his caskets, and put his finest diamonds on his fingers. As for the queen, furious, and left to her own guidance, she went for the Marechal de la Meilleraie and desired him to take as many men as he pleased and to go and see what was the meaning of this pleasantry. The marshal was ordinarily very adventurous and was wont to hesitate at nothing, and he had that lofty contempt for the populace which army officers usually profess. He took 150 men and attempted to go out by the Pont du Louvre, but there he met Rochefort and his 50 horsemen, attended by more than 500 men. The marshal made no attempt to force that barrier and returned up the quay. But at Pont Neuf he found Louviers and his bourgeois. This time the marshal charged, but he was welcomed by musket shots, while stones fell like hail from all the windows. He left there 3 men. He beat a retreat toward the market, but there he met Planchet with his halberdiers. Their halberds were leveled at him threateningly. He attempted to ride over those grey cloaks, but the grey cloaks held their ground, and the marshal retired toward the Rue Saint-Honoré, leaving 4 of his guards dead on the field of battle. The marshal then entered the Rue Saint-Honoré, but there he was opposed by the barricades of the Mendicant of Saint-Eustache. They were guarded not only by armed men, but even by women and children. Master Friquet, the owner of a pistol and of a sword which Louviers had given him, had organized a company of rogues like himself and was making a tremendous racket. The marshal thought this barrier not so well fortified as the others and determined to break through it. He dismounted 20 men to make a breach in the barricade, whilst he and others, remaining on their horses, were to protect the assailants. The 20 men marched straight toward the barrier, but from behind the beams, from among the wagon wheels, and from the heights of the rocks a terrible fusillade burst forth, and at the same time Planchet's halberdiers appeared at the corner of the Cemetery of the Innocents, and Louvieres's bourgeois at the corner of the Rue de la Monnaie. The Marechal de la Meilleraie was caught between two fires, but he was brave and made up his mind to die where he was. He returned blow for blow, and cries of pain began to be heard in the crowd. The guards, more skillful, did greater execution, but the bourgeois, more numerous, overwhelmed them with a veritable hurricane of iron. Men fell around him as they had fallen at Rocroi or at Lerida. Fontrailles, his aide-de-camp, had an arm broken. His horse had received a bullet in his neck, and he had difficulty in controlling him, maddened by pain. In short, he had reached that supreme moment when the bravest feel a shudder in their veins, when suddenly, in the direction of the Rue de l'Arbre, the crowd opened, crying, "Long live the coadjutor!" And Gondy, in surplice and cloak, appeared, moving tranquilly in the midst of the fusillade and bestowing his benedictions to the right and left, as undisturbed as if he were leading a procession of the Fête Dieu. All fell to their knees. The marshal recognized him and hastened to meet him. "Get me out of this, in heaven's name," he said, "or I shall leave my carcass here and those of all my men." A great tumult arose, in the midst of which even the noise of thunder could not have been heard. Gondy raised his hand and demanded silence. All were still. "My children," he said, "this is the Marechal de la Meilleraie, as to whose intentions you have been deceived, and who pledges himself, on returning to the Louvre, to demand of the Queen in your name our Broussel's release." "You pledge yourself to that, Marshal?" added Gondy, turning to La Meilleraie. "Morbleu!" cried the latter. "I should say that I do pledge myself to it. I had no hope of getting off so easily." "He gives you his word of honor," said Gondy. The marshal raised his hand in token of assent. "Long live the coadjutor!" cried the crowd. Some voices even added, "Long live the marshal!" But all took up the cry in chorus, "Down with Mazarin!" The crowd gave place, the barricade was opened, and the marshal, with the remnant of his company, retreated, preceded by Friquet and his bandits, some of them making a presence of beating drums and others imitating the sound of the trumpet. It was almost a triumphal procession. Only, behind the guards, the barricades were closed again. The marshal bit his fingers. In the meantime, as we have said, Mazarin was in his closet, putting his affairs in order. He called for D'Artagnan, but in the midst of such tumult he little expected to see him, D'Artagnan not being on service. In about 10 minutes D'Artagnan appeared at the door, followed by the inseparable Porthos. "Ah, come in, Monsieur D'Artagnan," cried the cardinal, "and welcome your friend too. But what is going on in this accursed Paris?" "What is going on, my lord?" "Nothing good," replied D'Artagnan, shaking his head. "The town is in open revolt, and just now, as I was crossing the Rue Montorgueil with Monsieur du Vallon, who is here, and is your humble servant, they wanted, in spite of my uniform, or perhaps because of my uniform, to make us cry, 'Long live Broussel.' And must I tell you, my lord, what they wished us to cry as well? Speak, speak. Down with Mazarin. I'faith, the treasonable word is out." Mazarin smiled, but became very pale. "And you did cry?" he asked. "I'faith, no," said D'Artagnan. "I was not in voice. Monsieur du Vallon has a cold and did not cry either." "Then, my lord—" "Then what?" asked Mazarin. "Look at my hat and cloak." And D'Artagnan displayed 4 gunshot holes in his cloak and 2 in his beaver. As for Porthos's coat, a blow from a halberd had cut it open on the flank, and a pistol shot had cut his feather in 2. "Diavolo!" said the cardinal, pensively gazing at the 2 friends with lively admiration. "I should have cried, I should." At this moment the tumult was heard nearer. Mazarin wiped his forehead and looked around him. He had a great desire to go to the window, but he dared not. "See what is going on, Monsieur D'Artagnan," said he. D'Artagnan went to the window with his habitual composure. "Oh ho!" said he. "What is this?" Marechal de la Meilleraie returning without a hat. Fontrailles with his arm in a sling. Wounded guards, horses bleeding. And then what are the sentinels about? "They are aiming. They are going to fire. They have received orders to fire on the people if the people approach the Palais Royal," exclaimed Mazarin. "But if they fire, all is lost," cried D'Artagnan. "We have the gates. The gates! To hold for 5 minutes. The gates, they will be torn down, twisted into iron wire, ground to powder. God's death! Don't fire! Screamed D'Artagnan, throwing open the window. In spite of this recommendation, which, owing to the noise, could scarcely have been heard, 2 or 3 musket shots resounded, succeeded by a terrible discharge. The balls might be heard peppering the façade of the Palais Royal, and one of them, passing under D'Artagnan's arm, entered and broke a mirror, in which Porthos was complacently admiring himself. "Alack! Alack!" cried the cardinal. "A Venetian glass!" "Oh, my lord," said D'Artagnan, quietly shutting the window, "it is not worth while weeping yet, for probably an hour hence there will not be one of your mirrors remaining in the Palais Royal, whether they be Venetian or Parisian." "But what do you advise, then?" asked Mazarin, trembling. "Egad, to give up Broussel as they demand. What the devil do you want with a member of the Parliament? He is of no earthly use to anybody. And you, Monsieur du Vallon, is that your advice? What would you do?" "I should give up Broussel," said Porthos. Come with me, gentlemen," exclaimed Mazarin. "I will go and discuss the matter with the Queen." He stopped at the end of the corridor and said, "I can count upon you, gentlemen, can I not?" "We do not give ourselves twice over," said D'Artagnan. "We have given ourselves to you. Command, we shall obey." "Very well, then," said Mazarin. "Enter this cabinet and wait till I come back." And turning off, he entered the drawing-room by another door. Chapter 48. The riot becomes a revolution. The closet into which D'Artagnan and Porthos had been ushered was separated from the drawing-room where the Queen was by tapestried curtains only, and this thin partition enabled them to hear all that passed in the adjoining room, whilst the aperture between the 2 hangings, small as it was, permitted them to see. The Queen was standing in the room, pale with anger. Her self-control, however, was so great that it might have been imagined that she was calm. Comminges, Villequier, and Guitant were behind her, and the women again were behind the men. The Chancellor Sequier, who 20 years previously had persecuted her so ruthlessly, stood before her, relating how his carriage had been smashed, how he had been pursued and had rushed into the Hôtel Dieu, that the hotel was immediately invaded, pillaged, and devastated. Happily he had time to reach a closet hidden behind tapestry, in which he was secreted by an old woman, together with his brother, the Bishop of Meaux. Then the danger was so imminent, the rioters came so near, uttering such threats, that the Chancellor thought his last hour had come and confessed himself to his brother priest, so as to be all ready to die in case he was discovered. Fortunately, however, he had not been taken. The people, believing that he had escaped by some back entrance, retired and left him at liberty to retreat. Then, disguised in the clothes of the Marquis d'Eu, he had left the hotel, stumbling over the bodies of an officer and 2 guards who had been killed whilst defending the street door. During the recital, Mazarin entered and glided noiselessly up to the Queen to listen. "Well," said the Queen, when the Chancellor had finished speaking, "what do you think of it all?" "I think that matters look very gloomy, madam. But what step would you propose to me?" "I could propose one to your Majesty, but I dare not." You may, sir," said the Queen with a bitter smile. "You were not so timid once." The Chancellor reddened and stammered some words. "It is not a question of the past, but of the present," said the Queen. "You said you could give me advice. What is it?" "Madam," said the Chancellor, hesitating, "it would be to release Broussel." The Queen, although already pale, became visibly paler, and her face was contracted. "Release Broussel!" she cried. "Never!" At this moment steps were heard in the anteroom, and without any announcement the Marechal de la Meilleraie appeared at the door. "Ah, there you are, Marechal," cried Anne of Austria joyfully. "I trust you have brought this rabble to reason." "Madame," replied the Marechal, "I have left 3 men on the Pont Neuf, for at the Halle, 6 at the corner of the Rue de l'Arbre and 2 at the door of your palace, 15 in all. I have brought away 10 or 12 wounded. I know not where I have left my hat, and in all probability I should have been left with my hat, had the coadjutor not arrived in time to rescue me." "Ah, indeed," said the Queen. "It would have much astonished me if that low cur, with his distorted legs, had not been mixed up with all this." "Madame," said La Meilleraie, Do not say too much against him before me, for the service he rendered me is still fresh. Very good, said the queen. Be as grateful as you like, it does not implicate me. You are here safe and sound, that is all I wished for. You are not only welcome but welcome back. Yes, madam, but I only came back on one condition, that I would transmit to your majesty the will of the people. The will! Exclaimed the queen, frowning. Oh, Monsieur Marechal, you must indeed have found yourself in wondrous peril to have undertaken so strange a commission. The irony with which these words were uttered did not escape the Marechal. Pardon, madame, he said. I am not a lawyer, I am a mere soldier, and probably, therefore, I do not quite comprehend the value of certain words. I ought to have said the wishes and not the will of the people. As for what you do me the honor to say, I presume you mean I was afraid. The queen smiled. Well, then, madam, yes, I did feel fear, and though I have been through 12 pitched battles and I cannot count how many charges and skirmishes, I own for the third time in my life I was afraid. Yes, and I would rather face your majesty, however threatening your smile, than face those demons who accompanied me hither and who sprung from I know not whence, unless from deepest hell. Bravo, said D'Artagnan in a whisper to Porthos. Well answered. Well, said the queen, biting her lips, whilst her courtiers looked at each other with surprise. What is the desire of my people? That Broussel shall be given up to them, madam. Never, said the queen. Never. Your majesty is mistress, said La Meilleraie, retreating a few steps. Where are you going, Marechal? Asked the queen. To give your majesty's reply to those who await it. Stay, Marechal. I will not appear to parley with rebels. Madam, I have pledged my word, and unless you order me to be arrested, I shall be forced to return. And of Austria's eyes shot glances of fire. Oh, that is no impediment, sir, said she. I have had greater men than you arrested, Guitant. Mazarin sprang forward. Madam, said he, if I dared in my turn advise, would it be to give up Broussel, sir? If so, you can spare yourself the trouble. No, said Mazarin. Although, perhaps, that counsel is as good as any other. Then what may it be? To call for Monsieur le Coadjuteur. The coadjutor, cried the queen. That dreadful mischief-maker. It is he who has raised all this revolt. The more reason, said Mazarin. If he has raised it, he can put it down. And hold, madame, suggested Comminges, who was near a window, out of which he could see. Hold, the moment is a happy one, for there he is now, giving his blessing in the square of the Palais Royal. The queen sprang to the window. It is true, she said. The arch-hypocrite, see. I see, said Mazarin, that everybody kneels before him, although he be but coadjutor, whilst I, were I in his place, though I am cardinal, should be torn to pieces. I persist, then, madame, in my wish, he laid an emphasis on the word, that your majesty should receive the coadjutor. And wherefore do you not say, like the rest, your will? Replied the queen in a low voice. Mazarin bowed. Monsieur le Marechal, said the queen, after a moment's reflection, go and find the coadjutor and bring him to me. And what shall I say to the people? That they must have patience, said Anne. As I have. The fiery Spanish woman spoke in a tone so imperative that the Marechal made no reply. He bowed and went out. D'Artagnan turned to Porthos. How will this end? He said. We shall soon see, said Porthos in his tranquil way. In the meantime, Anne of Austria approached Comminges and conversed with him in a subdued tone, whilst Mazarin glanced uneasily at the corner occupied by D'Artagnan and Porthos. Ere long the door opened and the Marechal entered, followed by the coadjutor. There, madame, he said, is Monsieur Gondy, who hastens to obey your majesty's summons. The queen advanced a few steps to meet him, and then stopped, cold, severe, unmoved, with her lower lip scornfully protruded. Gondy bowed respectfully. Well, sir, said the queen, what is your opinion of this riot? That it is no longer a riot, madame, he replied, but a revolt. The revolt is at the door of those who think my people can rebel, cried Anne, unable to dissimulate before the coadjutor, whom she looked upon, and probably with reason, as the promoter of the tumult. Revolt. Thus it is called by those who have wished for this demonstration and who are, perhaps, the cause of it. But wait. The king's authority will put all this to rights. Was it to tell me that, Madame, coldly replied Gondy, that your majesty admitted me to the honor of entering your presence? No, my dear coadjutor, said Mazarin. It was to ask your advice in the unhappy dilemma in which we find ourselves. Is it true, asked Gondy, feigning astonishment, that her majesty summoned me to ask for my opinion? Yes, said the queen. It is requested. The coadjutor bowed. Your majesty wishes, then, you to say what you would do in her place, Mazarin hastened to reply. The coadjutor looked at the queen, who replied by a sign in the affirmative. Were I in her majesty's place, said Gondy coldly, I should not hesitate. I should release Broussel. And if I do not give him up, what think you will be the result? Exclaimed the queen. I believe that not a stone in Paris will remain unturned. Put in the Marechal. It was not your opinion that I asked, said the queen sharply, without even turning around. If it is I whom your majesty interrogates, replied the coadjutor in the same calm manner, I reply that I hold Monsieur le Marechal's opinion in every respect. The color mounted to the queen's face. Her fine blue eyes seemed to start out of her head, and her carmine lips, compared by all the poets of the day to a pomegranate in flower, were trembling with anger. Mazarin himself, who was well accustomed to the domestic outbreaks of this disturbed household, was alarmed. Give up Broussel, she cried. Fine counsel, indeed. Upon my word. One can easily see it comes from a priest. Gondy remained firm, and the abuse of the day seemed to glide over his head as the sarcasms of the evening before had done. But hatred and revenge were accumulating in his heart silently and drop by drop. He looked coldly at the queen, who nudged Mazarin to make him say something in his turn. Mazarin, according to his custom, was thinking much and saying little. Ho! Ho! Said he. Good advice of a friend. I, too, would give up that good Monsieur Broussel, dead or alive, and all would be at an end. If you yield him dead, all will indeed be at an end, my lord, but quite otherwise than you mean. Did I say dead or alive? Replied Mazarin. It was only a way of speaking. You know I am not familiar with the French language, which you, Monsieur le Coadjuteur, both speak and write so well. This is a council of state, D'Artagnan remarked to Porthos. But we held better ones at La Rochelle with Athos and Aramis. At the Saint Gervais bastion, said Porthos. There and elsewhere. The coadjutor let the storm pass over his head and resumed, still with the same tranquillity. Madam, if the opinion I have submitted to you does not please you, it is doubtless because you have better counsels to follow. I know too well the wisdom of the queen and that of her advisers to suppose that they will leave the capital long in trouble that may lead to a revolution. Thus, then, it is your opinion, said Anne of Austria with a sneer and biting her lips with rage, that yesterday's riot, which today is already a rebellion, tomorrow may become a revolution? Yes, madam, replied the coadjutor gravely. But if I am to believe you, sir, the people seem to have thrown off all restraint. It is a bad year for kings, said Gondy, shaking his head. Look at England, madam. Yes, but fortunately we have no Oliver Cromwell in France, replied the queen. Who knows, said Gondy. Such men are like thunderbolts. One recognizes them only when they have struck. Everyone shuddered, and there was a moment of silence, during which the queen pressed her hand to her side, evidently to still the beatings of her heart. Porthos, murmured D'Artagnan. Look well at that priest. Yes, said Porthos. I see him. What then? Well, he is a man. Porthos looked at D'Artagnan in astonishment. Evidently he did not understand his meaning. Your Majesty, continued the coadjutor pitilessly, is about to take such measures as seem good to you, but I foresee that they will be violent and such as will still further exasperate the rioters. In that case you, Monsieur le Coadjuteur, who have such power over them and are at the same time friendly to us, said the queen ironically, will quiet them by bestowing your blessing upon them. Perhaps it will be too late, said Gondy, still unmoved. Perhaps I shall have lost all influence, while by giving up Broussel your majesty will strike at the root of the sedition, and will gain the right to punish severely any revival of the revolt. Have I not then that right? Cried the queen. If you have it, use it, replied Gondy. Peste, said D'Artagnan to Porthos. There is a man after my own heart. Oh, if he were minister and I were his D'Artagnan, instead of belonging to that beast of a Mazarin, mordieu, what fine things we would do together. Yes, said Porthos. The queen made a sign for everyone, except Mazarin, to quit the room, and Gondy bowed, as if to leave with the rest. Stay, sir, said Anne to him. Good, thought Gondy. She is going to yield. She is going to have him killed, said D'Artagnan to Porthos. But at all events it shall not be by me. I swear to heaven, on the contrary, that if they fall upon him I will fall upon them. And I too, said Porthos. Good, muttered Mazarin, sitting down. We shall soon see something startling. The queen's eyes followed the retreating figures, and when the last had closed the door she turned away. It was evident that she was making unnatural efforts to subdue her anger. She fanned herself, smelled at her vinaigrette, and walked up and down. Gondy, who began to feel uneasy, examined the tapestry with his eyes, touched the coat of mail which he wore under his long gown, and felt from time to time to see if the handle of a good Spanish dagger, which was hidden under his cloak, was well within reach. And now, at last said the queen, now that we are alone, repeat your counsel, monsieur le coadjuteur. It is this, madame, that you should appear to have reflected, and publicly acknowledge an error, which constitutes the extra strength of a strong government. Release Broussel from prison and give him back to the people. Oh, cried Anne, to humble myself thus, am I or am I not the queen? The screaming mob, are they, or are they not, my subjects? Have I friends? Have I guards? Ah, by Notre Dame! As Queen Catherine used to say, continued she, excited by her own words, rather than give up this infamous Broussel to them, I will strangle him with my own hands. And she sprang toward Gondy, whom assuredly at that moment she hated more than Broussel, with outstretched arms. The coadjutor remained immovable, and not a muscle of his face was discomposed. Only his glance flashed like a sword in returning the furious looks of the queen. He were a dead man, said the Gascon, if there were still a Vitry at the court, and if Vitry entered at this moment. But for my part, before he could reach the good prelate, I would kill Vitry at once. The cardinal would be infinitely pleased with me. Hush, said Porthos. Listen, madam, cried the cardinal, seizing hold of Anne and drawing her back. Madam, what are you about? Then he added in Spanish, and are you mad? You, a queen to quarrel like a washerwoman. And do you not perceive that in the person of this priest is represented the whole people of Paris, and that it is dangerous to insult him at this moment? And if this priest wished it, in an hour you would be without a crown? Come, then, on another occasion you can be firm and strong. But today is not the proper time. Today flatter and caress, or you are only a common woman. At the first words of this address D'Artagnan had seized Porthos's arm, which he pressed with gradually increasing force. When Mazarin ceased speaking, he said to Porthos in a low tone, Never tell Mazarin that I understand Spanish, or I am a lost man and you are also. All right, said Porthos. This rough appeal, marked by the eloquence which characterized Mazarin when he spoke in Italian or Spanish and which he lost entirely in speaking French, was uttered with such impenetrable expression that Gondy, clever physiognomist as he was, had no suspicion of its being more than a simple warning to be more subdued. The queen, on her part, thus chided, softened immediately and sat down, and in an almost weeping voice, letting her arms fall by her side, said, Pardon me, sir, and attribute this violence to what I suffer. A woman, and consequently subject to the weaknesses of my sex, I am alarmed at the idea of civil war. A queen, accustomed to be obeyed, I am excited at the first opposition. Madam, replied Gondy, bowing, Your Majesty is mistaken in qualifying my sincere advice as opposition. Your Majesty has none but submissive and respectful subjects. It is not the queen with whom the people are displeased. They ask for Broussel and are only too happy, if you release him to them, to live under your government. Mazarin, who at the words, It is not the queen with whom the people are displeased, had pricked up his ears, thinking that the coadjutor was about to speak of the cries, "Down with Mazarin," and pleased with Gondy's suppression of this fact, he said with his sweetest voice and his most gracious expression, "Madame, credit the coadjutor, who is one of the most able politicians we have. The first available cardinal's hat seems to belong already to his noble brow." "Ah, how much you have need of me, cunning rogue," thought Gondy. "And what will he promise us?" said D'Artagnan. "Peste, if he is giving away hats like that, Porthos, let us look out and both demand a regiment tomorrow. Corbleu, let the civil war last but 1 year, and I will have a constable's sword gilt for me." "And for me?" put in Porthos. "For you? I will give you the baton of the Marechal de la Meilleraie, who does not seem to be much in favor just now." "And so, sir," said the queen, "you are seriously afraid of a public tumult?" "Seriously," said Gondy, astonished at not having further advanced. "I fear that when the torrent has broken its embankment it will cause fearful destruction." "And I," said the queen, "think that in such a case other embankments should be raised to oppose it. Go, I will reflect." Gondy looked at Mazarin, astonished, and Mazarin approached the queen to speak to her. But at this moment a frightful tumult arose from the square of the Palais Royal. Gondy smiled. The queen's color rose and Mazarin grew even paler. "What is that again?" he asked. At this moment Comminges rushed into the room. "Pardon, your majesty," he cried, "but the people have dashed the sentinels against the gates, and they are now forcing the doors. What are your commands?" "Listen, madame," said Gondy. "The moaning of waves, the noise of thunder, the roaring of a volcano, cannot be compared with the tempest of cries heard at that moment." "What are my commands?" said the queen. "Yes, for time presses. How many men have you about the Palais Royal?" 600. "Place 100 around the king, and with the remainder sweep away this mob for me." "Madame," cried Mazarin, "what are you about?" "Go," said the queen. Comminges went out with a soldier's passive obedience. At this moment a monstrous battering was heard. One of the gates began to yield. "Oh, madame," cried Mazarin, "you have ruined us all, the king, yourself, and me." At this cry from the soul of the frightened cardinal, and became alarmed in her turn and would have recalled Comminges. "It is too late," said Mazarin, tearing his hair. "Too late." The gale had given way. Hoarse shouts were heard from the excited mob. D'Artagnan put his hand to his sword, motioning to Porthos to follow his example. "Save the queen!" cried Mazarin to the coadjutor. Gondy sprang to the window and threw it open. He recognized Louviers at the head of a troop of about 3,000 or 4,000 men. "Not a step further," he shouted. "The queen is signing." "What are you saying?" asked the queen. "The truth, madame," said Mazarin, placing a pen and a paper before her. "You must." Then he added, "Sign, and I implore you, I command you." The queen fell into a chair, took the pen and signed. The people, kept back by Louviers, had not made another step forward. But the awful murmuring, which indicates an angry people, continued. The queen had written, "The keeper of the prison at Saint-Germain will set Councillor Broussel at liberty." And she had signed it. The coadjutor, whose eyes devoured her slightest movements, seized the paper immediately the signature had been affixed to it, returned to the window and waved it in his hand. "This is the order," he said. All Paris seemed to shout with joy, and then the air resounded with the cries of "Long live Broussel! Long live the coadjutor! Long live the queen!" cried de Gondy. But the cries which replied to his were poor and few, and perhaps he had but uttered it to make Anne of Austria sensible of her weakness. "And now that you have obtained what you want, go," said she. "Monsieur de Gondy." "Whenever Her Majesty has need of me," replied the coadjutor, bowing. "Her Majesty knows I am at her command." "Ah, cursed priest!" cried Anne, when he had retired, stretching out her arm to the scarcely closed door. "One day I will make you drink the dregs of the atrocious gall you have poured out on me today." Mazarin wished to approach her. "Leave me!" she exclaimed. "You are not a man!" And she went out of the room. "It is you who are not a woman," muttered Mazarin. Then, after a moment of reverie, He remembered where he had left D'Artagnan and Porthos, and that they must have overheard everything. He knit his brows and went direct to the tapestry, which he pushed aside. The closet was empty. At the queen's last word, D'Artagnan had dragged Porthos into the gallery. Thither Mazarin went in his turn and found the two friends walking up and down. "Why did you leave the closet, Monsieur d'Artagnan?" asked the cardinal. "Because," replied D'Artagnan, "the queen desired everyone to leave, and I thought that this command was intended for us as well as for the rest." "And you have been here since?" "About a quarter of an hour," said D'Artagnan, motioning to Porthos not to contradict him. Mazarin saw the sign and remained convinced that D'Artagnan had seen and heard everything. But he was pleased with his falsehood. "Decidedly, Monsieur d'Artagnan, you are the man I have been seeking. You may reckon upon me, and so may your friend." Then bowing to the two Musketeers with his most gracious smile, he re-entered his closet more calmly, for on the departure of de Gondi the uproar had ceased as though by enchantment. Chapter 49. Misfortune refreshes the memory. Anne of Austria returned to her oratory furious. "What?" she cried, wringing her beautiful hands. "What? The people have seen Monsieur de Condé, a prince of the blood royal, arrested by my mother-in-law, Maria de Medicis. They saw my mother-in-law, their former regent, expelled by the cardinal. They saw Monsieur de Vendôme, that is to say, the son of Henry IV, a prisoner at Vincennes, and whilst these great personages were imprisoned, insulted and threatened, they said nothing. And now for a brousel, good God! What, then, is to become of royalty?" The queen unconsciously touched here upon the exciting question. The people had made no demonstration for the princes, but they had risen for brousel. They were taking the part of a plebeian, and in defending brousel they instinctively felt they were defending themselves. During this time Mazarin walked up and down the study, glancing from time to time at his beautiful Venetian mirror, starred in every direction. "Ah," he said, "it is sad, I know well, to be forced to yield thus, but pshaw! We shall have our revenge. What matters it about brousel? It is a name, not a thing." Mazarin, clever politician as he was for once mistaken. Brousel was a thing, not a name. The next morning, therefore, when Brousel made his entrance into Paris in a large carriage, having his son Louviers at his side and Friquet behind the vehicle, the people threw themselves in his way, and cries of "Long live Brousel! Long live our father!" resounded from all parts and was death to Mazarin's ears. And the cardinal's spies brought bad news from every direction, which greatly agitated the minister, but was calmly received by the queen. The latter seemed to be maturing in her mind some great stroke, a fact which increased the uneasiness of the cardinal, who knew the proud princess and dreaded much the determination of Anne of Austria. The coadjutor returned to Parliament more a monarch than king, queen, and cardinal, all three together. By his advice, a decree from Parliament summoned the citizens to lay down their arms and demolish the barricades. They now knew that it required but 1 hour to take up arms again and 1 night to reconstruct the barricades. Rochefort had returned to the Chevalier d'Humieres his 50 horsemen, less 2, missing at roll call. But the Chevalier was himself at heart a Frondist and would hear nothing said of compensation. The mendicant had gone to his old place on the steps of St. Eustache, and was again distributing holy water with one hand and asking alms with the other. No one could suspect that those two hands had been engaged with others in drawing out from the social edifice the keystone of royalty. Louviers was proud and satisfied. He had taken revenge on Mazarin, and had aided in his father's deliverance from prison. His name had been mentioned as a name of terror at the Palais Royal. Laughingly he said to the councillor, restored to his family, "Do you think, father, that if now I should ask for a company the queen would give it to me?" D'Artagnan profited by this interval of calm to send away Raoul, whom he had great difficulty in keeping shut up during the riot, and who wished positively to strike a blow for one party or the other. Raoul had offered some opposition at first, but D'Artagnan made use of the Comte de la Fere's name, and after paying a visit to Madame de Chevreuse, Raoul started to rejoin the army. Rochefort alone was dissatisfied with the termination of affairs. He had written to the Duc de Beaufort to come, and the Duke was about to arrive, and he would find Paris tranquil. He went to the coadjutor to consult with him whether it would not be better to send word to the Duke to stop on the road, But Gondy reflected for a moment, and then said, "Let him continue his journey." "All is not then over?" asked Rochefort. "My dear Count, we have only just begun." "What induces you to think so?" "The knowledge that I have of the Queen's heart. She will not rest contented beaten." "Is she, then, preparing for a stroke?" "I hope so." "Come, let us see what you know." "I know that she has written to the prince to return in haste from the army." "Ah, ha!" said Rochefort. "You are right. We must let Monsieur de Beaufort come." In fact, the evening after this conversation the report was circulated that the Prince de Condé had arrived. It was a very simple, natural circumstance, and yet it created a profound sensation. It was said that Madame de Longueville, for whom the prince had more than a brother's affection and in whom he had confided, had been indiscreet. His confidence had unveiled the sinister project of the Queen. Even on the night of the prince's return, some citizens, bolder than the rest, such as the sheriffs, captains, and the quartermaster, went from house to house among their friends, saying, "Why do we not take the king and place him in the Hôtel de Ville? It is a shame to leave him to be educated by our enemies, who will give him evil counsel, whereas, brought up by the coadjutor, for instance, he would imbibe national principles and love his people." That night the question was secretly agitated, and on the morrow the grey and black cloaks, the patrols of armed shop-people, and the bands of mendicants reappeared. The Queen had passed the night in lonely conference with the prince, who had entered the oratory at midnight and did not leave till 5 o'clock in the morning. At 5 o'clock and went to the cardinal's room. If she had not yet taken any repose, he at least was already up. 6 days had already passed out of the 10 he had asked from Mordaunt. He was therefore occupied in revising his reply to Cromwell, when someone knocked gently at the door of communication with the Queen's apartments. Anne of Austria alone was permitted to enter by that door. The cardinal therefore rose to open it. The Queen was in a morning gown, but it became her still, for, like Diana of Poictiers and Ninon, Anne of Austria enjoyed the privilege of remaining ever beautiful. Nevertheless, this morning she looked handsomer than usual, for her eyes had all the sparkle inward satisfaction adds to expression. "What is the matter, madame?" said Mazarin uneasily. "You seem secretly elated." "Yes, Giulio," she said, proud and happy, "for I have found the means of strangling this hydra." "You are a great politician, my queen," said Mazarin. "Let us hear the means." And he hid what he had written by sliding the letter under a folio of blank paper. "You know," said the Queen, "that they want to take the king away from me?" "Alas! Yes, and to hang me." "They shall not have the king, nor hang me. Listen, I want to carry off my son from them with yourself. I wish that this event, which on the day it is known will completely change the aspect of affairs, should be accomplished without the knowledge of any others but yourself, myself, and a third person." "And who is this third person?" "Monsieur le Prince." "He has come, then, as they told me?" "Last evening." "And you have seen him?" "He has just left me." "And will he aid this project?" "The plan is his own." "And Paris?" "He will starve it out and force it to surrender at discretion." "The plan is not wanting in grandeur. I see but one impediment." "What is it?" "Impossibility. A senseless word. Nothing is impossible. On paper. In execution. We have money." "A little," said Mazarin, trembling, lest and should ask to draw upon his purse. "Troops. 5 or 6,000 men. Courage. Plenty. Then the thing is easy. Oh, do think of it, Giulio. Paris, this odious Paris, waking up one morning without queen or king, surrounded, besieged, famished, having for its sole resource its stupid parliament and their coadjutor with crooked limbs." "Charming, charming," said Mazarin. "I can imagine the effect. I do not see the means. I will find the means myself. You are aware it will be war, civil war, furious, devouring, implacable?" "Oh, yes, yes, war," said Anne of Austria. "Yes, I will reduce this rebellious city to ashes. I will extinguish the fire with blood. I will perpetuate the crime and punishment by making a frightful example. Paris, I detest, I loathe it. Very fine, and you are now sanguinary. But take care. We are not in the time of Malatesta and Castruccio Castracani. You will get yourself decapitated, my beautiful queen, and that would be a pity. You laugh. Faintly. It is dangerous to go to war with a nation. Look at your brother monarch, Charles I. He is badly off, very badly. We are in France, and I am Spanish. So much the worse. I had much rather you were French and myself also. They would hate us both less. Nevertheless, you consent? Yes, if the thing be possible. It is I who tell you so. Make preparations for departure. I am always prepared to go, only, as you know, I never do go, and perhaps shall go this time as little as before. In short, if I go, will you go too? I will try. You torment me, Giulio, with your fears. And what are you afraid of, then? Of many things. What are they? Mazarin's face, smiling as it was, became clouded. And, said he, you are but a woman, and as a woman you may insult men at your ease, knowing that you can do it with impunity. You accuse me of fear. I have not so much as you have, since I do not fly as you do. Against whom do they cry out? Is it against you or against myself? Whom would they hang, yourself or me? Well, I can weather the storm. I whom, notwithstanding, you tax with fear. Not with bravado, that is not my way. But I am firm. Imitate me. Make less hubbub and think more deeply. You cry very loud. You end by doing nothing. You talk of flying. Mazarin shrugged his shoulders and taking the queen's hand led her to the window. Look, he said. Well, said the queen, blinded by her obstinacy. Well, what do you see from this window? If I am not mistaken, those are citizens, helmeted and mailed, armed with good muskets, as in the time of the League, and whose eyes are so intently fixed on this window that they will see you if you raise that curtain much. And now come to the other side. What do you see? Creatures of the people, armed with halberds, guarding your doors. You will see the same at every opening from this palace to which I should lead you. Your doors are guarded, the air-holes of your cellars are guarded, and I could say to you, as that good Aramis said to me of the Duc de Beaufort, you must be either bird or mouse to get out. He did get out, nevertheless. Do you think of escaping in the same way? I am a prisoner, then? Parbleu, said Mazarin. I have been proving it to you this last hour, and he quietly resumed his dispatch at the place where he had been interrupted, and, trembling with anger and scarlet with humiliation, left the room, shutting the door violently after her. Mazarin did not even turn around. When once more in her own apartment and fell into a chair and wept, then suddenly struck with an idea. I am saved, she exclaimed, rising. Oh, yes, yes. I know a man who will find the means of taking me from Paris, a man I have too long forgotten. Then falling into a reverie, she added, however, with an expression of joy, ungrateful woman that I am, for 20 years I have forgotten this man, whom I ought to have made a Marechal of France. My mother-in-law expended gold, caresses, dignities on Concini, who ruined her. The king made Vitry Marechal of France for an assassination, while I have left in obscurity, in poverty, the noble D'Artagnan, who saved me, and running to a table, on which were paper, pens and ink, she hastily began to write. Chapter 50. The Interview. It had been D'Artagnan's practice, ever since the riots, to sleep in the same room as Porthos, and on this eventful morning he was still there, sleeping and dreaming that a yellow cloud had overspread the sky and was raining gold pieces into his hat, which he held out till it was overflowing with pistoles. As for Porthos, he dreamed that the panels of his carriage were not capacious enough to contain the armorial bearings he had ordered to be painted on them. They were both aroused at 7 o'clock by the entrance of an unliveried servant, who brought a letter for D'Artagnan. From whom? Asked the Gascon. From the Queen, replied the servant. Ho! Said Porthos, raising himself in his bed. What does she say? D'Artagnan requested the servant to wait in the next room, and when the door was closed he sprang up from his bed and read rapidly, whilst Porthos looked at him with starting eyes, not daring to ask a single question. Friend Porthos, said D'Artagnan, handing the letter to him. "This time, at least, you are sure of your title of baron, and I of my captaincy. Read for yourself and judge." Porthos took the letter and with a trembling voice read the following words. "The queen wishes to speak to Monsieur d'Artagnan, who must follow the bearer." "Well," exclaimed Porthos, "I see nothing in that very extraordinary." "But I see much that is very extraordinary in it," replied D'Artagnan. "It is evident, by their sending for me, that matters are becoming complicated. Just reflect a little what an agitation the queen's mind must be in for her to have remembered me after 20 years. "It is true," said Porthos. "Sharpen your sword, baron, load your pistols, and give some corn to the horses, for I will answer for it, something lightning-like will happen ere tomorrow. But stop, do you think it can be a trap that they are laying for us?" suggested Porthos, incessantly thinking how his greatness must be irksome to inferior people. "If it is a snare," replied D'Artagnan, "I shall scent it out, be assured. If Mazarin is an Italian, I am a Gascon." And D'Artagnan dressed himself in an instant, whilst Porthos, still in bed, was hooking on his cloak for him. A second knock at the door was heard. "Come in," exclaimed D'Artagnan, and another servant entered. "From His Eminence Cardinal Mazarin, presenting a letter." D'Artagnan looked at Porthos. "A complicated affair," said Porthos. "Where will you begin?" "It is arranged capitally. His Eminence expects me in half an hour." "Good. My friend," said D'Artagnan, turning to the servant, "tell His Eminence that in half an hour I shall be at his command." "It is very fortunate," resumed the Gascon, when the valet had retired, "that he did not meet the other one. Do you not think that they have sent for you, both for the same thing?" "I do not think it, I am certain of it." "Quick, quick, D'Artagnan. Remember that the queen awaits you, and after the queen, the cardinal, and after the cardinal, myself." D'Artagnan summoned Anne of Austria's servant and signified that he was ready to follow him into the queen's presence. The servant conducted him by the Rue de Petit Champs, and turning to the left entered the little garden gate leading into the Rue Richelieu. Then they gained the private staircase and D'Artagnan was ushered into the oratory. A certain emotion, for which he could not account, made the lieutenant's heart beat. He had no longer the assurance of youth. Experience had taught him the importance of past events. Formerly he would have approached the queen as a young man who bends before a woman, but now it was a different thing. He answered her summons as an humble soldier obeys an illustrious general. The silence of the oratory was at last disturbed by the slight rustling of silk, and D'Artagnan started when he perceived the tapestry raised by a white hand, which, by its form, its color, and its beauty he recognized as that royal hand which had one day been presented to him to kiss. The queen entered. "It is you, Monsieur d'Artagnan," she said, fixing a gaze full of melancholy interest on the countenance of the officer. "And I know you well. Look at me well in your turn. I am the queen. Do you recognize me?" "No, madame," replied D'Artagnan. "But are you no longer aware," continued Anne, giving that sweet expression to her voice which she could do at will, "that in former days the queen had once need of a young, brave, and devoted cavalier, that she found this cavalier, and that, although he might have thought that she had forgotten him, she had kept a place for him in the depths of her heart?" "No, madame, I was ignorant of that," said the Musketeer. "So much the worse, sir," said Anne of Austria. "So much the worse, at least for the queen, for today she has need of the same courage and the same devotion." "What?" exclaimed D'Artagnan. "Does the queen, surrounded as she is by such devoted servants, such wise counselors, men, in short, so great by merit or position, does she deign to cast her eyes on an obscure soldier?" And understood this covert reproach and was more moved than irritated by it. She had many a time felt humiliated by the self-sacrifice and disinterestedness shown by the Gascon gentleman. She had allowed herself to be exceeded in generosity. "All that you tell me of those by whom I am surrounded, Monsieur d'Artagnan, is doubtless true," said the queen. "But I have confidence in you alone. I know that you belong to the cardinal, but belong to me as well, and I will take upon myself the making of your fortune. Come, will you do today what formerly the gentleman you do not know did for the queen?" "I will do everything your majesty commands," replied D'Artagnan. The queen reflected for a moment and then, seeing the cautious demeanor of the musketeer, "Perhaps you like repose?" she said. "I do not know, for I have never had it, madam. Have you any friends?" "I had 3, 2 of whom have left Paris, to go I know not where. One alone is left to me, but he is one of those known, I believe, to the cavalier of whom your majesty did me the honor to speak." "Very good," said the queen. "You and your friend are worth an army. What am I to do, madam?" "Return at 5 o'clock and I will tell you. But do not breathe to a living soul, sir, the rendezvous which I give you." "No, madam." "Swear it upon the cross." "Madam, I have never been false to my word. When I say I will not do a thing, I mean it." The queen, although astonished at this language, to which she was not accustomed from her courtiers, argued from it a happy omen of the zeal with which D'Artagnan would serve her in the accomplishment of her project. It was one of the Gascon's artifices to hide his deep cunning occasionally under an appearance of rough loyalty. "Has the queen any further commands for me now?" asked D'Artagnan. "No, sir," replied Anne of Austria, "and you may retire until the time that I mentioned to you." D'Artagnan bowed and went out. "Diable!" he exclaimed when the door was shut. "They seem to have the greatest need of me just now." Then, as the half-hour had already glided by, he crossed the gallery and knocked at the cardinal's door. Bernouin introduced him. "I come for your commands, my lord," he said. And according to his custom D'Artagnan glanced rapidly around and remarked that Mazarin had a sealed letter before him. But it was so placed on the desk that he could not see to whom it was addressed. "You come from the queen?" said Mazarin, looking fixedly at D'Artagnan. "Aye, my lord. Who told you that?" "Nobody, but I know it." "I regret infinitely to tell you, my lord, that you are mistaken," replied the Gascon impudently, firm to the promise he had just made to Anne of Austria. "I opened the door of the anteroom myself, and I saw you enter at the end of the corridor, because I was shown up the private stairs." "How so?" "I know not. It must have been a mistake." Mazarin was aware that it was not easy to make D'Artagnan reveal anything he was desirous of hiding, so he gave up, for the time, the discovery of the mystery the Gascon was concealing. "Let us speak of my affairs," said Mazarin, "since you will tell me naught of yours. Are you fond of traveling? My life has been passed on the high road. Would anything retain you particularly in Paris?" "Nothing but an order from a superior would retain me in Paris." "Very well. Here is a letter, which must be taken to its address." "To its address, my lord?" "But it has none. In fact, the side of the letter opposite the seal was blank." "I must tell you," resumed Mazarin, "that it is in a double envelope." "I understand. And I am to take off the first one when I have reached a certain place?" "Just so. Take it and go. You have a friend, Monsieur du Vallon, whom I like much. Let him accompany you." "The devil!" said D'Artagnan to himself. "He knows that we overheard his conversation yesterday, and he wants to get us away from Paris." "Do you hesitate?" asked Mazarin. "No, my lord, and I will set out at once. There is one thing only which I must request." "What is it?" "Speak." "That your eminence will go at once to the queen." "What for?" "Merely to say these words. I am going to send Monsieur d'Artagnan away, and I wish him to set out directly." "I told you," said Mazarin, "that you had seen the queen. I had the honor of saying to your eminence that there had been some mistake." "What is the meaning of that?" "May I venture to repeat my prayer to your eminence?" "Very well, I will go. Wait here for me." And looking attentively around him, to see if he had left any of his keys in his closets, Mazarin went out. 10 minutes elapsed, during which D'Artagnan made every effort to read through the first envelope what was written on the second. But he did not succeed. Mazarin returned, pale and evidently thoughtful. He seated himself at his desk, and D'Artagnan proceeded to examine his face, as he had just examined the letter he held. But the envelope which covered his countenance appeared as impenetrable as that which covered the letter. "Ah!" thought the Gascon. "He looks displeased. Can it be with me? He meditates. Is it about sending me to the Bastille? All very fine, my lord, but at the very first hint you give of such a thing I will strangle you and become Frondist. I should be carried home in triumph like Monsieur Broussel, and Athos would proclaim me the French Brutus. It would be exceedingly droll. The Gascon, with his vivid imagination, had already seen the advantage to be derived from his situation. Mazarin gave, however, no order of the kind, but on the contrary began to be insinuating. "You were right," he said, "my dear Monsieur d'Artagnan, and you cannot set out yet. I beg you to return me that dispatch." D'Artagnan obeyed, and Mazarin ascertained that the seal was intact. "I shall want you this evening," he said. "Return in 2 hours." "My lord," said D'Artagnan, "I have an appointment in 2 hours which I cannot miss." "Do not be uneasy," said Mazarin. "It is the same." "Good," thought D'Artagnan. "I fancied it was so. Return, then, at 5 o'clock and bring that worthy Monsieur du Vallon with you. Only, leave him in the anteroom, as I wish to speak to you alone." D'Artagnan bowed and thought, both at the same hour, both commands alike, both at the Palais Royal. Monsieur de Gondy would pay 100,000 francs for such a secret. "You are thoughtful," said Mazarin uneasily. "Yes, I was thinking whether we ought to come armed or not." "Armed to the teeth," replied Mazarin. "Very well, my lord, it shall be so." D'Artagnan saluted, went out and hastened to repeat to his friend Mazarin's flattering promises, which gave Porthos an indescribable happiness. Chapter 51. The Flight. When D'Artagnan returned to the Palais Royal at 5 o'clock, it presented, in spite of the excitement which reigned in the town, a spectacle of the greatest rejoicing. Nor was that surprising. The Queen had restored Broussel and Blancmesnil to the people and had therefore nothing to fear, since the people had nothing more just then to ask for. The return, also, of the conqueror of Lens was the pretext for giving a grand banquet. The princes and princesses were invited and their carriages had crowded the court since noon. Then after dinner the Queen was to have a play in her apartment. Anne of Austria had never appeared more brilliant than on that day, radiant with grace and wit. Mazarin disappeared as they rose from table. He found D'Artagnan waiting for him already at his post in the anteroom. The cardinal advanced to him with a smile and taking him by the hand led him into his study. "My dear D'Artagnan," said the minister, sitting down, "I am about to give you the greatest proof of confidence that a minister can give an officer." "I hope," said D'Artagnan, bowing, "that you give it, my lord, without hesitation and with the conviction that I am worthy of it. More worthy than anyone in Paris, my dear friend. Therefore I apply to you." "We are about to leave this evening," continued Mazarin. "My dear D'Artagnan, the welfare of the state is deposited in your hands." He paused. "Explain yourself, my lord." "I am listening." "The Queen has resolved to make a little excursion with the king to Saint-Germain." "Aha!" said D'Artagnan. "That is to say, the Queen wishes to leave Paris. A woman's caprice, you understand." "Yes, I understand perfectly," said D'Artagnan. "It was for this she summoned you this morning, and that she told you to return at 5 o'clock. Was it worth while to wish me to swear this morning that I would mention the appointment to no one?" muttered D'Artagnan. "Oh, women! Women! Whether queens or not, they are always the same. Do you disapprove of this journey, my dear D'Artagnan?" asked Mazarin anxiously. "I, my lord," said D'Artagnan. "Why should I?" "Because you shrug your shoulders. It is a way I have of speaking to myself. I neither approve nor disapprove, my lord. I merely await your commands." "Good. It is you, accordingly, that I have pitched upon to conduct the king and the queen to Saint-Germain." "Liar!" thought D'Artagnan. "You see, therefore," continued the cardinal, perceiving D'Artagnan's composure, "that, as I have told you, the welfare of the state is placed in your hands." "Yes, my lord, and I feel the whole responsibility of such a charge." "You accept, however?" "I always accept." "Do you think the thing possible?" "Everything is possible." "Shall you be attacked on the road?" "Probably." "And what will you do in that case?" "I shall pass through those who attack me." "And suppose you cannot pass through them?" "So much the worse for them. I shall pass over them." And you will place the king and queen in safety also at Saint-Germain? Yes. On your life. On my life. You are a hero, my friend, said Mazarin, gazing at the musketeer with admiration. D'Artagnan smiled. And I? Asked Mazarin after a moment's silence. How? And you, my lord? If I wish to leave, that would be much more difficult. Why so? Your eminence might be recognized. Even under this disguise? Asked Mazarin, raising a cloak which covered an armchair, upon which lay a complete dress for an officer, of pearl gray and red, entirely embroidered with silver. If your eminence is disguised, it will be almost easy. Ah, said Mazarin, breathing more freely. But it will be necessary for your eminence to do what the other day you declared you should have done in our place. Cry, down with Mazarin. I will, down with Mazarin. In French, in good French, my lord, take care of your accent. They killed 6,000 Angevins in Sicily because they pronounced Italian badly. Take care that the French do not take their revenge on you for the Sicilian Vespers. I will do my best. The streets are full of armed men, continued D'Artagnan. Are you sure that no one is aware of the Queen's project? Mazarin reflected. This affair would give a fine opportunity for a traitor, my lord. The chance of being attacked would be an excuse for everything. Mazarin shuddered, but he reflected that a man who had the least intention to betray would not warn first. And therefore, added he quietly, I have not confidence in everyone, the proof of which is that I have fixed upon you to escort me. Shall you not go with the Queen? No, replied Mazarin. Then you will start after the Queen? No, said Mazarin again. Ah, said D'Artagnan, who began to understand. Yes, continued the cardinal. I have my plan. With the Queen I double her risk. After the Queen her departure would double mine. Then, the court once safe, I might be forgotten. The great are often ungrateful. Very true, said D'Artagnan, fixing his eyes, in spite of himself, on the Queen's diamond, which Mazarin wore on his finger. Mazarin followed the direction of his eyes and gently turned the hoop of the ring inside. I wish, he said with his cunning smile, to prevent them from being ungrateful to me. It is but Christian charity, replied D'Artagnan, not to lead one's neighbors into temptation. It is exactly for that reason, said Mazarin, that I wish to start before them. D'Artagnan smiled. He was just the man to understand the astute Italian. Mazarin saw the smile and profited by the moment. You will begin, therefore, by taking me first out of Paris, will you not, my dear M. D'Artagnan? A difficult commission, my lord, replied D'Artagnan, resuming his serious manner. But, said Mazarin, you did not make so many difficulties with regard to the king and queen. The king and the queen are my king and queen, replied the musketeer. My life is theirs, and I must give it for them. If they ask it, what have I to say? That is true, murmured Mazarin in a low tone. But as thy life is not mine, I suppose I must buy it, must I not? And sighing deeply, he began to turn the hoop of his ring outside again. D'Artagnan smiled. These two men met at one point, and that was cunning. Had they been actuated equally by courage, the one would have done great things for the other. But also, said Mazarin, you must understand that if I ask this service from you, it is with the intention of being grateful. Is it still only an intention, your eminence? Asked D'Artagnan. Stay, said Mazarin, drawing the ring from his finger. My dear D'Artagnan, there is a diamond which belonged to you formerly. It is but just it should return to you. Take it, I pray. D'Artagnan spared Mazarin the trouble of insisting, and after looking to see if the stone was the same and assuring himself of the purity of its water, he took it and passed it on his finger with indescribable pleasure. I valued it much, said Mazarin, giving a last look at it. Nevertheless, I give it to you with great pleasure. And I, my lord, said D'Artagnan, accept it as it is given. Come, let us speak of your little affairs. You wish to leave before everybody, and at what hour? At 10 o'clock. And the Queen, at what time is it her wish to start? At midnight. Then it is possible. I can get you out of Paris and leave you beyond the barrier, and can return for her. Capital. But how will you get me out of Paris? Oh, as to that, you must leave it to me. I give you absolute power, therefore. Take as large an escort as you like. D'Artagnan shook his head. It seems to me, however, said Mazarin, the safest method. Yes, for you, my lord, but not for the queen. You must leave it to me and give me the entire direction of the undertaking. Nevertheless, or find someone else, continued D'Artagnan, turning his back. Oh, muttered Mazarin, I do believe he is going off with the diamond. D'Artagnan, my dear D'Artagnan, he called out in a coaxing voice. Will you answer for everything? I will answer for nothing. I will do my best. Well, then, let us go. I must trust to you. It is very fortunate, said D'Artagnan to himself. You will be here at 9:30. And I shall find your eminence ready? Certainly, quite ready. Well, then, it is a settled thing. And now, my lord, will you obtain for me an audience with the queen? For what purpose? I wish to receive Her Majesty's commands from her own lips. She desired me to give them to you. She may have forgotten something. You really wish to see her? It is indispensable, my lord. Mazarin hesitated for one instant, but D'Artagnan was firm. Come, then, said the minister. I will conduct you to her, but remember, not one word of our conversation. What has passed between us concerns ourselves alone, my lord, replied D'Artagnan. Swear to be mute. I never swear, my lord. I say yes or no, and as I am a gentleman, I keep my word. Come, then. I see that I must trust unreservedly to you. Believe me, my lord, it will be your best plan. Come, said Mazarin, conducting D'Artagnan into the queen's oratory and desiring him to wait there. He did not wait long, for in 5 minutes the queen entered in full gala costume. Thus dressed, she scarcely appeared 35 years of age. She was still exceedingly handsome. It is you, Monsieur D'Artagnan, she said, smiling graciously. I thank you for having insisted on seeing me. I ought to ask your Majesty's pardon, but I wish to receive your commands from your own mouth. Do you accept the commission which I have entrusted to you? With gratitude. Very well, be here at midnight. I will not fail. Monsieur D'Artagnan, continued the queen, I know your disinterestedness too well to speak of my own gratitude at such a moment, but I swear to you that I shall not forget this second service as I forgot the first. Your Majesty is free to forget or to remember, as it pleases you, and I know not what you mean, said D'Artagnan, bowing. Go, sir, said the queen, with her most bewitching smile. Go and return at midnight. And D'Artagnan retired, but as he passed out he glanced at the curtain through which the queen had entered, and at the bottom of the tapestry he remarked the tip of a velvet slipper. Good, thought he. Mazarin has been listening to discover whether I betrayed him. In truth, that Italian puppet does not deserve the services of an honest man. D'Artagnan was not less exact to his appointment, and at 9:30 he entered the anteroom. He found the cardinal dressed as an officer, and he looked very well in that costume, which, as we have already said, he wore elegantly, only he was very pale and trembled slightly. Quite alone? He asked. Yes, my lord. And that worthy Monsieur du Vallon, are we not to enjoy his society? Certainly, my lord. He is waiting in his carriage at the gate of the garden of the Palais Royal. And we start in his carriage, then? Yes, my lord. And with us no other escort but you two? Is it not enough? One of us would suffice. Really, my dear Monsieur D'Artagnan, said the cardinal, your coolness startles me. I should have thought, on the contrary, that it ought to have inspired you with confidence. And Bernouin, do I not take him with me? There is no room for him. He will rejoin your eminence. Let us go, said Mazarin, since everything must be done as you wish. My lord, there is time to draw back, said D'Artagnan, and your eminence is perfectly free. Not at all, said Mazarin. Let us be off. And so they descended the private stair, Mazarin leaning on the arm of D'Artagnan, a hand the Musketeer felt trembling. At last, after crossing the courts of the Palais Royal, where there still remained some of the conveyances of late guests, They entered the garden and reached the little gate. Mazarin attempted to open it by a key which he took from his pocket, but with such shaking fingers that he could not find the keyhole. "Give it to me," said D'Artagnan, who when the gate was opened deposited the key in his pocket, reckoning upon returning by that gate. The steps were already down and the door open. Mousqueton stood at the door and Porthos was inside the carriage. "Mount, my lord," said D'Artagnan to Mazarin, who sprang into the carriage without waiting for a second bidding. D'Artagnan followed him, and Mousqueton, having closed the door, mounted behind the carriage with many groans. He had made some difficulties about going, under pretext that he still suffered from his wound, but D'Artagnan had said to him, "Remain if you like, my dear Monsieur Mouston, but I warn you that Paris will be burnt down tonight." Upon which Mousqueton had declared, without asking anything further, that he was ready to follow his master and Monsieur d'Artagnan to the end of the world. The carriage started at a measured pace, without betraying by the slightest sign that it contained people in a hurry. The cardinal wiped his forehead with his handkerchief and looked around him. On his left was Porthos, whilst D'Artagnan was on his right. Each guarded a door and served as a rampart to him on either side. Before him, on the front seat, lay 2 pairs of pistols, one in front of Porthos and the other of D'Artagnan. About 100 paces from the Palais Royal a patrol stopped the carriage. "Who goes?" asked the captain. "Mazarin," replied D'Artagnan, bursting into a laugh. The cardinal's hair stood on end. But the joke appeared an excellent one to the citizens, who, seeing the conveyance without escort and unarmed, would never have believed in the possibility of so great an imprudence. "A good journey to ye," they cried, allowing it to pass. "Hem," said D'Artagnan. "What does my lord think of that reply?" "Man of talent," cried Mazarin. "In truth," said Porthos, "I understand. But now—" About the middle of the Rue de Petit Champs they were stopped by a second patrol. "Who goes there?" inquired the captain of the patrol. "Keep back, my lord," said D'Artagnan, and Mazarin buried himself so far behind the 2 friends that he disappeared, completely hidden between them. "Who goes there?" cried the same voice, impatiently, whilst D'Artagnan perceived that they had rushed to the horses' heads. But putting his head out of the carriage, "Eh, Planchet," said he. The chief approached, and it was indeed Planchet. D'Artagnan had recognized the voice of his old servant. "How, sir?" said Planchet. "Is it you?" "Eh, mon Dieu! Yes, my good friend. This worthy Porthos has just received a sword wound, and I am taking him to his country house at St. Cloud." "Oh, really?" said Planchet. "Porthos," said D'Artagnan, "if you can still speak, say a word, my dear Porthos, to this good Planchet." "Planchet, my friend," said Porthos in a melancholy voice, "I am very ill. Should you meet a doctor, you will do me a favor by sending him to me." "Oh, good heaven!" said Planchet. "What a misfortune! And how did it happen?" "I will tell you all about it," replied Mousqueton. Porthos uttered a deep groan. "Make way for us, Planchet," said D'Artagnan in a whisper to him, "or he will not arrive alive. The lungs are attacked, my friend." Planchet shook his head with the air of a man who says, "In that case things look ill." Then he exclaimed, turning to his men, "Let them pass. They are friends." The carriage resumed its course, and Mazarin, who had held his breath, ventured to breathe again. "Bracconi!" muttered he. A few steps in advance of the gate of St. Honoré they met a third troop. This latter party was composed of ill-looking fellows, who resembled bandits more than anything else. They were the men of the beggar of St. Eustache. "Attention, Porthos!" cried D'Artagnan. Porthos placed his hand on the pistols. "What is it?" asked Mazarin. "My lord, I think we are in bad company." A man advanced to the door with a kind of scythe in his hand. "Que vive?" he asked. "Eh, rascal," said D'Artagnan. "Do you not recognize His Highness the Prince's carriage?" "Prince or not," said the man, "open. We are here to guard the gate, and no one whom we do not know shall pass." "What is to be done?" said Porthos. "Pardieu, pass," replied D'Artagnan. "But how?" asked Mazarin. "Through or over? Coachman, gallop on." The coachman raised his whip. "Not a step further," said the man, who appeared to be the captain, "or I will hamstring your horses." "Peste," said Porthos. "It would be a pity. Animals which cost me 100 pistoles each." "I will pay you 200 for them," said Mazarin. "Yes, but when once they are hamstrung, our necks will be strung next." "If one of them comes to my side," asked Porthos, "must I kill him?" "Yes, by a blow of your fist, if you can. We will not fire but at the last extremity." "I can do it," said Porthos. "Come and open, then," cried D'Artagnan to the man with the scythe, taking one of the pistols up by the muzzle and preparing to strike with the handle. And as the man approached, D'Artagnan, in order to have more freedom for his actions, leaned half out of the door. His eyes were fixed upon those of the mendicant, which were lighted up by a lantern. Without doubt he recognized D'Artagnan, for he became deadly pale. Doubtless the Musketeer knew him, for his hair stood up on his head. "Monsieur d'Artagnan," he cried, falling back a step. "It is Monsieur d'Artagnan. Let him pass." D'Artagnan was perhaps about to reply, when a blow, similar to that of a mallet falling on the head of an ox, was heard. The noise was caused by Porthos, who had just knocked down his man. D'Artagnan turned around and saw the unfortunate man upon his back about 4 paces off. "'Sdeath!" cried he to the coachman. "Spur your horses. Whip, get on." The coachman bestowed a heavy blow of the whip upon his horses. The noble animals bounded forward. Then cries of men who were knocked down were heard. Then a double concussion was felt, and 2 of the wheels seemed to pass over a round and flexible body. There was a moment's silence. Then the carriage cleared the gate. "To Cours la Reine!" cried D'Artagnan to the coachman. Then turning to Mazarin he said, "Now, my lord, you can say 5 paters and 5 aves, in thanks to heaven for your deliverance. You are safe, you are free." Mazarin replied only by a groan. He could not believe in such a miracle. 5 minutes later the carriage stopped, having reached Cours la Reine. "Is my lord pleased with his escort?" asked D'Artagnan. "Enchanted, monsieur," said Mazarin, venturing his head out of one of the windows. "And now do as much for the queen." "It will not be so difficult," replied D'Artagnan, springing to the ground. "Monsieur du Vallon, I commend his eminence to your care." "Be quite at ease," said Porthos, holding out his hand, which D'Artagnan took and shook in his. "Oh!" cried Porthos, as if in pain. D'Artagnan looked with surprise at his friend. "What is the matter, then?" he asked. "I think I have sprained my wrist," said Porthos. "The devil! Why, you strike like a blind or a deaf man." "It was necessary. My man was going to fire a pistol at me. But you, how did you get rid of yours?" "Oh, mine," replied D'Artagnan, "was not a man." "What was it then?" "It was an apparition. And I charmed it away." Without further explanation D'Artagnan took the pistols which were upon the front seat, placed them in his belt, wrapped himself in his cloak, and not wishing to enter by the same gate as that through which they had left, he took his way toward the Richelieu gate. Chapter 52. The carriage of Monsieur le Coadjuteur. Instead of returning, then, by the Saint-Honoré gate, D'Artagnan, who had time before him, walked around and re-entered by the Porte Richelieu. He was approached to be examined, and when it was discovered by his plumed hat and his laced coat that he was an officer of the Musketeers, he was surrounded with the intention of making him cry, "Down with Mazarin!" The demonstration did not fail to make him uneasy at first, but when he discovered what it meant, he shouted it in such a voice that even the most exacting were satisfied. He walked down the Rue Richelieu, meditating how he should carry off the queen in her turn, for to take her in a carriage bearing the arms of France was not to be thought of, when he perceived an equipage standing at the door of the hotel belonging to Madame de Guémeny. He was struck by a sudden idea. "Ah, pardieu!" he exclaimed. "That would be fair play." And approaching the carriage, he examined the arms on the panels and the livery of the coachman on his box. This scrutiny was so much the more easy, the coachman being sound asleep. "It is, in truth, Monsieur le Coadjuteur's carriage," said D'Artagnan. "Upon my honor I begin to think that heaven favors us." He mounted noiselessly into the chariot and pulled the silk cord which was attached to the coachman's little finger. "To the Palais Royal," he called out. The coachman awoke with a start and drove off in the direction he was desired, never doubting but that the order had come from his master. The porter at the palace was about to close the gates, but seeing such a handsome equipage, he fancied that it was some visit of importance, and the carriage was allowed to pass and to stop beneath the porch. It was then only the coachman perceived the grooms were not behind the vehicle. He fancied Monsieur le Coadjuteur had sent them back, and without dropping the reins he sprang from his box to open the door. D'Artagnan, in his turn, sprang to the ground, and just at the moment when the coachman, alarmed at not seeing his master, fell back a step, he seized him by his collar with the left, whilst with the right hand he placed the muzzle of a pistol at his breast. "Pronounce one single word," muttered D'Artagnan, "and you are a dead man." The coachman perceived at once, by the expression of the man who thus addressed him, that he had fallen into a trap, and he remained with his mouth wide open and his eyes portentously staring. Two musketeers were pacing the court, to whom D'Artagnan called by their names. "Monsieur de Belliere," said he to one of them, "do me the favor to take the reins from the hands of this worthy man, mount upon the box and drive to the door of the private stair, and wait for me there. It is an affair of importance on the service of the king." The musketeer, who knew that his lieutenant was incapable of jesting with regard to the service, obeyed without a word, although he thought the order strange. Then turning toward the second musketeer, D'Artagnan said, "Monsieur du Verger, help me to place this man in a place of safety." The musketeer, thinking that his lieutenant had just arrested some prince in disguise, bowed, and drawing his sword, signified that he was ready. D'Artagnan mounted the staircase, followed by his prisoner, who in his turn was followed by the soldier, and entered Mazarin's anteroom. Bernouin was waiting there, impatient for news of his master. "Well, sir," he said, "everything goes on capitally, my dear Monsieur Bernouin, but here is a man whom I must beg you to put in a safe place." "Where, then, sir?" "Where you like, provided that the place which you shall choose has iron shutters secured by padlocks and a door that can be locked." "We have that, sir," replied Bernouin, and the poor coachman was conducted to a closet, the windows of which were barred and which looked very much like a prison. "And now, my good friend," said D'Artagnan to him, "I must invite you to deprive yourself, for my sake, of your hat and cloak." The coachman, as we can well understand, made no resistance. In fact, he was so astonished at what had happened to him that he stammered and reeled like a drunken man. D'Artagnan deposited his clothes under the arm of one of the valets. "And now, Monsieur du Verger," he said, "shut yourself up with this man until Monsieur Bernouin returns to open the door. The duty will be tolerably long and not very amusing, I know, but," added he seriously, "you understand it is on the king's service." "At your command, lieutenant," replied the musketeer, who saw the business was a serious one. "By the by," continued D'Artagnan, "should this man attempt to fly or to call out, pass your sword through his body." The musketeer signified by a nod that these commands should be obeyed to the letter, and D'Artagnan went out, followed by Bernouin. Midnight struck. "Lead me into the queen's oratory," said D'Artagnan. "Announce to her I am here, and put this parcel, with a well-loaded musket, under the seat of the carriage which is waiting at the foot of the private stair." Bernouin conducted D'Artagnan to the oratory, where he sat down pensively. Everything had gone on as usual at the Palais Royal. As we said before, by 10 o'clock almost all the guests had dispersed. Those who were to fly with the court had the word of command, and they were each severally desired to be from 12 o'clock to 1 at Cours-la-Reine. At 10 o'clock Anne of Austria had entered the king's room. Monsieur had just retired, and the youthful Louis, remaining the last, was amusing himself by placing some lead soldiers in a line of battle, a game which delighted him much. 2 royal pages were playing with him. "Laporte," said the queen, "it is time for his majesty to go to bed." The king asked to remain up, having, he said, no wish to sleep, but the queen was firm. "Are you not going tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, Louis, to bathe at Conflans? I think you wished to do so of your own accord." "You are right, madame," said the king, "and I am ready to retire to my room when you have kissed me. Laporte, give the light to Monsieur the Chevalier de Coislin." The queen touched with her lips the white, smooth brow the royal child presented to her with a gravity which already partook of etiquette. "Go to sleep soon, Louis," said the queen, for you must be awakened very early." "I will do my best to obey you, madame," said the youthful king. "But I have no inclination to sleep." "Laporte," said Anne of Austria in an undertone, "find some very dull book to read to his majesty, but do not undress yourself." The king went out, accompanied by the Chevalier de Coislin, bearing the candlestick, and then the queen returned to her own apartment. Her ladies, that is to say Madame de Bregy, Mademoiselle de Beaumont, Madame de Motteville, and Socratine, her sister, so called on account of her sense, had just brought into her dressing-room the remains of the dinner, on which, according to her usual custom, she supped. The queen then gave her orders, spoke of a banquet which the Marquis de Villequier was to give to her on the day after the morrow, indicated the persons she would admit to the honor of partaking of it, announced another visit on the following day to Val-de-Grace, where she intended to pay her devotions, and gave her commands to her senior valet to accompany her. When the ladies had finished their supper, the queen feigned extreme fatigue and passed into her bedroom. Madame de Motteville, who was on a special duty that evening, followed to aid and undress her. The queen then began to read, and after conversing with her affectionately for a few minutes, dismissed her. It was at this moment D'Artagnan entered the courtyard of the palace, in the coadjutor's carriage, and a few seconds later the carriages of the ladies-in-waiting drove out and the gates were shut after them. A few minutes after 12 o'clock Bernouin knocked at the queen's bedroom door, having come by the cardinal's secret corridor. Anne of Austria opened the door to him herself. She was dressed, that is to say, in dishabille, wrapped in a long, warm dressing gown. "It is you, Bernouin," she said. "Is Monsieur d'Artagnan there?" "Yes, madam, in your oratory. He is waiting till your majesty is ready." "I am. Go and tell Laporte to wake and dress the king, and then pass on to the Marechal de Villeroy and summon him to me." Bernouin bowed and retired. The queen entered her oratory, which was lighted by a single lamp of Venetian crystal. She saw D'Artagnan, who stood expecting her. "Is it you?" she said. "Yes, madam." "Are you ready?" "I am." "And his Eminence, the cardinal?" "Has got off without any accident. He is awaiting your majesty at Cours-la-Reine." "But in what carriage do we start?" "I have provided for everything. A carriage below is waiting for your majesty. Let us go to the king." D'Artagnan bowed and followed the queen. The young Louis was already dressed, with the exception of his shoes and doublet. He had allowed himself to be dressed, in great astonishment, overwhelming Laporte with questions, who replied only in these words: "Sire, it is by the queen's commands." The bedclothes were thrown back, exposing the king's bed linen, which was so worn that here and there holes could be seen. It was one of the results of Mazarin's niggardliness. The queen entered and D'Artagnan remained at the door. As soon as the child perceived the queen, he escaped from Laporte and ran to meet her, and then motioned to D'Artagnan to approach, and he obeyed. "My son," said Anne of Austria, pointing to the musketeer, calm, standing uncovered. "Here is Monsieur d'Artagnan, who is as brave as one of those ancient heroes of whom you like so much to hear from my women. Remember his name well and look at him well, that his face may not be forgotten, for this evening he is going to render us a great service." The young king looked at the officer with his large-formed eye, and repeated, "Monsieur d'Artagnan." "That is it, my son." The young king slowly raised his little hand and held it out to the musketeer. The latter bent on his knee and kissed it. "Monsieur d'Artagnan," repeated Louis. "Very well, madame." At this moment they were startled by a noise as if a tumult were approaching. "What is that?" exclaimed the queen. "Oh, oh!" replied D'Artagnan, straining both at the same time his quick ear and his intelligent glance. "It is the murmur of the populace in revolution." "We must fly," said the queen. "Your majesty has given me the control of this business. We had better wait and see what they want." "Monsieur d'Artagnan, I will answer for everything." Nothing is so catching as confidence. The queen, full of energy and courage, was quickly alive to these two virtues in others. "Do as you like," she said. "I rely upon you. Will your majesty permit me to give orders in your name throughout this business?" "Command, sir." "What do the people want this time?" demanded the king. "We are about to ascertain, sire," replied D'Artagnan, as he rapidly left the room. The tumult continued to increase and seemed to surround the Palais Royal entirely. Cries were heard from the interior, of which they could not comprehend the sense. It was evident that there was clamor and sedition. The king, half-dressed, the queen and Laporte remained each in the same state and almost in the same place, where they were listening and waiting. Comminges, who was on guard that night at the Palais Royal, ran in. He had about 200 men in the courtyards and stables, and he placed them at the queen's disposal. "Well?" asked Anne of Austria, when D'Artagnan reappeared. "What does it mean?" "It means, madame, that the report has spread that the queen has left the Palais Royal, carrying off the king, and the people ask to have proof to the contrary, or threaten to demolish the Palais Royal." "Oh, this time it is too much!" exclaimed the queen. "And I will prove to them I have not left." D'Artagnan saw from the expression of the queen's face that she was about to issue some violent command. He approached her and said in a low voice, "Has your majesty still confidence in me?" This voice startled her. "Yes, sir," she replied. "Every confidence. Speak. Will the queen deign to follow my advice? Speak. Let your majesty dismiss M. de Comminges and desire him to shut himself up with his men in the guardhouse and in the stables." Comminges glanced at D'Artagnan with the envious look with which every courtier sees a new favorite spring up. "You hear, Comminges?" said the queen. D'Artagnan went up to him. With his usual quickness he caught the anxious glance. "Monsieur de Comminges," he said, "pardon me. We both are servants of the queen, are we not? It is my turn to be of use to her. Do not envy me this happiness." Comminges bowed and left. "Come," said D'Artagnan to himself, "I have got one more enemy." "And now," said the queen, addressing D'Artagnan, "what is to be done? For you hear that, instead of becoming calmer, the noise increases." "Madame," said D'Artagnan, "the people want to see the king, and they must see him." "What? Must see him? Where, on the balcony?" "Not at all, madame, but here, sleeping in his bed." "Oh, your majesty!" exclaimed Laporte. "Monsieur d'Artagnan is right." The queen became thoughtful and smiled, like a woman to whom duplicity is no stranger. "Without doubt," she murmured. "Monsieur Laporte," said D'Artagnan, "go and announce to the people through the grating that they are going to be satisfied, and that in 5 minutes they shall not only see the king, but they shall see him in bed. Add that the king sleeps and that the queen begs that they will keep silence so as not to awaken him. But not every one. A deputation of 2 or 4 people. "Every one, madam. But reflect, they will keep us here till daybreak. It shall take but a quarter of an hour. I answer for everything, madam. Believe me, I know the people. They are like a great child who only wants humoring. Before the sleeping king they will be mute, gentle and timid as lambs." "Go, Laporte," said the queen. The young king approached his mother and said, "Why do as these people ask?" "It must be so, my son," said Anne of Austria. "But if they say, 'It must be to me, am I no longer king?'" The queen remained silent. "Sire," said D'Artagnan, "will your majesty permit me to ask you a question?" Louis XIV turned around, astonished that anyone should dare to address him. But the queen pressed the child's hand. "Yes, sir," he said. "Does your majesty remember, when playing in the park of Fontainebleau, or in the palace courts at Versailles, ever to have seen the sky grow suddenly dark and heard the sound of thunder?" "Yes, certainly." "Well, then, this noise of thunder, however much your majesty may have wished to continue playing, has said, 'Go in, sire. You must do so.'" "Certainly, sir. But they tell me that the noise of thunder is the voice of God." "Well then, sire," continued D'Artagnan, "listen to the noise of the people. You will perceive that it resembles that of thunder." In truth, at that moment a terrible murmur was wafted to them by the night breeze. Then all at once it ceased. "Hold, sire," said D'Artagnan. "They have just told the people that you are asleep. You see, you still are king." The queen looked with surprise at this strange man, whose brilliant courage made him the equal of the bravest, and who was, by his fine and quick intelligence, the equal of the most astute. Laporte entered. "Well, Laporte?" asked the queen. "Madame," he replied. Monsieur d'Artagnan's prediction has been accomplished. They are calm, as if by enchantment. The doors are about to be opened, and in 5 minutes they will be here. Laporte, said the queen, suppose you put one of your sons in the king's place. We might be off during the time. If your majesty desires it, said Laporte. My sons, like myself, are at the queen's service. Not at all, said D'Artagnan. Should one of them know his majesty and discover but a substitute, all would be lost. You are right, sir, always right, said Anne of Austria. Laporte, place the king in bed. Laporte placed the king, dressed as he was, in the bed and then covered him as far as the shoulders with the sheet. The queen bent over him and kissed his brow. Pretend to sleep, Louis, said she. Yes, said the king. But I do not wish to be touched by any of those men. Sire, I am here, said D'Artagnan. And I give you my word, that if a single man has the audacity, his life shall pay for it. And now what is to be done? Asked the queen. For I hear them. Monsieur Laporte, go to them and again recommend silence. Madame, wait at the door, whilst I shall be at the head of the king's bed, ready to die for him. Laporte went out. The queen remained standing near the hangings, whilst D'Artagnan glided behind the curtains. Then the heavy and collected steps of a multitude of men were heard, and the queen herself raised the tapestry hangings and put her finger on her lips. On seeing the queen, the men stopped short respectfully. Enter, gentlemen, enter, said the queen. There was then amongst that crowd a moment's hesitation, which looked like shame. They had expected resistance, they had expected to be thwarted, to have to force the gates, to overturn the guards. The gates had opened of themselves, and the king, ostensibly at least, had no other guard at his bedhead but his mother. The foremost of them stammered and attempted to fall back. Enter, gentlemen, said Laporte, since the queen desires you so to do. Then one more bold than the rest ventured to pass the door and to advance on tiptoe. This example was imitated by the rest, until the room filled silently, as if these men had been the humblest, most devoted courtiers. Far beyond the door the heads of those who were not able to enter could be seen, all craning to their utmost height to try and see. D'Artagnan saw it all through an opening he had made in the curtain, and in the very first man who entered he recognized Planchet. Sir, said the queen to him, thinking he was the leader of the band, you wished to see the king, and therefore I determined to show him to you myself. Approach and look at him, and say if we have the appearance of people who wish to run away. No, certainly, replied Planchet, rather astonished at the unexpected honor conferred upon him. You will say, then, to my good and faithful Parisians, continued Anne with a smile, the expression of which did not deceive D'Artagnan, that you have seen the king in bed, asleep, and the queen also ready to retire. I shall tell them, madame, and those who accompany me will say the same thing. But what? Asked Anne of Austria. Will your majesty pardon me? Said Planchet. But is it really the king who is lying there? Anne of Austria started. If, she said, there is one among you who knows the king, let him approach and say whether it is really his majesty lying there. A man wrapped in a cloak, in the folds of which his face was hidden, approached and leaned over the bed and looked. For 1 second, D'Artagnan thought the man had some evil design, and he put his hand to his sword. But in the movement made by the man in stooping, a portion of his face was uncovered, and D'Artagnan recognized the coadjutor. It is certainly the king, said the man, rising again. God bless his majesty. Yes, repeated the leader in a whisper. God bless his majesty. And all these men, who had entered enraged, passed from anger to pity and blessed the royal infant in their turn. Now, said Planchet, let us thank the queen. My friends, retire. They all bowed, and retired by degrees as noiselessly as they had entered. Planchet, who had been the first to enter, was the last to leave. The queen stopped him. What is your name, my friend? She said. Planchet, much surprised at the inquiry, turned back. Yes, continued the queen, I think myself as much honored to have received you this evening as if you had been a prince, and I wish to know your name. Yes, thought Planchet, to treat me as a prince. No, thank you. D'Artagnan trembled lest Planchet, seduced like the crow in the fable, should tell his name, and that the queen, knowing his name, would discover that Planchet had belonged to him. "Madame," replied Planchet respectfully, "I am called Delorier at your service." "Thank you, Monsieur Delorier," said the queen. "And what is your business?" "Madame, I am a clothier in the Rue Bourdonnais." "That is all I wish to know," said the queen. "Much obliged to you, Monsieur Delorier. You will hear again from me." "Come, come," thought D'Artagnan, emerging from behind the curtain. "Decidedly Monsieur Planchet is no fool. It is evident he has been brought up in a good school." The different actors in the strange scene remained facing one another, without uttering a single word. The queen standing near the door, D'Artagnan half out of his hiding place, the king raised on his elbow, ready to fall down on his bed again at the slightest sound that would indicate the return of the multitude, but instead of approaching, the noise became more and more distant, and very soon it died entirely away. The queen breathed more freely. D'Artagnan wiped his damp forehead, and the king slid off his bed, saying, "Let us go." At this moment Laporte reappeared. "Well?" asked the queen. "Well, madame," replied the valet. "I followed them as far as the gates. They announced to all their comrades that they had seen the king and that the queen had spoken to them, and, in fact, they went away quite proud and happy." "Oh, the miserable wretches!" murmured the queen. "They shall pay dearly for their boldness, and it is I who promised this." Then, turning to D'Artagnan, she said, "Sir, you have given me this evening the best advice I have ever received. Continue, and say what we must do now." "Monsieur Laporte," said D'Artagnan, "finish dressing his majesty." "We may go, then?" asked the queen. "Whenever your majesty pleases. You have only to descend by the private stairs, and you will find me at the door." "Go, sir," said the queen. "I will follow you." D'Artagnan went down and found the carriage at its post and the Musketeer on the box. D'Artagnan took out the parcel which he had desired Bernouin to place under the seat. It may be remembered that it was the hat and cloak belonging to Monsieur de Gondy's coachman. He placed the cloak on his shoulders and the hat on his head, whilst the Musketeer got off the box. "Sir," said D'Artagnan, "you will go and release your companion, who is guarding the coachman. You must mount your horse and proceed to the Rue Tiquetonne, Hôtel de la Chevrette, whence you will take my horse and that of Monsieur du Vallon, which you must saddle and equip as if for war, and then you will leave Paris, bringing them with you to Cours-la-Reine. If, when you arrive at Cours-la-Reine, you find no one, you must go on to Saint-Germain, on the king's service." The Musketeer touched his cap and went away to execute the orders thus received. D'Artagnan mounted the box, having a pair of pistols in his belt, a musket under his feet, and a naked sword behind him. The queen appeared, and was followed by the king and the Duc d'Anjou, his brother. "Monsieur the coadjutor's carriage!" she exclaimed, falling back. "Yes, madame," said D'Artagnan. "But get in fearlessly, for I myself will drive you." The queen uttered a cry of surprise and entered the carriage, and the king and monsieur took their places at her side. "Come, Laporte," said the queen. "How, madame?" said the valet. "In the same carriage as your majesty's? It is not a matter of royal etiquette this evening, but of the king's safety. Get in, Laporte." Laporte obeyed. "Pull down the blinds," said D'Artagnan. "But will that not excite suspicion, sir?" asked the queen. "Your majesty's mind may be quite at ease," replied the officer. "I have my answer ready." The blinds were pulled down, and they started at a gallop by the Rue Richelieu. On reaching the gate, the captain of the post advanced at the head of a dozen men, holding a lantern in his hand. D'Artagnan signed to them to draw near. "Do you recognize the carriage?" he asked the sergeant. "No," replied the latter. "Look at the arms." The sergeant put the lantern near the panel. "They are those of Monsieur le Coadjuteur," he said. "Hush! He is enjoying a ride with Madame de Guémeny." The sergeant began to laugh. "Open the gate," he cried. "I know who it is." Then, putting his face to the lowered blinds, he said, "I wish you joy, my lord." "Impudent fellow!" cried D'Artagnan. "You will get me turned off." The gate groaned on its hinges, and D'Artagnan, seeing the way clear, whipped his horses, who started at a canter, and 5 minutes later they had rejoined the cardinal. "Mousqueton!" exclaimed D'Artagnan. "Draw up the blinds of his Majesty's carriage." "It is he!" cried Porthos. "Disguised as a coachman!" exclaimed Mazarin. "And driving the coadjutor's carriage," said the queen. "Corpo di Dio! Monsieur d'Artagnan," said Mazarin, "you are worth your weight in gold." Chapter 53. How D'Artagnan and Porthos earned by selling straw. Mazarin was desirous of setting out instantly for Saint-Germain, but the queen declared that she should wait for the people whom she had appointed to meet her. However, she offered the Cardinal Laporte's place, which he accepted and went from one carriage to the other. It was not without foundation that a report of the king's intention to leave Paris by night had been circulated. 10 or 12 persons had been in the secret since 6 o'clock, and howsoever great their prudence might be, they could not issue the necessary orders for the departure without suspicion being generated. Besides, each individual had 1 or 2 others for whom he was interested, and as there could be no doubt but that the queen was leaving Paris full of terrible projects of vengeance, everyone had warned parents and friends of what was about to transpire, so that the news of the approaching exit ran like a train of lighted gunpowder along the streets. The first carriage which arrived after that of the queen was that of the Prince de Condé, with the princess and dowager princess. Both these ladies had been awakened in the middle of the night and did not know what it all was about. The second contained the Duke and Duchess of Orleans, the tall young Mademoiselle and the Abbé de la Rivière, and the third, the Duc de Longueville and the Prince de Conti, brother and brother-in-law of Condé. They all alighted and hastened to pay their respects to the king and queen in their coach. The queen fixed her eyes upon the carriage they had left, and seeing that it was empty, she said, "But where is Madame de Longueville?" "Ah, yes, where's my sister?" asked the prince. "Madame de Longueville is ill," said the duke, "and she desired me to excuse her to your majesty," and gave a quick glance to Mazarin, who answered by an almost imperceptible shake of his head. "What do you say of this?" asked the queen. "I say that she is a hostage for the Parisians," answered the cardinal. "Why is she not come?" asked the prince in a low voice, addressing his brother. "Silence," whispered the duke. "She has her reasons." "She will ruin us," returned the prince. "She will save us," said Conti. Carriages now arrived in crowds. Those of the Maréchal de Villeroy, Guitant, Villequier, and Comminges came into the line. The 2 musketeers arrived in their turn, holding the horses of D'Artagnan and Porthos in their hands. These 2 instantly mounted, the coachman of the latter replacing D'Artagnan on the coach-box of the royal coach. Mousqueton took the place of the coachman, and drove standing, for reasons known to himself, like Automedon of antiquity. The queen, though occupied by 1,000 details, tried to catch the Gascon's eye, but he, with his wonted prudence, had mingled with the crowd. "Let us be the avant-garde," said he to Porthos, "and find good quarters at Saint-Germain. Nobody will think of us, and for my part one am greatly fatigued." "As for me," replied Porthos, "I am falling asleep, which is strange, considering we have not had any fighting. Truly the Parisians are idiots." "Or rather, we are very clever," said D'Artagnan. "Perhaps. And how is your wrist?" "Better. But do you think that we've got them this time?" "Got what? You your command, and I my title?" "I' faith, yes, I should expect so. Besides, if they forget, I shall take the liberty of reminding them." "The queen's voice." "She is speaking," said Porthos. "I think she wants to ride on horseback." "Oh, she would like it, but—" "But what?" "The cardinal won't allow it." "Gentlemen," he said, addressing the 2 musketeers, "accompany the royal carriage, we are going forward to look for lodgings." D'Artagnan started off for Saint-Germain, followed by Porthos. "We will go on, gentlemen," said the queen, and the royal carriage drove on, followed by the other coaches and about 50 horsemen. They reached Saint-Germain without any accident. On descending, the queen found the prince awaiting her, bareheaded, to offer her his hand. "What an awakening for the Parisians!" said the queen, radiant. "It is war," said the prince. "Well, then, let it be war. Have we not on our side the conqueror of Rocroi, of Nordlingen, of Lens?" The prince bowed low. It was then 3 o'clock in the morning. The queen walked first, everyone followed her. About 200 persons had accompanied her in her flight. "Gentlemen," said the queen, laughing, "pray take up your abode in the chateau. It is large, and there will be no want of room for you all. But as we never thought of coming here, I am informed that there are, in all, only 3 beds in the whole establishment, one for the king, one for me, and one for the cardinal," muttered the prince. Am I then to sleep on the floor?" asked Gaston d'Orleans with a forced smile. "No, my prince," replied Mazarin. "The 3rd bed is intended for your highness." "But your eminence?" replied the prince. "I," answered Mazarin, "I shall not sleep at all. I have work to do." Gaston desired that he should be shown into the room wherein he was to sleep, without in the least concerning himself as to where his wife and daughter were to repose. "Well, for my part, I shall go to bed," said D'Artagnan. "Come, Porthos." Porthos followed the lieutenant with that profound confidence he ever had in the wisdom of his friend. They walked from one end of the chateau to the other, Porthos looking with wondering eyes at D'Artagnan, who was counting on his fingers. 400 at a pistole each, 400 pistoles. "Yes," interposed Porthos, 400 pistoles. "But who is to make 400 pistoles?" "A pistole is not enough," said D'Artagnan. "'Tis worth a louis." "What is worth a louis?" 400, at a louis each, make 400 louis. 400, said Porthos. "Yes, there are 200 of them, and each of them will need 2, which will make 400. "But 400 what?" "Listen," cried D'Artagnan. But as there were all kinds of people about, who were in a state of stupefaction at the unexpected arrival of the court, he whispered in his friend's ear. "I understand," answered Porthos. "I understand you perfectly, on my honor. 200 louis each of us would be making a pretty thing of it, but what will people say? Let them say what they will. Besides, how will they know that we are doing it?" "But who will distribute these things?" asked Porthos. "Isn't Mousqueton there?" "But he wears my livery. My livery will be known," replied Porthos. "He can turn his coat inside out." "You are always in the right, my dear friend," cried Porthos. "But where the devil do you discover all the notions you put into practice?" D'Artagnan smiled. The two friends turned down the first street they came to. Porthos knocked at the door of a house to the right, whilst D'Artagnan knocked at the door of a house to the left. "Some straw," they said. "Sir, we don't keep any," was the reply of the people who opened the doors. "But please ask at the hay dealer's." "Where is the hay dealer's?" "At the last large door in the street." "Are there any other people in Saint-Germain who sell straw?" "Yes. There's the landlord of the Lamb, and Gros Louis the farmer. They both live in the Rue de Ursulines." "Very well." D'Artagnan went instantly to the hay dealer and bargained with him for 150 trusses of straw, which he obtained, at the rate of 3 pistoles each. He went afterward to the innkeeper and bought from him 200 trusses at the same price. Finally, Farmer Louis sold them 80 trusses, making in all 430. There was no more to be had in Saint-Germain. This foraging did not occupy more than half an hour. Mousqueton, duly instructed, was put at the head of this sudden and new business. He was cautioned not to let a bit of straw out of his hands under a louis the truss, and they entrusted to him straw to the amount of 430 louis. D'Artagnan, taking with him 3 trusses of straw, returned to the chateau, where everybody, freezing with cold and more than half asleep, envied the king, the queen, and the Duke of Orleans on their camp beds. The lieutenant's entrance produced a burst of laughter in the great drawing-room, but he did not appear to notice that he was the object of general attention, but began to arrange, with so much cleverness, nicety, and gaiety, his straw bed, that the mouths of all these poor creatures, who could not go to sleep, began to water. "Straw!" they all cried out. "Straw! Where is there any to be found?" "I can show you," answered the Gascon, and he conducted them to Mousqueton, who freely distributed the trusses at the rate of a louis apiece. It was thought rather dear, but people wanted to sleep, and who would not give even 2 or 3 louis for a few hours of sound sleep? D'Artagnan gave up his bed to anyone who wanted it, making it over about a dozen times, and since he was supposed to have paid, like the others, a louis for his truss of straw, he pocketed in that way 30 louis in less than half an hour. At 5 o'clock in the morning the straw was worth 80 francs a truss, and there was no more to be had. D'Artagnan had taken the precaution to set apart 4 trusses for his own use. He put in his pocket the key of the room where he had hidden them, and accompanied by Porthos returned to settle with Mousqueton, who, naively, and like the worthy steward that he was, handed them 430 louis and kept 100 for himself. Mousqueton, who knew nothing of what was going on in the chateau, wondered that the idea had not occurred to him sooner. D'Artagnan put the gold in his hat, and in going back to the chateau settled the reckoning with Porthos. Each of them had cleared 215 louis. Porthos, however, found that he had no straw left for himself. He returned to Mousqueton, but the steward had sold the last wisp. He then repaired to D'Artagnan, who, thanks to his 4 trusses of straw, was in the act of making up and tasting, by anticipation, the luxury of a bed so soft, so well stuffed at the head, so well covered at the foot, that it would have excited the envy of the king himself, if his majesty had not been fast asleep in his own. D'Artagnan could on no account consent to pull his bed to pieces again for Porthos, but for a consideration of 4 louis that the latter paid him for it, he consented that Porthos should share his couch with him. He laid his sword at the head, his pistols by his side, stretched his cloak over his feet, placed his felt hat on the top of his cloak, and extended himself luxuriously on the straw, which rustled under him. He was already enjoying the sweet dream engendered by the possession of 219 louis, made in a quarter of an hour, when a voice was heard at the door of the hall, which made him stir. "Monsieur d'Artagnan!" it cried. "Here!" cried Porthos. "Here!" Porthos foresaw that if D'Artagnan was called away, he should remain the sole possessor of the bed. An officer approached. "I am come to fetch you, Monsieur d'Artagnan." "From whom?" "His Eminence sent me. Tell my lord that I'm going to sleep, and I advise him, as a friend, to do the same." "His Eminence is not gone to bed and will not go to bed, and wants you instantly." "The devil take Mazarin, who does not know when to sleep at the proper time. What does he want with me? Is it to make me a captain? In that case I will forgive him." And the Musketeer rose, grumbling, took his sword, hat, pistols, and cloak, and followed the officer, whilst Porthos, alone and sole possessor of the bed, endeavored to follow the good example of falling asleep, which his predecessor had set him. "Monsieur d'Artagnan," said the cardinal on perceiving him, "I have not forgotten with what zeal you have served me. I am going to prove to you that I have not." "Good," thought the Gascon. "This is a promising beginning. Monsieur d'Artagnan," he resumed, "do you wish to become a captain?" "Yes, my lord." "And your friend still longs to be made a baron?" "At this very moment, my lord. He no doubt dreams that he is one already." "Then," said Mazarin, taking from his portfolio the letter which he had already shown D'Artagnan, "take this dispatch and carry it to England." D'Artagnan looked at the envelope. There was no address on it. "Am I not to know to whom to present it?" "You will know when you reach London. At London you may tear off the outer envelope." "And what are my instructions?" "To obey in every particular the man to whom this letter is addressed. You must set out for Boulogne. At the Royal Arms of England you will find a young gentleman named Mordaunt." "Yes, my lord." "And what am I to do with this young gentleman?" "Follow wherever he leads you." D'Artagnan looked at the cardinal with a stupefied air. "There are your instructions," said Mazarin. "Go, go." "'Tis easy to say so, but that requires money, and I haven't any." "Ah," replied Mazarin, "so you have no money?" "None, my lord." "But the diamond I gave you yesterday?" "I wish to keep it in remembrance of your Eminence." Mazarin sighed. "'Tis very dear living in England, my lord, especially as envoy extraordinary." "Zounds," replied Mazarin. "The people there are very sedate, and their habits, since the Revolution, simple, but no matter." He opened a drawer and took out a purse. "What do you say to 1,000 crowns?" D'Artagnan pouted out his lower lip in a most extraordinary manner. "I reply, my lord, 'tis but little, as certainly I shall not go alone." "I suppose not." "Monsieur du Vallon, that worthy gentleman. For, with the exception of yourself, Monsieur d'Artagnan, there's not a man in France that I esteem and love so much as him. Then, my lord, replied D'Artagnan, pointing to the purse which Mazarin still held, if you love and esteem him so much, you understand me? Be it so. On his account I add 200 crowns. Scoundrel, muttered D'Artagnan. But on our return, he said aloud, may we, that is, my friend and I, depend on having he his barony and I my promotion? On the honor of Mazarin. I should like another sort of oath better, said D'Artagnan to himself. Then aloud, may I not offer my duty to Her Majesty the Queen? Her Majesty is asleep, and you must set off directly, replied Mazarin. Go, pray, sir. One word more, my lord. If there's any fighting where I'm going, must I fight? You are to obey the commands of the personage to whom I have addressed the enclosed letter. 'Tis well, said D'Artagnan, holding out his hand to receive the money. I offer my best respects and services to you, my lord. D'Artagnan then, returning to the officer, said, Sir, have the kindness also to awaken Monsieur du Vallon and to say, 'tis by his Eminence's order, and that I shall await him at the stables. The officer went off with an eagerness that showed the Gascon that he had some personal interest in the matter. Porthos was snoring most musically when someone touched him on the shoulder. I come from the cardinal, said the officer. Hey go, said Porthos, opening his large eyes. What have you got to say? That his Eminence has ordered you to England and that Monsieur d'Artagnan is waiting for you in the stables. Porthos sighed heavily, arose, took his hat, his pistols and his cloak, and departed, casting a look of regret upon the couch where he had hoped to sleep so well. No sooner had he turned his back than the officer laid himself down in it, and he had scarcely crossed the threshold before his successor, in his turn, was snoring immoderately. It was very natural, he being the only person in the whole assemblage except the king, the queen, and the Duke of Orleans who slept gratuitously. Chapter 54, in which we hear tidings of Aramis. D'Artagnan went straight to the stables. Day was just dawning. He found his horse and that of Porthos fastened to the manger, but to an empty manger. He took pity on these poor animals and went to a corner of the stable, where he saw a little straw, but in doing so he struck his foot against a human body, which uttered a cry and arose on its knees, rubbing its eyes. It was Mousqueton, who, having no straw to lie upon, had helped himself to that of the horses. Mousqueton, cried D'Artagnan, let us be off, let us set off. Mousqueton, recognizing the voice of his master's friend, got up suddenly, and in doing so let fall some louis which he had appropriated to himself illegally during the night. Ho! Ho! exclaimed D'Artagnan, picking up a louis and displaying it. Here's a louis that smells confoundedly of straw. Mousqueton blushed so confusedly that the Gascon began to laugh at him and said, Porthos would be angry, my dear Monsieur Mousqueton, but I pardon you, only let us remember that this gold must serve us as a joke. So be gay, come along. Mousqueton instantly assumed a jovial countenance, saddled the horses quickly and mounted his own without making faces over it. Whilst this went on, Porthos arrived with a very cross look on his face, and was astonished to find the lieutenant resigned and Mousqueton almost merry. Ah, that's it, he cried. You have your promotion and I my barony. We are going to fetch our brevets, said D'Artagnan. And when we come back, Master Mazarin will sign them. And where are we going? Asked Porthos. To Paris first. I have affairs to settle. And they both set out for Paris. On arriving at its gates, they were astounded to see the threatening aspect of the capital. Around a broken-down carriage the people were uttering imprecations, whilst the persons who had attempted to escape were made prisoners, that is to say, an old man and 2 women. On the other hand, as the 2 friends approached to enter, they showed them every kind of civility, thinking them deserters from the royal party and wishing to bind them to their own. What is the king doing? They asked. He is asleep. And the Spanish woman? Dreaming. And the cursed Italian? He is awake, so keep on the watch as they are gone away. It's for some purpose, rely on it. But as you are the strongest, after all, continued D'Artagnan. "Don't be furious with old men and women, and keep your wrath for more appropriate occasions." The people listened to these words and let go the ladies, who thanked D'Artagnan with an eloquent look. "Now, onward!" cried the Gascon, and they continued their way, crossing the barricades, getting the chains about their legs, pushed about, questioning and questioned. In the place of the Palais Royal, D'Artagnan saw a sergeant, who was drilling 600 or 700 citizens. It was Planchet, who brought into play profitably the recollections of the regiment of Piedmont. In passing before D'Artagnan, he recognized his former master. "Good day, Monsieur D'Artagnan," said Planchet proudly. "Good day, Monsieur de Laurier," replied D'Artagnan. Planchet stopped short, staring at D'Artagnan. The first row, seeing their sergeant stopped in their turn, and so on to the very last. "These citizens are dreadfully ridiculous," observed D'Artagnan to Porthos, and went on his way. 5 minutes afterward he entered the Hotel of La Chevrette, where pretty Madeleine, the hostess, came to him. "My dear Mistress Turquaine," said the Gascon, "if you happen to have any money, lock it up quickly. If you happen to have any jewels, hide them directly. If you happen to have any debtors, make them pay you, or any creditors, don't pay them." "Why, prithee?" asked Madeleine. "Because Paris is going to be reduced to dust and ashes like Babylon, of which you have no doubt heard tell." "And are you going to leave me at such a time?" "This very instant." "And where are you going?" "Ah, if you could tell me that, you would be doing me a service." "Ah me! Ah me! Have you any letters for me?" inquired D'Artagnan, wishing to signify to the hostess that her lamentations were superfluous, and that therefore she had better spare him demonstrations of her grief. "There's one just arrived," and she handed the letter to D'Artagnan. "From Athos!" cried D'Artagnan, recognizing the handwriting. "Ah!" said Porthos. "Let us hear what he says." D'Artagnan opened the letter and read as follows. "Dear D'Artagnan, dear Du Vallon, my good friends, perhaps this may be the last time that you will ever hear from me. Aramis and I are very unhappy, but God, our courage, and the remembrance of our friendship sustain us. Think often of Raoul. I entrust to you certain papers which are at Blois, and in 2 months and a half, if you do not hear of us, take possession of them. Embrace, with all your heart, the Vicomte, for your devoted friend, Athos." "I believe, by heaven," said D'Artagnan, "that I shall embrace him, since he's upon our road, and if he is so unfortunate as to lose our dear Athos, from that very day he becomes my son." "And I," said Porthos, "shall make him my sole heir." "Let us see, what more does Athos say?" "Should you meet on your journey a certain Monsieur Mordaunt, distrust him. In a letter I cannot say more." "Monsieur Mordaunt!" exclaimed the Gascon, surprised. "Monsieur Mordaunt! 'Tis well," said Porthos. "We shall remember that. But see, there is a postscript from Aramis." "So there is," said D'Artagnan, and he read, "We conceal the place where we are, dear friends, knowing your brotherly affection, and that you would come and die with us were we to reveal it." "Confound it!" interrupted Porthos, with an explosion of passion which sent Mousqueton to the other end of the room. "Are they in danger of dying?" D'Artagnan continued, "Athos bequeaths to you Raoul, and I bequeath to you my revenge. If by any good luck you lay your hand on a certain man named Mordaunt, tell Porthos to take him into a corner and to wring his neck. I dare not say more in a letter. Aramis." "If that is all, it is easily done," said Porthos. "On the contrary," observed D'Artagnan with a vexed look, "it would be impossible." "How so?" "It is precisely this Monsieur Mordaunt whom we are going to join at Boulogne, and with whom we cross to England." "Well, suppose instead of joining this Monsieur Mordaunt we were to go and join our friends?" said Porthos, with a gesture fierce enough to have frightened an army. "I did think of it, but this letter has neither date nor postmark." "True," said Porthos, and he began to wander about the room like a man beside himself, gesticulating and half drawing his sword out of the scabbard. As to D'Artagnan, he remained standing like a man in consternation, with the deepest affliction depicted on his face. "Ah, this is not right. Athos insults us. He wishes to die alone. It is bad, bad, bad." Mousqueton, witnessing this despair, melted into tears in a corner of the room. "Come," said D'Artagnan. "All this leads to nothing. Let us go on. We will embrace Raoul, and perhaps he will have news of Athos." "Stop, an idea!" cried Porthos. "Indeed, my dear D'Artagnan, I don't know how you manage, but you are always full of ideas. Let us go and embrace Raoul." "Woe to that man who should happen to contradict my master at this moment," said Mousqueton to himself. "I wouldn't give a farthing for his life." They set out. On arriving at the Rue Saint-Denis, the friends found a vast concourse of people. It was the Duc de Beaufort, who was coming from the Vendemois and whom the coadjutor was showing to the Parisians, intoxicated with joy. With the Duke's aid they already considered themselves invincible. The two friends turned off into a side street to avoid meeting the prince, and so reached the Saint-Denis gate. "Is it true," said the guard to the two cavaliers, "that the Duc de Beaufort has arrived in Paris?" "Nothing more certain, and the best proof of it is," said D'Artagnan, "that he has dispatched us to meet the Duc de Vendôme, his father, who is coming in his turn." "Long live de Beaufort!" cried the guards, and they drew back respectfully to let the two friends pass. Once across the barriers, these two knew neither fatigue nor fear. Their horses flew, and they never ceased speaking of Athos and Aramis. The camp had entered Saint-Omer. The friends made a little detour and went to the camp, and gave the army an exact account of the flight of the king and queen. They found Raoul near his tent, reclining on a truss of hay, of which his horse stole some mouthfuls. The young man's eyes were red, and he seemed dejected. The Maréchal de Gramont and the Comte de Guiche had returned to Paris, and he was quite lonely. And as soon as he saw the two cavaliers, he ran to them with open arms. "Oh, is it you, dear friends? Did you come here to fetch me? Will you take me away with you? Do you bring me tidings of my guardian?" "Have you not received any?" said D'Artagnan to the youth. "Alas, sir, no, and I do not know what has become of him, so that I am really so unhappy that I weep." In fact, tears rolled down his cheeks. Porthos turned aside, in order not to show by his honest round face what was passing in his mind. "Deuce take it!" cried D'Artagnan, more moved than he had been for a long time. "Don't despair, my friend. If you have not received any letters from the Count, we have received one." "Oh, really?" cried Raoul. "And a comforting one, too," added D'Artagnan, seeing the delight that his intelligence gave the young man. "Have you it?" asked Raoul. "Yes, that is, I had it," repined the Gascon, making believe to find it. "Wait, it ought to be there in my pocket. It speaks of his return, does it not, Porthos?" All Gascon as he was, D'Artagnan could not bear alone the weight of that falsehood. "Yes," replied Porthos, coughing. Give it to me," said the young man. I read it a little while since. Can I have lost it? Ah, confound it. Yes, my pocket has a hole in it." "Oh, yes, Monsieur Raoul," said Mousqueton. "The letter was very consoling. These gentlemen read it to me, and I wept for joy. But at any rate, you know where he is, Monsieur d'Artagnan?" asked Raoul, somewhat comforted. "Ah, that's the thing," replied the Gascon. "Undoubtedly I know it, but it is a mystery. Not to me, I hope?" "No, not to you, so I am going to tell you where he is." Porthos devoured D'Artagnan with wondering eyes. "Where the devil shall I say that he is, so that he cannot try to rejoin him?" thought D'Artagnan. "Well, where is he, sir?" asked Raoul in a soft and coaxing voice. "He is at Constantinople." "Among the Turks?" exclaimed Raoul, alarmed. "Good heavens! How can you tell me that? Does that alarm you?" cried D'Artagnan. "Pooh! What are the Turks to such men as the Comte de la Fère and the Abbé d'Herblay?" "Ah, his friend is with him?" said Raoul. "That comforts me a little. Has he wit or not, this demon D'Artagnan?" said Porthos, astonished at his friend's deception. "Now, sir," said D'Artagnan, wishing to change the conversation, "here are 50 pistoles that the Count has sent you by the same courier. I suppose you have no more money, and that they will be welcome." "I have still 20 pistoles, sir." "Well, take them. That makes 70. "And if you wish for more," said Porthos, putting his hand to his pocket. "Thank you, sir," replied Raoul, blushing. Thank you 1,000 times. At this moment Olivain appeared. Apropos, said D'Artagnan, loud enough for the servant to hear him, are you satisfied with Olivain? Yes, in some respects, tolerably well. Olivain pretended to have heard nothing and entered the tent. What fault do you find with the fellow? He is a glutton. Oh, sir, cried Olivain, reappearing at this accusation, and a little bit of a thief. Oh, sir. Oh, and, more especially, a notorious coward. Oh, sir, you really vilify me, cried Olivain. The deuce, cried D'Artagnan. Pray learn, Monsieur Olivain, that people like us are not to be served by cowards. Rob your master, eat his sweetmeats, and drink his wine. But, by Jove, don't be a coward, or I shall cut off your ears. Look at Monsieur Mouston. See the honorable wounds he has received. Observe how his habitual valor has given dignity to his countenance. Mousqueton was in the third heaven and would have embraced D'Artagnan had he dared. Meanwhile he resolved to sacrifice his life for him on the next occasion that presented itself. Send away that fellow Raoul, said the Gascon. For if he's a coward he will disgrace thee some day. Monsieur says I am coward, cried Olivain, because he wanted the other day to fight a cornet in Gramont's regiment and I refused to accompany him. Monsieur Olivain, a lackey ought never to disobey, said D'Artagnan sternly. Then taking him aside, he whispered to him, Thou hast done right. Thy master was in the wrong. Here's a crown for thee, but should he ever be insulted and thou dost not let thyself be cut in quarters for him, I will cut out thy tongue. Remember that. Olivain bowed and slipped the crown into his pocket. And now, Raoul, said the Gascon, Monsieur du Vallon and I are going away as ambassadors, where, I know not, but should you want anything, write to Madame Turquaine at La Chevrette, Rue Tiqueton, and draw upon her purse as on a banker with economy, for it is not so well filled as that of Monsieur d'Emery. And having, meantime, embraced his ward, he passed him into the robust arms of Porthos, who lifted him up from the ground and held him a moment suspended near the noble heart of the formidable giant. Come, said D'Artagnan, let us go. And they set out for Boulogne, where toward evening they arrived, their horses flecked with foam and dark with perspiration. At 10 steps from the place where they halted was a young man in black, who seemed waiting for someone, and who, from the moment he saw them enter the town, never took his eyes off them. D'Artagnan approached him, and seeing him stare so fixedly, said, Well, friend, I don't like people to quiz me. Sir, said the young man, do you not come from Paris, if you please? D'Artagnan thought it was some gossip who wanted news from the capital. Yes, sir, he said in a softened tone. Are you not going to put up at the Arms of England? Yes, sir. Are you not charged with a mission from His Eminence, Cardinal Mazarin? Yes, sir. In that case, I am the man you have to do with. I am M. Mordaunt. Ah, thought D'Artagnan. The man I am warned against by Athos. Ah, thought Porthos. The man Aramis wants me to strangle. They both looked searchingly at the young man, who misunderstood the meaning of that inquisition. Do you doubt my word? He said. In that case, I can give you proofs. No, sir, said D'Artagnan, and we place ourselves at your orders. Well, gentlemen, resumed Mordaunt, we must set out without delay. Today is the last day granted me by the cardinal. My ship is ready, and had you not come I must have set off without you, for General Cromwell expects my return impatiently. So, thought the lieutenant, 'tis to General Cromwell that our dispatches are addressed. Have you no letter for him? Asked the young man. I have one, the seal of which I am not to break till I reach London. But since you tell me to whom it is addressed, 'tis useless to wait till then. D'Artagnan tore open the envelope of the letter. It was directed to Monsieur Oliver Cromwell, General of the Army of the English nation. Ah, said D'Artagnan, a singular commission. Who is this Monsieur Oliver Cromwell? Inquired Porthos. Formerly a brewer, replied the Gascon. Perhaps Mazarin wishes to make a speculation in beer, as we did in straw, said Porthos. Come, come, gentlemen, said Mordaunt, impatiently. Let us depart. What? Exclaimed Porthos without supper. Cannot Monsieur Cromwell wait a little? Yes, but I, said Mordaunt. Well, you, said Porthos. What then? I cannot wait. Oh, as to you, that is not my concern, and I shall sup either with or without your permission. The young man's eyes kindled in secret, but he restrained himself. Monsieur, said D'Artagnan, you must excuse famished travelers. Besides, our supper can't delay you much. We will hasten on to the inn. You will meanwhile proceed on foot to the harbor. We will take a bite and shall be there as soon as you are. Just as you please, gentlemen, provided we set sail, he said. The name of your ship? Inquired D'Artagnan. The Standard. Very well. In half an hour we shall be on board. And the friends, spurring on their horses, rode to the hotel, the Arms of England. What do you say of that young man? Asked D'Artagnan as they hurried along. I say that he doesn't suit me at all, said Porthos, and that I feel a strong itching to follow Aramis's advice. By no means, my dear Porthos. That man is a messenger of General Cromwell. It would ensure for us a poor reception, I imagine, should it be announced to him that we had twisted the neck of his confidant. Nevertheless, said Porthos, I have always noticed that Aramis gives good advice. Listen, returned D'Artagnan, when our embassy is finished. Well, if it brings us back to France. Well, we shall see. At that moment the two friends reached the hotel, Arms of England, where they supped with hearty appetite and then at once proceeded to the port. There they found a brig ready to set sail, upon the deck of which they recognized Mordaunt walking up and down impatiently. It is singular, said D'Artagnan, whilst the boat was taking them to the Standard. It is astonishing how that young man resembles someone I must have known, but who it was I cannot yet remember. A few minutes later they were on board, but the embarkation of the horses was a longer matter than that of the men, and it was 8 o'clock before they raised anchor. The young man stamped impatiently and ordered all sail to be spread. Porthos, completely used up by 3 nights without sleep and a journey of 70 leagues on horseback, retired to his cabin and went to sleep. D'Artagnan, overcoming his repugnance to Mordaunt, walked with him upon the deck and invented 100 stories to make him talk. Mousqueton was seasick. Chapter 55. The Scotchman. And now our readers must leave the Standard to sail peaceably, not toward London, where D'Artagnan and Porthos believed they were going, but to Durham, whither Mordaunt had been ordered to repair by the letter he had received during his sojourn at Boulogne, and accompany us to the Royalist camp on this side of the Tyne near Newcastle. There, placed between 2 rivers on the borders of Scotland, but still on English soil, the tents of a little army extended. It was midnight. Some Highlanders were listlessly keeping watch. The moon, which was partially obscured by heavy clouds, now and then lit up the muskets of the sentinels, or silvered the walls, the roofs, and the spires of the town that Charles I had just surrendered to the parliamentary troops, whilst Oxford and Newark still held out for him in the hopes of coming to some arrangement. At one of the extremities of the camp, near an immense tent, in which the Scottish officers were holding a kind of council, presided over by Lord Lavin, their commander, a man attired as a cavalier lay sleeping on the turf, his right hand extended over his sword. About 50 paces off, another man, also apparelled as a cavalier, was talking to a Scotch sentinel, and, though a foreigner, he seemed to understand without much difficulty the answers given in the broad Perthshire dialect. As the town clock of Newcastle struck 1, the sleeper awoke, and with all the gestures of a man rousing himself out of deep sleep, he looked attentively about him. Perceiving that he was alone, he rose and, making a little circuit, passed close to the cavalier who was speaking to the sentinel. The former had no doubt finished his questions. For a moment later he said good night and carelessly followed the same path taken by the first cavalier. In the shadow of a tent the former was awaiting him. "Well, my dear friend?" said he, in as pure French as has ever been uttered between Rouen and Tours. "Well, my friend, there is not a moment to lose. We must let the king know immediately." "Why, what is the matter?" "It would take too long to tell you. Besides, you will hear it all directly, and the least word dropped here might ruin all. We must go and find Lord Winter." They both set off to the other end of the camp, but as it did not cover more than a surface of 500 feet, they quickly arrived at the tent they were looking for. "Tony, is your master sleeping?" said one of the two cavaliers to a servant who was lying in the outer compartment, which served as a kind of anteroom. "No, Monsieur le Comte," answered the servant. "I think not, or at least he has not long been so, for he was pacing up and down for more than 2 hours after he left the king, and the sound of his footsteps has only ceased during the last 10 minutes. However, you may look and see," added the lackey, raising the curtained entrance of the tent. Lord Winter was seated near an aperture, arranged as a window to let in the night air, his eyes mechanically following the course of the moon, intermittently veiled, as we before observed, by heavy clouds. The two friends approached Winter, who, with his head on his hands, was gazing at the heavens. He did not hear them enter and remained in the same attitude till he felt a hand upon his shoulder. He turned around, recognized Athos and Aramis, and held out his hand to them. "Have you observed," said he to them, "what a blood-red color the moon has tonight?" "No," replied Athos. "I thought it looked much the same as usual." "Look, again, Chevalier," returned Lord Winter. "I must own," said Aramis, "I am like the Comte de la Fere. I can see nothing remarkable about it." "My lord," said Athos, "in a position so precarious as ours we must examine the earth and not the heavens. Have you studied our Scotch troops, and have you confidence in them?" "The Scotch?" inquired Winter. "What Scotch?" "Ours, egad!" exclaimed Athos. "Those in whom the king has confided, Lord Laven's Highlanders." "No," said Winter, then he paused. "But tell me, can you not perceive the russet tint which marks the heavens?" "Not the least in the world," said Aramis and Athos at once. "Tell me," continued Winter, always possessed by the same idea, "is there not a tradition in France that Henry IV, the evening before the day he was assassinated, when he was playing at chess with M. de Bassompierre, saw clots of blood upon the chessboard?" "Yes," said Athos, "and the Marechal has often told me so himself." "Then it was so," murmured Winter, "and the next day Henry IV was killed." "But what has this vision of Henry IV to do with you, my lord?" inquired Aramis. "Nothing, and indeed I am mad to trouble you with such things, when your coming to my tent at such an hour announces that you are the bearers of important news." "Yes, my lord," said Athos. "I wish to speak to the king." "To the king? But the king is asleep. I have something important to reveal to him. Can it not be put off till tomorrow?" "He must know it this moment, and perhaps it is already too late." "Come, then," said Lord Winter. Lord Winter's tent was pitched by the side of the royal marquee, a kind of corridor communicating between the two. This corridor was guarded, not by a sentinel, but by a confidential servant, through whom, in case of urgency, Charles could communicate instantly with his faithful subject. "These gentlemen are with me," said Winter. The lackey bowed and let them pass. As he had said, on a camp bed, dressed in his black doublet, booted, unbelted, with his felt hat beside him, lay the king, overcome by sleep and fatigue. They advanced, and Athos, who was the first to enter, gazed a moment in silence on that pale and noble face, framed in its long and now untidy matted hair, the blue veins showing through the transparent temples, his eyes seemingly swollen by tears. Athos sighed deeply. The sigh woke the king, so lightly did he sleep. He opened his eyes. "Ah," said he, raising himself on his elbow. "Is it you, Comte de la Fere?" "Yes, sire," replied Athos. "You watch while I sleep, and you have come to bring me some news?" "Alas, sire," answered Athos, "your majesty has guessed aright." "It is bad news?" "Yes, sire." "Never mind, the messenger is welcome. You never come to me without conferring pleasure. You whose devotion recognizes neither country nor misfortune, you who are sent to me by Henrietta, whatever news you bring, speak out." "Sire, Cromwell has arrived this night at Newcastle." "Ah!" exclaimed the king. "To fight?" "No, sire, but to buy your majesty." "What did you say?" "I said, sire, that £400,000 are owing to the Scottish army. For unpaid wages, yes, I know it. For the last year my faithful Highlanders have fought for honor alone." Athos smiled. "Well, sir, though honor is a fine thing, they are tired of fighting for it, and tonight they have sold you for 200,000 pounds. That is to say, for half what is owing them." "Impossible!" cried the king. "The Scotch sell their king for 200,000 pounds. And who is the Judas who has concluded this infamous bargain?" "Lord Laven." "Are you certain of it, sir?" "I heard it with my own ears." The king sighed deeply, as if his heart would break, and then buried his face in his hands. "Oh, the Scotch!" he exclaimed. "The Scotch I called my faithful, to whom I trusted myself when I could have fled to Oxford. The Scotch, my brothers. But are you well assured, sir?" "Lying behind the tent of Lord Laven, I raised it and saw all, heard all." "And when is this to be consummated?" "Today, this morning. So your majesty must perceive there is no time to lose." "To do what, since you say I am sold?" "To cross the Tyne, reach Scotland and rejoin Lord Montrose, who will not sell you." "And what shall I do in Scotland?" "A war of partisans, unworthy of a king." "The example of Robert Bruce will absolve you, sire." "No, no, I have fought too long. They have sold me, they shall give me up, and the eternal shame of treble treason shall fall on their heads." "Sire," said Athos, "perhaps a king should act thus, but not a husband and a father. I have come in the name of your wife and daughter and of the children you have still in London, and I say to you, live, sire, it is the will of heaven." The king raised himself, buckled on his belt, and passing his handkerchief over his moist forehead, said, "Well, what is to be done?" "Sire, have you in the army one regiment on which you can implicitly rely?" "Winter," said the king, "do you believe in the fidelity of yours?" "Sire, they are but men, and men are become both weak and wicked. I will not answer for them. I would confide my life to them, but I should hesitate ere I trusted them with your majesties." "Well," said Athos, "since you have not a regiment, we are 3 devoted men. It is enough. Let your majesty mount on horseback and place yourself in the midst of us. We will cross the Tyne, reach Scotland, and you will be saved." "Is this your counsel also, Winter?" inquired the king. "Yes, sire." "And yours, Monsieur d'Herblay?" "Yes, sire." "As you wish, then. Winter, give the necessary orders." Winter then left the tent. In the meantime the king finished his toilet. The first rays of daybreak penetrated the aperture of the tent as Winter re-entered it. "All is ready, sire," said he. "For us also?" inquired Athos. "Grimaud and Blaisois are holding your horses, ready saddled." "In that case," exclaimed Athos, "let us not lose an instant, but set off." "Come," added the king. "Sire," said Aramis, "will not your majesty acquaint some of your friends of this?" "Friends," answered Charles sadly. "I have but 3, one of 20 years, who has never forgotten me, and 2 of a week's standing, whom I shall never forget. Come, gentlemen, come." The king quitted his tent and found his horse ready waiting for him. It was a chestnut that the king had ridden for 3 years, and of which he was very fond. The horse neighed with pleasure at seeing him. "Ah," said the king, "I was unjust. Here is a creature that loves me. You at least will be faithful to me, Arthur." The horse, as if it understood these words, bent its red nostrils toward the king's face, and parting his lips displayed all its teeth, as if with pleasure. "Yes, yes," said the king, caressing it with his hand. "Yes, my Arthur, thou art a fond and faithful creature." After this little scene Charles threw himself into the saddle, and turning to Athos, Aramis, and Winter, said, "Now, gentlemen, I am at your service." But Athos was standing with his eyes fixed on a black line which bordered the banks of the Tyne and seemed to extend double the length of the camp. "What is that line?" cried Athos, whose vision was still rather obscured by the uncertain shades and demi-tints of daybreak. "What is that line? I did not observe it yesterday." "It must be the fog rising from the river," said the king. "Sire, it is something more opaque than the fog." "Indeed," said Winter. "It appears to me like a bar of red color. It is the enemy, who have made a sortie from Newcastle and are surrounding us," exclaimed Athos. "The enemy!" cried the king. Yes, the enemy. It is too late. Stop a moment. Does not that sunbeam yonder, just by the side of the town, glitter on the Ironsides? This was the name given the cuirassiers, whom Cromwell had made his bodyguard. Ah, said the king, we shall soon see whether my Highlanders have betrayed me or not. What are you going to do? Exclaimed Athos. To give them the order to charge, and run down these miserable rebels. And the king, putting spurs to his horse, set off to the tent of Lord Laven. Follow him, said Athos. Come, exclaimed Aramis. Is the king wounded? Cried Lord Winter. I see spots of blood on the ground. And he set off to follow the two friends. He was stopped by Athos. Go and call out your regiment, said he. I can foresee that we shall have need of it directly. Winter turned his horse and the two friends rode on. It had taken but 2 minutes for the king to reach the tent of the Scottish commander. He dismounted and entered. The general was there, surrounded by the more prominent chiefs. The king! They exclaimed, as all rose in bewilderment. Charles was indeed in the midst of them, his hat on his head, his brows bent, striking his boot with his riding whip. Yes, gentlemen, the king in person, the king who has come to ask for some account of what has happened. What is the matter, sire? Exclaimed Lord Laven. It is this, sir, said the king angrily, that General Cromwell has reached Newcastle, that you knew it and I was not informed of it, that the enemy have left the town and are now closing the passages of the Tyne against us, that our sentinels have seen this movement and I have been left unacquainted with it, that, by an infamous treaty you have sold me for £200,000 to Parliament. Of this treaty, at least, I have been warned. This is the matter, gentlemen. Answer and exculpate yourselves, for I stand here to accuse you. Sire, said Lord Laven with hesitation. Sire, your majesty has been deceived by false reports. My own eyes have seen the enemy extend itself between myself and Scotland, and I can almost say that with my own ears I have heard the clauses of the treaty debated. The Scotch chieftains looked at each other in their turn with frowning brows. Sire, murmured Lord Laven, crushed by shame. Sire, we are ready to give you every proof of our fidelity. I ask but one, said the king. Put the army in battle array and face the enemy. That cannot be, sire, said the earl. How cannot be? What hinders it? Exclaimed the king. Your majesty is well aware that there is a truce between us and the English army. And if there is a truce, the English army has broken it by quitting the town, contrary to the agreement which kept it there. Now, I tell you, you must pass with me through this army across to Scotland, and if you refuse you may choose betwixt two names, which the contempt of all honest men will brand you with. You are either cowards or traitors. The eyes of the Scotch flashed fire, and, as often happens on such occasions, from shame they passed to effrontery, and 2 heads of clans advanced upon the king. Yes, said they, we have promised to deliver Scotland and England from him, who for the last 25 years has sucked the blood and gold of Scotland and England. We have promised, and we will keep our promise. Charles Stuart, you are our prisoner. And both extended their hands as if to seize the king, but before they could touch him with the tips of their fingers, both had fallen, one dead, the other stunned. Aramis had passed his sword through the body of the first, and Athos had knocked down the other with the butt end of his pistol. Then, as Lord Laven and the other chieftains recoiled before this unexpected rescue, which seemed to come from heaven for the prince they already thought was their prisoner, Athos and Aramis dragged the king from the perjured assembly into which he had so imprudently ventured, and throwing themselves on horseback all 3 returned at full gallop to the royal tent. On their road they perceived Lord Winter marching at the head of his regiment. The king motioned him to accompany them. Chapter 56. The Avenger. They all 4 entered the tent. They had no plan ready, they must think of one. The king threw himself into an armchair. I am lost, said he. No, sire, replied Athos. You are only betrayed. The king sighed deeply. Betrayed. Yes, betrayed by the Scotch, amongst whom I was born, whom I have always loved better than the English. Oh, traitors that ye are! Sire, said Athos, this is not a moment for recrimination, but a time to show yourself a king and a gentleman. Up, sire, up, for you have here at least 3 men who will not betray you. Ah, if we had been 5, murmured Athos, thinking of D'Artagnan and Porthos. What do you say? Inquired Charles, rising. I say, sire, that there is now but one way open. Lord Winter answers for his regiment, or at least very nearly so. We will not split straws about words. Let him place himself at the head of his men. We will place ourselves at the side of your majesty, and we will mow a swath through Cromwell's army and reach Scotland. There is another method, said Aramis. Let one of us put on the dress and mount the king's horse. Whilst they pursue him, the king might escape. It is good advice, said Athos. And if the king will do one of us the honor, we shall be truly grateful to him. What do you think of this counsel, Winter? Asked the king, looking with admiration at these 2 men, whose chief idea seemed to be how they could take on their shoulders all the dangers that assailed him. I think the only chance of saving your majesty has just been proposed by Monsieur d'Herblay. I humbly entreat your majesty to choose quickly, for we have not an instant to lose. But if I accept, it is death, or at least imprisonment, for him who takes my place. He will have had the glory of having saved his king, cried Winter. The king looked at his old friend with tears in his eyes, undid the order of the Saint-Esprit which he wore, to honor the 2 Frenchmen who were with him, and passed it around Winter's neck, who received on his knees the striking proof of his sovereign's confidence and friendship. It is right, said Athos. He has served your majesty longer than we have. The king overheard these words and turned around with tears in his eyes. Wait a moment, sir, said he. I have an order for each of you also. He turned to a closet where his own orders were locked up, and took out 2 ribbons of the Order of the Garter. These cannot be for us, said Athos. Why not, sir? Asked Charles. Such are for royalty, and we are simple commoners. Speak not of crowns. I shall not find amongst them such great hearts as yours. No, no, you do yourselves injustice. But I am here to do you justice. On your knees, Count. Athos knelt down, and the king passed the ribbon down from left to right as usual, raised his sword, and instead of pronouncing the customary formula, I make you a knight. Be brave, faithful, and loyal, he said. You are brave, faithful, and loyal. I knight you, Monsieur le Comte. Then turning to Aramis, he said, It is now your turn, Monsieur le Chevalier. The same ceremony recommenced, with the same words, whilst Winter unlaced his leather cuirass, that he might disguise himself like the king. Charles, having proceeded with Aramis as with Athos, embraced them both. Sire, said Winter, who in this trying emergency felt all his strength and energy fire up, we are ready. The king looked at the 3 gentlemen. Then we must fly, said he. Flying through an army, sire, said Athos, in all countries in the world is called charging. Then I shall die sword in hand, said Charles. Monsieur le Comte, Monsieur le Chevalier, if ever I am king. Sire, you have already done us more honor than simple gentlemen could ever aspire to. Therefore gratitude is on our side. But we must not lose time. We have already wasted too much. The king again shook hands with all 3, exchanged hats with Winter, and went out. Winter's regiment was ranged on some high ground above the camp. The king, followed by the 3 friends, turned his steps that way. The Scotch camp seemed as if at last awakened. The soldiers had come out of their tents and taken up their station in battle array. Do you see that? Said the king. Perhaps they are penitent and preparing to march. If they are penitent, said Athos, let them follow us. Well, said the king, what shall we do? Let us examine the enemy's army. At the same instant the eyes of the little group were fixed on the same line which at daybreak they had mistaken for fog, and which the morning sun now plainly showed was an army in order of battle. The air was soft and clear, as it generally is at that early hour of the morning. The regiments, the standards, and even the colors of the horses and uniforms were now clearly distinct. On the summit of a rising ground, a little in advance of the enemy, appeared a short and heavy-looking man. This man was surrounded by officers. He turned a spyglass toward the little group amongst which the king stood. Does this man know your majesty personally? inquired Aramis. Charles smiled. "That man is Cromwell," said he. "Then draw down your hat, sire, that he may not discover the substitution." "Ah," said Athos, "how much time we have lost!" "Now," said the king, "give the word and let us start." "Will you not give it, sire?" asked Athos. "No, I make you my lieutenant general," said the king. "Listen, then, Lord Winter. Proceed, sire, I beg. What we are going to say does not concern your majesty." The king, smiling, turned a few steps back. "This is what I propose to do," said Athos. "We will divide our regiments into 2 squadrons. You will put yourself at the head of the first. We and his majesty will lead the second. If no obstacle occurs, we will both charge together, force the enemy's line, and throw ourselves into the Tyne, which we must cross, either by fording or swimming. If, on the contrary, any repulse should take place, you and your men must fight to the last man, whilst we and the king proceed on our road. Once arrived at the brink of the river, should we even find them 3 ranks deep, as long as you and your regiment do your duty, we will look to the rest." "To horse!" said Lord Winter. "To horse!" re-echoed Athos. "Everything is arranged and decided. Now, gentlemen," cried the king, "forward, and rally to the old cry of France, Montjoy and St. Denis. The war cry of England is too often in the mouths of traitors." They mounted, the king on Winter's horse and Winter on that of the king. Then Winter took his place at the head of the first squadron, and the king, with Athos on his right and Aramis on his left, at the head of the second. The Scotch army stood motionless and silent, seized with shame at sight of these preparations. Some of the chieftains left the ranks and broke their swords in 2. "There," said the king, "that consoles me, they are not all traitors." At this moment Winter's voice was raised with the cry of "Forward!" The first squadron moved off. The second followed and descended from the plateau. A regiment of cuirassiers, nearly equal as to numbers, issued from behind the hill and came full gallop toward it. The king pointed this out. "Sire," said Athos, "we foresaw this, and if Lord Winter's men but do their duty, we are saved instead of lost." At this moment they heard above all the galloping and neighing of the horses Winter's voice crying out, "Sword in hand!" At these words every sword was drawn, and glittered in the air like lightning. "Now, gentlemen," said the king in his turn, excited by this sight, "come, gentlemen, sword in hand." But Aramis and Athos were the only ones to obey this command and the king's example. "We are betrayed," said the king in a low voice. "Wait a moment," said Athos. "Perhaps they do not recognize your majesty's voice and await the order of their captain. Have they not heard that of their colonel? But look, look!" cried the king, drawing up his horse with a sudden jerk, which threw it on its haunches, and seizing the bridle of Athos's horse. "Ah, cowards! Traitors!" screamed Lord Winter, whose voice they heard, whilst his men, quitting their ranks, dispersed all over the plain. About 15 men were ranged around him and awaited the charge of Cromwell's cuirassiers. "Let us go and die with them," said the king. "Let us go," said Athos and Aramis. "All faithful hearts with me," cried out Winter. This voice was heard by the 2 friends, who set off, full gallop. "No quarter!" cried a voice in French, answering to that of Winter, which made them tremble. As for Winter, at the sound of that voice he turned pale, and was, as it were, petrified. It was the voice of a cavalier mounted on a magnificent black horse, who was charging at the head of the English regiment, of which, in his ardor, he was 10 steps in advance. "'Tis he!" murmured Winter. His eyes glazed, and he allowed his sword to fall to his side. "The king! The king!" cried out several voices, deceived by the blue ribbon and chestnut horse of Winter. "Take him alive!" "No, it is not the king!" exclaimed the cavalier. "Lord Winter, you are not the king. You are my uncle." At the same moment Mordaunt, for it was he, leveled his pistol at Winter. It went off and the ball entered the heart of the old cavalier, who with one bound on his saddle fell back into the arms of Athos, murmuring, "He is avenged! Think of my mother!" shouted Mordaunt. as his horse plunged and darted off at full gallop. "Wretch!" exclaimed Aramis, raising his pistol as he passed by him. But the powder flashed in the pan and it did not go off. At this moment the whole regiment came up and they fell upon the few men who had held out, surrounding the two Frenchmen. Athos, after making sure that Lord Winter was really dead, let fall the corpse and said, "Come, Aramis, now for the honor of France." And the two Englishmen who were nearest to them fell, mortally wounded. At the same moment a fearful hurrah rent the air and 30 blades glittered about their heads. Suddenly a man sprang out of the English ranks, fell upon Athos, twined arms of steel around him, and tearing his sword from him, said in his ear, "Silence! Yield! You yield to me, do you not?" A giant had seized also Aramis's two wrists, who struggled in vain to release himself from this formidable grasp. "Dar!" exclaimed Athos, whilst the Gascon covered his mouth with his hand. "I am your prisoner," said Aramis, giving up his sword to Porthos. "Fire! Fire!" cried Mordaunt, returning to the group surrounding the two friends. "And wherefore fire?" said the colonel. "Every one has yielded." "It is the son of Milady," said Athos to D'Artagnan. "I recognize him." "It is the monk," whispered Porthos to Aramis. "I know it." And now the ranks began to open. D'Artagnan held the bridle of Athos's horse and Porthos that of Aramis. Both of them attempted to lead his prisoner off the battlefield. This movement revealed the spot where Winter's body had fallen. Mordaunt had found it out and was gazing on his dead relative with an expression of malignant hatred. Athos, though now cool and collected, put his hand to his belt, where his loaded pistols yet remained. "What are you about?" said D'Artagnan. "Let me kill him. We are all four lost, if by the least gesture you discover that you recognize him." Then, turning to the young man, he exclaimed, "A fine prize! A fine prize, friend Mordaunt. We have both myself and Monsieur du Vallon taken 2 knights of the Garter, nothing less." "But," said Mordaunt, looking at Athos and Aramis with bloodshot eyes, "these are Frenchmen, I imagine. Faith, I don't know. Are you French, sir?" said he to Athos. "I am," replied the latter gravely. "Very well, my dear sir. You are the prisoner of a fellow countryman." "But the king, where is the king?" exclaimed Athos anxiously. D'Artagnan vigorously seized his prisoner's hand, saying, "Eh, the king? We have secured him." "Yes," said Aramis, "through an infamous act of treason." Porthos pressed his friend's hand and said to him, "Yes, sir, all is fair in war, stratagem as well as force. Look yonder." At this instant the squadron, that ought to have protected Charles's retreat, was advancing to meet the English regiments. The king, who was entirely surrounded, walked alone in a great empty space. He appeared calm, but it was evidently not without a mighty effort. Drops of perspiration trickled down his face, and from time to time he put a handkerchief to his mouth to wipe away the blood that rilled from it. "Behold Nebuchadnezzar!" exclaimed an old Puritan soldier, whose eyes flashed at the sight of the man they called the tyrant. "Do you call him Nebuchadnezzar?" said Mordaunt with a terrible smile. "No, it is Charles I, the king, the good King Charles, who despoils his subjects to enrich himself." Charles glanced a moment at the insolent creature who uttered this, but did not recognize him. Nevertheless, the calm religious dignity of his countenance abashed Mordaunt. "Bonjour, messieurs," said the king to the two gentlemen who were held by D'Artagnan and Porthos. "The day has been unfortunate, but it is not your fault, thank God. But where is my old friend Winter?" The two gentlemen turned away their heads in silence. "In Strafford's company," said Mordaunt tauntingly. Charles shuddered. The demon had known how to wound him. The remembrance of Strafford was a source of lasting remorse to him, the shadow that haunted him by day and night. The king looked around him. He saw a corpse at his feet. It was Winter's. He uttered not a word, nor shed a tear, but a deadly pallor spread over his face. He knelt down on the ground, raised Winter's head, and unfastening the order of the Saint-Esprit, placed it on his own breast. "Lord Winter is killed, then?" inquired D'Artagnan, fixing his eyes on the corpse. "Yes," said Athos, "by his own nephew. Come, he was the first of us to go." "Peace be to him. He was an honest man," said D'Artagnan. "Charles Stuart," said the colonel of the English regiment, approaching the king, who had just put on the insignia of royalty, "do you yield yourself a prisoner?" "Colonel Tomlison," said Charles, "kings cannot yield. The man alone submits to force. Your sword." The king drew his sword and broke it on his knee. At this moment a horse without a rider, covered with foam, his nostrils extended and eyes all fire, galloped up, and recognizing his master, stopped and neighed with pleasure. It was Arthur. The king smiled, patted it with his hand, and jumped lightly into the saddle. "Now, gentlemen," said he, "conduct me where you will." Turning back again, he said, "I thought I saw Winter move. If he still lives, by all you hold most sacred, do not abandon him." "Never fear, King Charles," said Mordaunt. The bullet pierced his heart. "Do not breathe a word nor make the least sign to me or Porthos," said D'Artagnan to Athos and Aramis, "that you recognize this man, for Milady is not dead. Her soul lives in the body of this demon." The detachment now moved toward the town with the royal captive. But on the road an aide-de-camp from Cromwell sent orders that Colonel Tomlison should conduct him to Holdenby Castle. At the same time couriers started in every direction over England and Europe to announce that Charles Stuart was the prisoner of Oliver Cromwell. Chapter 57. Oliver Cromwell. "Have you been to the general?" said Mordaunt to D'Artagnan and Porthos. "You know he sent for you after the action." "We want first to put our prisoners in a place of safety," replied D'Artagnan. "Do you know, sir, these gentlemen are each of them worth 1,500 pounds? "Oh, be assured," said Mordaunt, looking at them with an expression he vainly endeavored to soften. "My soldiers will guard them, and guard them well, I promise you." "I shall take better care of them myself," answered D'Artagnan. "Besides, all they require is a good room, with sentinels, or their simple parole that they will not attempt escape. I will go and see about that, and then we shall have the honor of presenting ourselves to the general and receiving his commands for his eminence." "You think of starting at once, then?" inquired Mordaunt. "Our mission is ended, and there is nothing more to detain us now but the good pleasure of the great man to whom we were sent." The young man bit his lips and whispered to his sergeant, "You will follow these men and not lose sight of them. When you have discovered where they lodge, come and await me at the town gate." The sergeant made a sign of comprehension. Instead of following the knot of prisoners that were being taken into the town, Mordaunt turned his steps toward the rising ground from whence Cromwell had witnessed the battle and on which he had just had his tent pitched. Cromwell had given orders that no one was to be allowed admission, but the sentinel, who knew that Mordaunt was one of the most confidential friends of the general, thought the order did not extend to the young man. Mordaunt, therefore, raised the canvas and saw Cromwell seated before a table, his head buried in his hands, his back being turned. Whether he heard Mordaunt or not as he entered, Cromwell did not move. Mordaunt remained standing near the door. At last, after a few moments, Cromwell raised his head, and, as if he divined that someone was there, turned slowly around. "I said I wished to be alone," he exclaimed on seeing the young man. "They thought this order did not concern me, sir. Nevertheless, if you wish it, I am ready to go." "Ah, is it you, Mordaunt?" said Cromwell, the cloud passing away from his face. "Since you are here, it is well. You may remain. I come to congratulate you." "To congratulate me? What for?" "On the capture of Charles Stuart. You are now master of England." "I was much more really so 2 hours ago." "How so, General?" "Because England had need of me to take the tyrant, and now the tyrant is taken." "Have you seen him?" "Yes, sir," said Mordaunt. "What is his bearing?" Mordaunt hesitated, but it seemed as though he was constrained to tell the truth. "Calm and dignified," said he. "What did he say?" "Some parting words to his friends." "His friends," murmured Cromwell. "Has he any friends?" Then he added aloud, "Did he make any resistance?" "No, sir, with the exception of 2 or 3 friends, everyone deserted him. He had no means of resistance." "To whom did he give up his sword?" He did not give it up, he broke it. He did well. But instead of breaking it, he might have used it to still more advantage. There was a momentary pause. "I heard that the colonel of the regiment that escorted Charles was killed," said Cromwell, staring very fixedly at Mordaunt. "Yes, sir." "By whom?" inquired Cromwell. "By me." "What was his name?" "Lord Winter." "Your uncle?" exclaimed Cromwell. "My uncle," answered Mordaunt. "But traitors to England are no longer members of my family." Cromwell observed the young man a moment in silence. Then, with that profound melancholy Shakespeare describes so well, "Mordaunt," he said, "you are a terrible servant." "When the Lord commands," said Mordaunt. "His commands are not to be disputed. Abraham raised the knife against Isaac, and Isaac was his son." "Yes," said Cromwell, "but the Lord did not suffer that sacrifice to be accomplished." "I have looked around me," said Mordaunt, "and I have seen neither goat nor kid caught among the bushes of the plain." Cromwell bowed. "You are strong among the strong, Mordaunt," he said. "And the Frenchmen, how did they behave?" "Most fearlessly." "Yes, yes," murmured Cromwell. "The French fight well, and if my glass was good and I mistake not, they were foremost in the fight." "They were," replied Mordaunt. "After you, however," said Cromwell. "It was the fault of their horses, not theirs." Another pause. "And the Scotch?" "They kept their word and never stirred," said Mordaunt. "Wretched men! Their officers wish to see you, sir." "I have no time to see them." "Are they paid?" "Yes, tonight." "Let them be off and return to their own country, there to hide their shame, if its hills are high enough. I have nothing more to do with them, nor they with me. And now go, Mordaunt." "Before I go," said Mordaunt, "I have some questions and a favor to ask you, sir." "A favor from me?" Mordaunt bowed. "I come to you, my leader, my head, my father, and I ask you, master, are you contented with me?" Cromwell looked at him with astonishment. The young man remained immovable. "Yes," said Cromwell. "You have done, since I knew you, not only your duty, but more than your duty. You have been a faithful friend, a cautious negotiator, a brave soldier. Do you remember, sir, it was my idea, the Scotch treaty, for giving up the king? Yes, the idea was yours. I had no such contempt for men before. Was I not a good ambassador in France? Yes, for Mazarin has granted what I desire. Have I not always fought for your glory and interests? Too ardently, perhaps. It is what I have just reproached you for. But what is the meaning of all these questions? To tell you, my lord, that the moment has now arrived when, with a single word, you may recompense all these services." "Oh," said Oliver, with a slight curl of his lip, "I forgot that every service merits some reward and that up to this moment you have not been paid. Sir, I can take my pay at this moment, to the full extent of my wishes." "How is that?" "I have the payment under my hand. I almost possess it." "What is it? Have they offered you money? Do you wish a step, or some place in the government?" "Sir, will you grant me my request?" "Let us hear what it is first." "Sir, when you have told me to obey an order, did I ever answer, 'Let me see that order'? If, however, your wish should be one impossible to fulfill? When you have cherished a wish and have charged me with its fulfillment, have I ever replied, 'It is impossible'? But a request preferred with so much preparation." "Ah, do not fear, sir," said Mordaunt with apparent simplicity. "It will not ruin you." "Well, then," said Cromwell, "I promise, as far as lies in my power, to grant your request. Proceed." "Sir, 2 prisoners were taken this morning. Will you let me have them? For their ransom? Have they then offered a large one?" inquired Cromwell. "On the contrary, I think they are poor, sir." "They are friends of yours, then?" "Yes, sir," exclaimed Mordaunt. "They are friends, dear friends of mine, and I would lay down my life for them." "Very well, Mordaunt," exclaimed Cromwell, pleased at having his opinion of the young man raised once more. "I will give them to you. I will not even ask who they are. Do as you like with them." "Thank you, sir," exclaimed Mordaunt. "Thank you. My life is always at your service, and should I lose it I should still owe you something. Thank you. You have indeed repaid me munificently for my services." He threw himself at the feet of Cromwell, and in spite of the efforts of the Puritan general, who did not like this almost kingly homage, he took his hand and kissed it. "What?" said Cromwell, arresting him for a moment as he arose. "Is there nothing more you wish? Neither gold nor rank. You have given me all you can give me, and from today your debt is paid." And Mordaunt darted out of the general's tent, his heart beating and his eyes sparkling with joy. Cromwell gazed a moment after him. "He has slain his uncle," he murmured. "Alas, what are my servants? Possibly this one, who asks nothing or seems to ask nothing, has asked more in the eyes of heaven than those who tax the country and steal the bread of the poor. Nobody serves me for nothing. Charles, who is my prisoner, may still have friends, but I have none." And with a deep sigh he again sank into the reverie that had been interrupted by Mordaunt. Chapter 58. Jesus Seigneur. Whilst Mordaunt was making his way to Cromwell's tent, D'Artagnan and Porthos had brought their prisoners to the house which had been assigned to them as their dwelling at Newcastle. The order given by Mordaunt to the sergeant had been heard by D'Artagnan, who accordingly, by an expressive glance, warned Athos and Aramis to exercise extreme caution. The prisoners, therefore, had remained silent as they marched along in company with their conquerors, which they could do with the less difficulty since each of them had occupation enough in answering his own thoughts. It would be impossible to describe Mousqueton's astonishment when from the threshold of the door he saw the four friends approaching, followed by a sergeant with a dozen men. He rubbed his eyes, doubting if he really saw before him Athos and Aramis, and forced at last to yield to evidence, he was on the point of breaking forth in exclamations when he encountered a glance from the eyes of Porthos, the repressive force of which he was not inclined to dispute. Mousqueton remained glued to the door, awaiting the explanation of this strange occurrence. What upset him completely was that the four friends seemed to have no acquaintance with one another. The house to which D'Artagnan and Porthos conducted Athos and Aramis was the one assigned to them by General Cromwell, and of which they had taken possession on the previous evening. It was at the corner of two streets and had in the rear, bordering on the side street, stables and a sort of garden. The windows on the ground floor, according to a custom in provincial villages, were barred, so that they strongly resembled the windows of a prison. The two friends made the prisoners enter the house first, whilst they stood at the door, desiring Mousqueton to take the four horses to the stable. "Why don't we go in with them?" asked Porthos. "We must first see what the sergeant wishes us to do," replied D'Artagnan. The sergeant and his men took possession of the little garden. D'Artagnan asked them what they wished and why they had taken that position. "We have had orders," answered the man, "to help you in taking care of your prisoners." There could be no fault to find with this arrangement. On the contrary, it seemed to be a delicate attention, to be gratefully received. D'Artagnan, therefore, thanked the man and gave him a crown piece to drink to General Cromwell's health. The sergeant answered that Puritans never drank, and put the crown piece in his pocket. "Ah," said Porthos, "what a fearful day, my dear D'Artagnan! What a fearful day, when today we find our friends." "Yes, but under what circumstances? 'Tis true that our position is an awkward one, but let us go in and see more clearly what is to be done." "Things look black enough," replied Porthos. "I understand now why Aramis advised me to strangle that horrible Mordaunt." "Silence!" cried the Gascon. "Do not utter that name." "But," argued Porthos, "I speak French and they are all English." D'Artagnan looked at Porthos with that air of wonder which a cunning man cannot help feeling at displays of crass stupidity. But as Porthos on his side could not comprehend his astonishment, he merely pushed him indoors, saying, "Let us go in." They found Athos in profound despondency. Aramis looked first at Porthos and then at D'Artagnan, without speaking, but the latter understood his meaningful look. "You want to know how we came here? 'Tis easily guessed. Mazarin sent us with a letter to General Cromwell." "But how came you to fall into company with Mordaunt, whom I bade you distrust?" asked Athos. "And whom I advised you to strangle?" "Porthos," said Aramis. "Mazarin again," Cromwell had sent him to Mazarin. Mazarin sent us to Cromwell. There is a certain fatality in it. Yes, you are right, D'Artagnan. A fatality that will separate and ruin us. So, my dear Aramis, say no more about it and let us prepare to submit to destiny. Zounds! On the contrary, let us speak about it. For it was agreed among us, once for all, that we should always hold together, though engaged on opposing sides. Yes, added Athos. I now ask you, D'Artagnan, what side you are on. Ah! Behold for what end the wretched Mazarin has made use of you. Do you know in what crime you are today engaged? In the capture of a king, his degradation and his murder. Oh! Oh! Cried Porthos. Do you think so? You are exaggerating, Athos. We are not so far gone as that, replied the lieutenant. Good heavens! We are on the very eve of it. I say, why is the king taken prisoner? Those who wish to respect him as a master would not buy him as a slave. Do you think it is to replace him on the throne that Cromwell has paid for him £200,000 sterling? They will kill him, you may be sure of it. I don't maintain the contrary, said D'Artagnan. But what's that to us? I am here because I am a soldier and have to obey orders. I have taken an oath to obey, and I do obey. But you who have taken no such oath, why are you here and what cause do you represent? That most sacred in the world, said Athos. The cause of misfortune, of religion, royalty. A friend, a wife, a daughter, have done us the honor to call us to their aid. We have served them to the best of our poor means, and God will recompense the will, forgive the want of power. You may see matters differently, D'Artagnan, and think otherwise. I will not attempt to argue with you, but I blame you. Heyday, cried D'Artagnan. What matters it to me, after all, if Cromwell, who's an Englishman, revolts against his king, who is a Scotchman? I am myself a Frenchman. I have nothing to do with these things. Why hold me responsible? Yes, said Porthos, because all gentlemen are brothers, because you are a gentleman, because the kings of all countries are the first among gentlemen, because the blind populace, ungrateful and brutal, always takes pleasure in pulling down what is above them. And you, D'Artagnan, a man sprung from the ancient nobility of France, bearing an honorable name, carrying a good sword, have helped to give up a king to beer-sellers, shopkeepers, and wagoners. Ah, D'Artagnan, perhaps you have done your duty as a soldier, but as a gentleman, I say that you are very culpable. D'Artagnan was chewing the stalk of a flower, unable to reply and thoroughly uncomfortable, for when turned from the eyes of Athos he encountered those of Aramis. And you, Porthos, continued the Count, as if in consideration for D'Artagnan's embarrassment. You, the best heart, the best friend, the best soldier that I know, you with a soul that makes you worthy of a berth on the steps of a throne, and who, sooner or later, must receive your reward from an intelligent king. You, my dear Porthos, you, a gentleman in manners, in tastes, and in courage, you are as culpable as D'Artagnan. Porthos blushed, but with pleasure rather than with confusion. And yet, bowing his head, as if humiliated, he said, Yes, yes, my dear Count, I feel that you are right. Athos arose. Come, he said, stretching out his hand to D'Artagnan. Come, don't be sullen, my dear son, for I have said all this to you, if not in the tone, at least with the feelings of a father. It would have been easier to me merely to have thanked you for preserving my life and not to have uttered a word of all this. Doubtless, Athos. But here it is, you have sentiments, the devil knows what, such as everyone can't entertain. Who could suppose that a sensible man could leave his house, France, his ward, a charming youth, for we saw him in the camp, to fly to the aid of a rotten, worm-eaten royalty, which is going to crumble one of these days like an old hovel. The sentiments you air are certainly fine, so fine that they are superhuman. However that may be, D'Artagnan, replied Athos, without falling into the snare which his Gascon friend had prepared for him by an appeal to his parental love. However that may be, you know in the bottom of your heart that it is true, but I am wrong to dispute with my master. D'Artagnan, I am your prisoner. Treat me as such. Ah, pardieu, said D'Artagnan. You know you will not be my prisoner very long. No, said Aramis. They will doubtless treat us like the prisoners of the Philipgots. And how were they treated? Asked D'Artagnan. Why, said Aramis, One half were hanged and the other half were shot. Well, said D'Artagnan, I answer that while there remains a drop of blood in my veins you will be neither hanged nor shot. Sang Dieu, let them come on. Besides, do you see that door, Athos? Yes, what then? Well, you can go out by that door whenever you please. For from this moment you are free as the air. I recognize you there, my brave D'Artagnan, replied Athos. But you are no longer our masters. That door is guarded, D'Artagnan. You know that. Very well, you will force it, said Porthos. There are only a dozen men at the most. That would be nothing for us four. It is too much for us two. No, divided as we now are, we must perish. See the fatal example. On the Vendemois road, D'Artagnan, you so brave, and you, Porthos, so valiant and so strong. You were beaten. Today Aramis and I are beaten in our turn. Now that never happened to us when we were four together. Let us die, then, as De Winter has died. As for me, I will fly only on condition that we all fly together. Impossible, said D'Artagnan. We are under Mazarin's orders. I know it and I have nothing more to say. My arguments lead to nothing. Doubtless they are bad, since they have not determined minds so just as yours. Besides, said Aramis, had they taken effect it would be still better not to compromise two excellent friends like D'Artagnan and Porthos. Be assured, gentlemen, we shall do you honor in our dying. As for myself, I shall be proud to face the bullets, or even the rope, in company with you, Athos. For you have never seemed to me so grand as you are today. D'Artagnan said nothing, but, after having gnawed the flower stalk, he began to bite his nails. At last, do you imagine, he resumed, that they mean to kill you? And wherefore should they do so? What interest have they in your death? Moreover, you are our prisoners. Fool! Cried Aramis. Knowest thou not, then, Mordaunt? I have but exchanged with him one look, yet that look convinced me that we were doomed. The truth is, I'm very sorry that I did not strangle him as you advised me, said Porthos. I make no account of the harm Mordaunt can do, cried D'Artagnan. Cap de Dieu, if he troubles me too much I will crush him. The insect, do not fly then. It is useless, for I swear to you that you are as safe here as you were 20 years ago. You, Athos, in the Rue Ferou, and you, Aramis, in the Rue de Vaugirard. Stop, cried Athos, extending his hand to one of the grated windows by which the room was lighted. You will soon know what to expect, for here he is. Who? Mordaunt. In fact, looking at the place to which Athos pointed, D'Artagnan saw a cavalier coming toward the house at full gallop. It was Mordaunt. D'Artagnan rushed out of the room. Porthos wanted to follow him. Stay, said D'Artagnan, and do not come till you hear me drum my fingers on the door. When Mordaunt arrived opposite the house, he saw D'Artagnan on the threshold and the soldiers lying on the grass here and there, with their arms. Halloo! He cried. Are the prisoners still there? Yes, sir, answered the sergeant, uncovering. 'Tis well. Order 4 men to conduct them to my lodging. 4 men prepared to do so. What is it? Said D'Artagnan, with that jeering manner which our readers have so often observed in him since they made his acquaintance. What is the matter, if you please? Sir, replied Mordaunt, I have ordered the 2 prisoners we made this morning to be conducted to my lodging. Wherefore, sir? Excuse curiosity, but I wish to be enlightened on the subject. Because these prisoners, sir, are at my disposal and I choose to dispose of them as I like. Allow me, sir, said D'Artagnan, to observe you are in error. The prisoners belong to those who take them and not to those who only saw them taken. You might have taken Lord Winter, who, 'tis said, was your uncle prisoner, but you preferred killing him. 'Tis well, we, that is, Monsieur du Vallon and I, could have killed our prisoners, we preferred taking them. Mordaunt's very lips grew white with rage. D'Artagnan now saw that affairs were growing worse, and he beat the guard's march upon the door. At the first beat Porthos rushed out and stood on the other side of the door. This movement was observed by Mordaunt. Sir, he thus addressed D'Artagnan, your resistance is useless. These prisoners have just been given me by my illustrious patron, Oliver Cromwell. These words struck D'Artagnan like a thunderbolt. The blood mounted to his temples, his eyes became dim. He saw from what fountainhead the ferocious hopes of the young man arose, and he put his hand to the hilt of his sword. As for Porthos, he looked inquiringly at D'Artagnan. This look of Porthos's made the Gascon regret that he had summoned the brute force of his friend to aid him in an affair which seemed to require chiefly cunning. Violence, he said to himself, would spoil all. D'Artagnan, my friend, prove to this young serpent that thou art not only stronger, but more subtle than he is. Ah, he said, making a low bow. Why did you not begin by saying that, Monsieur Mordaunt? What? Are you sent by General Oliver Cromwell, the most illustrious captain of the age? I have this instant left him, replied Mordaunt, alighting, in order to give his horse to a soldier to hold. Why did you not say so at once, my dear sir? All England is with Cromwell, and since you ask for my prisoners, I bend, sir, to your wishes. They are yours. Take them. Mordaunt, delighted, advanced, Porthos looking at D'Artagnan with open-mouthed astonishment. Then D'Artagnan trod on his foot and Porthos began to understand that this was merely acting. Mordaunt put his foot on the first step of the door and, with his hat in hand, prepared to pass by the two friends, motioning to the four men to follow him. But pardon, said D'Artagnan, with the most charming smile and putting his hand on the young man's shoulder. If the illustrious General Oliver Cromwell has disposed of our prisoners in your favor, he has, of course, made that act of donation in writing. Mordaunt stopped short. He has given you some little writing for me, the least bit of paper which may show that you come in his name. Be pleased to give me that scrap of paper so that I may justify, by a pretext at least, my abandoning my countrymen. Otherwise, you see, although I am sure that General Oliver Cromwell can intend them no harm, it would have a bad appearance. Mordaunt recoiled. He felt the blow and discharged a terrible look at D'Artagnan, who responded by the most amiable expression that ever graced a human countenance. When I tell you a thing, sir, said Mordaunt, you insult me by doubting it. I, cried D'Artagnan, I doubt what you say. God keep me from it, my dear Monsieur Mordaunt. On the contrary, I take you to be a worthy and accomplished gentleman. And then, sir, do you wish me to speak freely to you? Continued D'Artagnan with his frank expression. Speak out, sir, said Mordaunt. Monsieur du Vallon yonder is rich and has 40,000 francs yearly, so he does not care about money. I do not speak for him, but for myself. Well, sir? What more? Well, I am not rich. In Gascony 'tis no dishonor, sir, nobody is rich, and Henry IV, of glorious memory, who was the king of the Gascons, as his Majesty Philip IV, is the king of the Spaniards, never had a penny in his pocket. Go on, sir, I see what you wish to get at, and if it is simply what I think that stops you, I can obviate the difficulty. Ah, I knew well, said the Gascon, that you were a man of talent. Well, here's the case, here's where the saddle hurts me, as we French say. I am an officer of fortune, nothing else. I have nothing but what my sword brings me in, that is to say, more blows than banknotes. Now, on taking prisoners, this morning, 2 Frenchmen, who seemed to me of high birth, in short, 2 knights of the Garter, I said to myself, my fortune is made. I say too, because in such circumstances, Monsieur du Vallon, who is rich, always gives me his prisoners. Mordaunt, completely deceived by the wordy civility of D'Artagnan, smiled like a man who understands perfectly the reasons given him, and said, I shall have the order signed directly, sir, and with it 2,000 pistoles. Meanwhile, let me take these men away. No, replied D'Artagnan. What signifies a delay of half an hour? I am a man of order, sir. Let us do things in order. Nevertheless, replied Mordaunt, I could compel you. I command here. Ah, sir, said D'Artagnan, I see that although we have had the honor of traveling in your company, you do not know us. We are gentlemen. We are, both of us, able to kill you and your 8 men, we 2 only. For heaven's sake, don't be obstinate. For when others are obstinate, I am obstinate likewise, and then I become ferocious and headstrong, and there's my friend, who is even more headstrong and ferocious than myself. Besides, we are sent here by Cardinal Mazarin, and at this moment represent both the king and the cardinal, and are, therefore, as ambassadors able to act with impunity, a thing that General Oliver Cromwell, who is assuredly as great a politician as he is a general, is quite the man to understand. Ask him, then, for the written order. What will that cost you, my dear Monsieur Mordaunt? Yes, the written order, said Porthos, who now began to comprehend what D'Artagnan was aiming at. We ask only for that. However inclined Mordaunt was to have recourse to violence, he understood the reasons D'Artagnan had given him. Besides, completely ignorant of the friendship which existed between the four Frenchmen, all his uneasiness disappeared when he heard of the plausible motive of the ransom. He decided, therefore, not only to fetch the order, but the 2,000 pistoles, at which he estimated the prisoners. He therefore mounted his horse and disappeared. Good, thought D'Artagnan. A quarter of an hour to go to the tent, a quarter of an hour to return. It is more than we need. Then turning, without the least change of countenance, to Porthos, he said, looking him full in the face, Friend Porthos, listen to this. First, not a syllable to either of our friends of what you have heard. It is unnecessary for them to know the service we are going to render them. Very well. I understand. Go to the stable, you will find Mousqueton there. Saddle your horses, put your pistols in your saddlebags, take out the horses and lead them to the street below this, so that there will be nothing to do but mount them. All the rest is my business. Porthos made no remark, but obeyed, with the sublime confidence he had in his friend. I go, he said. Only, shall I enter the chamber where those gentlemen are? No, it is not worth while. Well, do me the kindness to take my purse, which I left on the mantelpiece. All right. He then proceeded, with his usual calm gait, to the stable and went into the very midst of the soldiery, who, foreigner as he was, could not help admiring his height and the enormous strength of his great limbs. At the corner of the street he met Mousqueton and took him with him. D'Artagnan, meantime, went into the house, whistling a tune which he had begun before Porthos went away. My dear Athos, I have reflected on your arguments and I am convinced. I am sorry to have had anything to do with this matter. As you say, Mazarin is a knave. I have resolved to fly with you, not a word, be ready. Your swords are in the corner. Do not forget them. They are in many circumstances very useful. There is Porthos's purse, too. He put it into his pocket. The two friends were perfectly stupefied. Well, pray, is there anything to be so surprised at? He said. I was blind. Athos has made me see, that's all. Come here. The two friends went near him. Do you see that street? There are the horses. Go out by the door, turn to the right, jump into your saddles, all will be right. Don't be uneasy at anything except mistaking the signal. That will be the signal when I call out, Jesus Seigneur. But give us your word that you will come too, D'Artagnan, said Athos. I swear I will, by heaven. 'Tis settled, said Aramis. At the cry Jesus Seigneur we go out, upset all that stands in our way, run to our horses, jump into our saddles, spur them, is that all? Exactly. See, Aramis, as I have told you, D'Artagnan is first amongst us all, said Athos. Very true, replied the Gascon. But I always run away from compliments. Don't forget the signal, Jesus Seigneur. And he went out as he came in, whistling the self-same air. The soldiers were playing or sleeping. Two of them were singing in a corner, out of tune, the psalm. On the rivers of Babylon. D'Artagnan called the sergeant. My dear friend, General Cromwell has sent Monsieur Mordaunt to fetch me. Guard the prisoners well, I beg of you. The sergeant made a sign, as much as to say he did not understand French, and D'Artagnan tried to make him comprehend by signs and gestures. Then he went into the stable. He found the 5 horses saddled, his own amongst the rest. Each of you take a horse by the bridle, he said to Porthos and Mousqueton. Turn to the left, so that Athos and Aramis may see you clearly from the window. They are coming then? Said Porthos. In a moment. You didn't forget my purse? No, be easy. Good. Porthos and Mousqueton each took a horse by the bridle and proceeded to their post. Then D'Artagnan, being alone, struck a light and lighted a small bit of tinder, mounted his horse and stopped at the door in the midst of the soldiers. There, caressing as he pretended, the animal with his hand, he put this bit of burning tinder in his ear. It was necessary to be as good a horseman as he was to risk such a scheme, for no sooner had the animal felt the burning tinder than he uttered a cry of pain and reared and jumped as if he had been mad. The soldiers, whom he was nearly trampling, ran away. "Help! Help!" cried D'Artagnan. "Stop! My horse has the staggers." In an instant the horse's eyes grew bloodshot and he was white with foam. "Help!" cried D'Artagnan. "What? Will you let me be killed? Jesus Seigneur!" No sooner had he uttered this cry than the door opened and Athos and Aramis rushed out. The coast, owing to the Gascon stratagem, was clear. "The prisoners are escaping! The prisoners are escaping!" cried the sergeant. "Stop! Stop!" cried D'Artagnan, giving rein to his famous steed, who, darting forth, overturned several men. "Stop! Stop!" cried the soldiers and ran for their arms. But the prisoners were in their saddles and lost no time hastening to the nearest gate. In the middle of the street they saw Grimaud and Blaisois, who were coming to find their masters. With one wave of his hand Athos made Grimaud, who followed the little troop, understand everything, and they passed on like a whirlwind, D'Artagnan still directing them from behind with his voice. They passed through the gate like apparitions, without the guards thinking of detaining them, and reached the open country. All this time the soldiers were calling out, "Stop! Stop!" And the sergeant, who began to see that he was the victim of an artifice, was almost in a frenzy of despair. Whilst all this was going on, a cavalier in full gallop was seen approaching. It was Mordaunt with the order in his hand. "The prisoners!" he exclaimed, jumping off his horse. The sergeant had not the courage to reply. He showed him the open door, the empty room. Mordaunt darted to the steps, understood all, uttered a cry, as if his very heart was pierced, and fell fainting on the stone steps. Chapter 59. Noble natures never lose courage, nor good stomachs their appetites. The little troop, without looking behind them or exchanging a word, fled at a rapid gallop, fording a little stream, of which none of them knew the name, and leaving on their left a town which Athos declared to be Durham. At last they came in sight of a small wood, and spurring their horses afresh, rode in its direction. As soon as they had disappeared behind a green curtain sufficiently thick to conceal them from the sight of anyone who might be in pursuit, they drew up to hold a council together. The two grooms held the horses, that they might take a little rest without being unsaddled, and Grimaud was posted as sentinel. "Come, first of all," said Athos to D'Artagnan, "my friend, that I may shake hands with you, you our rescuer, you the true hero of us all." "Athos is right, you have my adoration," said Aramis, in his turn pressing his hand. "To what are you not equal, with your superior intelligence, infallible eye, your arm of iron and your enterprising mind?" "Now," said the Gascon, "that is all well, I accept for Porthos and myself everything, thanks and compliments, we have plenty of time to spare." The two friends, recalled by D'Artagnan to what was also due to Porthos, pressed his hand in their turn. "And now," said Athos, "it is not our plan to run anywhere and like madmen, but we must map up our campaign. What shall we do? What are we going to do, i'faith? It is not very difficult to say. Tell us, then, D'Artagnan. We are going to reach the nearest seaport, unite our little resources, hire a vessel and return to France. As for me, I will give my last sou for it. Life is the greatest treasure, and speaking candidly, ours hangs by a thread. What do you say to this, Du Vallon?" "I," said Porthos, "I am entirely of D'Artagnan's opinion. This is a beastly country, this England." "You are quite decided, then, to leave it?" asked Athos of D'Artagnan. "Egad, I don't see what is to keep me here." A glance was exchanged between Athos and Aramis. "Go then, my friends," said the former, sighing. "How go then?" exclaimed D'Artagnan. "Let us go, you mean?" "No, my friend," said Athos. "You must leave us." "Leave you?" cried D'Artagnan, quite bewildered at this unexpected announcement. "Bah!" said Porthos. "Why separate, since we are all together? Because you can and ought to return to France. Your mission is accomplished, but ours is not." "Your mission is not accomplished?" exclaimed D'Artagnan, looking in astonishment at Athos. "No, my friend," replied Athos in his gentle but decided voice. "We came here to defend King Charles. We have but ill defended him. It remains for us to save him." "To save the king?" said D'Artagnan, looking at Aramis as he had looked at Athos. Aramis contented himself by making a sign with his head. D'Artagnan's countenance took an expression of the deepest compassion. He began to think he had to do with madmen. "You cannot be speaking seriously, Athos," said he. "The king is surrounded by an army which is conducting him to London. This army is commanded by a butcher or the son of a butcher, it matters little, Colonel Harrison. His Majesty, I can assure you, will be tried on his arrival in London. I have heard enough from the lips of Oliver Cromwell to know what to expect." A second look was exchanged between Athos and Aramis. "And when the trial is ended there will be no delay in putting the sentence into execution," continued D'Artagnan. "And to what penalty do you think the king will be condemned?" asked Athos. "The penalty of death, I greatly fear. They have gone too far for him to pardon them, and there is nothing left to them but one thing, and that is to kill him. Have you never heard what Oliver Cromwell said when he came to Paris and was shown the dungeon at Vincennes where Monsieur de Vendôme was imprisoned?" "What did he say?" asked Porthos. "Princes must be knocked on the head." "I remember it," said Athos. "And you fancy he will not put his maxim into execution, now that he has got hold of the king? On the contrary, I am certain he will do so. But then that is all the more reason why we should not abandon the august head so threatened." "Athos, you are becoming mad." "No, my friend," Athos gently replied. "But de Winter sought us out in France and introduced us, Monsieur de Herblay and myself, to Madame Henrietta. Her Majesty did us the honor to ask our aid for her husband. We engaged our word. Our word included everything. It was our strength, our intelligence, our life, in short, that we promised. It remains now for us to keep our word. Is that your opinion, D'Herblay?" "Yes," said Aramis. "We have promised." "Then," continued Athos, "we have another reason. It is this, listen. In France at this moment everything is poor and paltry. We have a king 10 years old, who doesn't yet know what he wants. We have a queen blinded by a belated passion. We have a minister who governs France as he would govern a great farm, that is to say, intent only on turning out all the gold he can by the exercise of Italian cunning and invention. We have princes who set up a personal and egotistic opposition, who will draw from Mazarin's hands only a few ingots of gold or some shreds of power granted as bribes. I have served them without enthusiasm. God knows that I estimated them at their real value, and that they are not high in my esteem, but on principle. Today I am engaged in a different affair. I have encountered misfortune in a high place, a royal misfortune, a European misfortune. I attach myself to it. If we can succeed in saving the king, it will be good. If we die for him, it will be grand." "So you know beforehand you must perish," said D'Artagnan. "We fear so, and our only regret is to die so far from both of you. What will you do in a foreign land, an enemy's country? I traveled in England when I was young. I speak English like an Englishman, and Aramis, too, knows something of the language. Ah, if we had you, my friends! With you, D'Artagnan, with you, Porthos, all four reunited for the first time for 20 years, we would dare not only England, but the 3 kingdoms put together." "And did you promise the queen," resumed D'Artagnan petulantly, "to storm the Tower of London, to kill 100,000 soldiers, to fight victoriously against the wishes of the nation and the ambition of a man, and when that man is Cromwell? Do not exaggerate your duty. In heaven's name, my dear Athos, do not make a useless sacrifice. When I see you merely, you look like a reasonable being. When you speak, I seem to have to do with a madman. Come, Porthos, join me. Say frankly, what do you think of this business?" "Nothing good," replied Porthos. "Come," continued D'Artagnan, who, irritated that instead of listening to him Athos seemed to be attending to his own thoughts, "you have never found yourself the worse for my advice. Well, then, believe me, Athos, your mission is ended, and ended nobly. Return to France with us." "Friend," said Athos, "our resolution is irrevocable." "Then you have some other motive unknown to us?" Athos smiled, and D'Artagnan struck his hands together in anger and muttered the most convincing reasons that he could discover. But to all these reasons Athos contented himself by replying with a calm, sweet smile, and Aramis by nodding his head. "Very well," cried D'Artagnan at last, furious. "Very well, since you wish it. Let us leave our bones in this beggarly land, where it is always cold, where fine weather is a fog, fog is rain, and rain a deluge, where the sun represents the moon and the moon a cream cheese. In truth, whether we die here or elsewhere matters little, since we must die." "Only reflect, my good fellow," said Athos. "It is but dying rather sooner." "Pooh! A little sooner or a little later, it isn't worth quarreling over." "If I am astonished at anything," remarked Porthos sententiously, "it is that it has not already happened." "Oh, it will happen, you may be sure," said D'Artagnan. "So it is agreed, and if Porthos makes no objection—" said Porthos. "I will do whatever you please, and besides, I think what the Comte de la Fere said just now is very good." "But your future career, D'Artagnan? Your ambition, Porthos?" "Our future, our ambition," replied D'Artagnan, with feverish volubility. "Need we think of that since we are to save the king? The king saved, we shall assemble our friends together. We will head the Puritans, reconquer England. We shall re-enter London, place him securely on his throne, and he will make us dukes and peers," said Porthos, whose eyes sparkled with joy at this imaginary prospect. "Or he will forget us," added D'Artagnan. "Oh," said Porthos. "Well, that has happened, friend Porthos. It seems to me that we once rendered Anne of Austria a service not much less than that which today we are trying to perform for Charles I. But none the less Anne of Austria has forgotten us for 20 years. "Well, in spite of that, D'Artagnan," said Athos, "you are not sorry that you were useful to her?" "No, indeed," said D'Artagnan. "I admit even that in my darkest moments I find consolation in that remembrance. You see, then, D'Artagnan, though princes often are ungrateful, God never is." "Athos," said D'Artagnan, "I believe that were you to fall in with the devil, you would conduct yourself so well that you would take him with you to heaven." "So, then," said Athos, offering his hand to D'Artagnan. "'Tis settled," replied D'Artagnan. "I find England a charming country, and I stay, but on one condition only." "What is it?" "That I am not forced to learn English." "Well now," said Athos triumphantly, "I swear to you, my friend, by the God who hears us, I believe that there is a power watching over us, and that we shall all four see France again." "So be it," said D'Artagnan. "But I confess I have a contrary conviction." "Our good D'Artagnan," said Aramis, "represents among us the opposition in Parliament, which always says no and always does aye, but in the meantime saves the country," added Athos. "Well, now that everything is decided," cried Porthos, rubbing his hands, "suppose we think of dinner? It seems to me that, in the most critical positions of our lives, we have always dined." "Oh, yes, speak of dinner in a country where for a feast they eat boiled mutton, and as a treat drink beer. What the devil did you come to such a country for, Athos?" "But I forgot," added the Gascon, smiling. "Pardon, I forgot you are no longer Athos. But never mind, let us hear your plan for dinner, Porthos." "My plan?" "Yes, have you a plan?" "No, I am hungry, that is all." "Pardieu, if that is all, I am hungry too. But it is not everything to be hungry, one must find something to eat, unless we browse on the grass like our horses." "Ah!" exclaimed Aramis, who was not quite so indifferent to the good things of the earth as Athos. "Do you remember, when we were at Parpaillot, the beautiful oysters that we ate? And the legs of mutton of the salt marshes," said Porthos, smacking his lips. "But," suggested D'Artagnan, "have we not our friend Musketeers, who managed for us so well at Chantilly, Porthos?" "Yes," said Porthos, "we have Musketeers, but since he has been steward, he has become very heavy. Never mind, let us call him, and to make sure that he will reply agreeably." "Here, Mouston!" cried Porthos. Mouston appeared with a most piteous face. "What is the matter, my dear M. Mouston?" asked D'Artagnan. "Are you ill?" "Sir, I am very hungry," replied Mustin. "Well, it is just for that reason that we have called you, my good M. Mustin, could you not procure us a few of those nice little rabbits, and some of those delicious partridges, of which you used to make fricassees at the hotel?" "Faith, I do not remember the name of the hotel." "At the hotel of," said Porthos. "By my faith, nor do I remember it either. It does not matter. And a few of those bottles of old Burgundy wine, which cured your master so quickly of his sprain." "Alas, sir," said Musketon, "I much fear that what you ask for are very rare things in this detestable and barren country, and I think we should do better to go and seek hospitality from the owner of a little house we see on the fringe of the forest." "How? Is there a house in the neighborhood?" asked D'Artagnan. "Yes, sir," replied Musketon. "Well, let us, as you say, go and ask a dinner from the master of that house. What is your opinion, gentlemen, and does not M. Mustin's suggestion appear to you full of sense?" "Oh," said Aramis, "suppose the master is a Puritan?" "So much the better, Mordioux," replied D'Artagnan. "If he is a Puritan, we will inform him of the capture of the king, and in honor of the news he will kill for us his fatted hens." "But if he should be a cavalier?" said Porthos. "In that case we will put on an air of mourning, and he will pluck for us his black fowls." "You are very happy?" exclaimed Athos, laughing, in spite of himself, at the sally of the irresistible Gascon. "For you see the bright side of everything." "What would you have?" said D'Artagnan. "I come from a land where there is not a cloud in the sky." "It is not like this, then?" said Porthos, stretching out his hand to assure himself whether a chill sensation he felt on his cheek was not really caused by a drop of rain. "Come, come," said D'Artagnan. "More reason why we should start on our journey." "Halloo, Grimaud!" Grimaud appeared. "Well, Grimaud, my friend, have you seen anything?" asked the Gascon. "Nothing," replied Grimaud. "Those idiots!" cried Porthos. "They have not even pursued us. Oh, if we had been in their place!" "Yes, they are wrong," said D'Artagnan. "I would willingly have said 2 words to Mordaunt in this little desert. It is an excellent spot for bringing down a man in proper style." "I think, decidedly," observed Aramis, "gentlemen, that the son hasn't his mother's energy." "What, my good fellow?" replied Athos. "Wait a while. We have scarcely left him 2 hours ago. He does not know yet in what direction we came nor where we are. We may say that he is not equal to his mother when we put foot in France, if we are not poisoned or killed before then." "Meanwhile, let us dine," suggested Porthos. "I faith, yes," said Athos, "for I am hungry." "Look out for the black fowls," cried Aramis, and the 4 friends, guided by Musketon, took up the way toward the house, already almost restored to their former gaiety. For they were now, as Athos had said, all 4 once more united and of single mind. Chapter 60. Respect to Fallen Majesty. As our fugitives approached the house, they found the ground cut up, as if a considerable body of horsemen had preceded them. Before the door the traces were yet more apparent. These horsemen, whoever they might be, had halted there. "Egad!" cried D'Artagnan. "It's quite clear that the king and his escort have been by here." "The devil!" said Porthos. "In that case they have eaten everything." "Bah!" said D'Artagnan. "They will have left a chicken at least." He dismounted and knocked on the door. There was no response. He pushed open the door and found the first room empty and deserted. "Well?" cried Porthos. "I can see nobody," said D'Artagnan. "Aha! What? Blood!" At this word the 3 friends leaped from their horses and entered. D'Artagnan had already opened the door of the second room, and from the expression of his face it was clear that he there beheld some extraordinary object. The 3 friends drew near and discovered a young man stretched on the ground, bathed in a pool of blood. It was evident that he had attempted to regain his bed, but had not had sufficient strength to do so. Athos, who imagined that he saw him move, was the first to go up to him. "Well?" inquired D'Artagnan. "Well, if he is dead," said Athos. "He has not been so long, for he is still warm. But no, his heart is beating. Ho, there, my friend!" The wounded man heaved a sigh. D'Artagnan took some water in the hollow of his hand and threw it upon his face. The man opened his eyes, made an effort to raise his head, and fell back again. The wound was in the top of his skull and blood was flowing copiously. Aramis dipped a cloth into some water and applied it to the gash. Again the wounded man opened his eyes and looked in astonishment at these strangers, who appeared to pity him. "You are among friends," said Athos in English. "So cheer up, and tell us, if you have the strength to do so, what has happened?" "The king," muttered the wounded man. "The king is a prisoner." "You have seen him?" asked Aramis in the same language. The man made no reply. "Make your mind easy," resumed Athos. "We are all faithful servants of his majesty." "Is what you tell me true?" asked the wounded man. "On our honor as gentlemen." "Then I may tell you all. I am brother to Paris, his majesty's lackey." Athos and Aramis remembered that this was the name by which De Winter had called the man they had found in the passage of the king's tent. "We know him," said Athos. "He never left the king." "Yes, that is he. Well, he thought of me when he saw the king was taken, and as they were passing before the house he begged in the king's name that they would stop, as the king was hungry. They brought him into this room and placed sentinels at the doors and windows. Paris knew this room, as he had often been to see me when the king was at Newcastle. He knew that there was a trapdoor communicating with a cellar, from which one could get into the orchard. He made a sign, which I understood, but the king's guards must have noticed it and held themselves on guard. I went out as if to fetch wood, passed through the subterranean passage into the cellar, and whilst Paris was gently bolting the door, pushed up the board and beckoned to the king to follow me. Alas, he would not, but Paris clasped his hands and implored him, and at last he agreed. I went on first, fortunately. The king was a few steps behind me, when suddenly I saw something rise up in front of me like a huge shadow. I wanted to cry out to warn the king, but that very moment I felt a blow as if the house was falling on my head, and fell insensible. When I came to myself again, I was stretched in the same place. I dragged myself as far as the yard. The king and his escort were no longer there. I spent perhaps an hour in coming from the yard to this place. Then my strength gave out and I fainted again. "And now, how are you feeling?" "Very ill," replied the wounded man. "Can we do anything for you?" asked Athos. "Help to put me on the bed. I think I shall feel better there." "Have you anyone to depend on for assistance?" "My wife is at Durham and may return at any moment." "But you? Is there nothing that you want?" "We came here with the intention of asking for something to eat. Alas, they have taken everything. There isn't a morsel of bread in the house." "You hear, D'Artagnan?" said Athos. "We shall have to look elsewhere for our dinner." "It is all one to me now," said D'Artagnan. "I am no longer hungry." "Faith, neither am I," said Porthos. They carried the man to his bed and called Grimaud to dress the wound. In the service of the four friends Grimaud had had so frequent occasion to make lint and bandages that he had become something of a surgeon. In the meantime the fugitives had returned to the first room, where they took counsel together. "Now," said Aramis, "we know how the matter stands. The king and his escort have gone this way. We had better take the opposite direction, eh?" Athos did not reply, he reflected. "Yes," said Porthos. "Let us take the opposite direction. If we follow the escort we shall find everything devoured and die of hunger. What a confounded country this England is! This is the first time I have gone without my dinner for 10 years, and it is generally my best meal." "What do you think, D'Artagnan?" asked Athos. "Do you agree with Aramis?" "Not at all," said D'Artagnan. "I am precisely of the contrary opinion." "What? You would follow the escort?" exclaimed Porthos in dismay. "No, I would join the escort." Athos's eyes shone with joy. "Join the escort!" cried Aramis. "Let D'Artagnan speak," said Athos. "You know he always has wise advice to give." "Clearly," said D'Artagnan. "We must go where they will not look for us. Now they will be far from looking for us among the Puritans. Therefore, with the Puritans we must go." "Good, my friend, good," said Athos. "It is excellent advice. I was about to give it when you anticipated me." "That, then, is your opinion?" asked Aramis. "Yes. They will think we are trying to leave England and will search for us at the ports. Meanwhile we shall reach London with the king. Once in London we shall be hard to find, without considering," continued Athos, throwing a glance at Aramis, "the chances that may come to us on the way." "Yes," said Aramis, "I understand." "I, however, do not understand," said Porthos. "But no matter. Since it is at the same time the opinion of D'Artagnan and of Athos, it must be the best." "But," said Aramis, "shall we not be suspected by Colonel Harrison?" "Egad!" cried D'Artagnan. "He's just the man I count upon. Colonel Harrison is one of our friends. We have met him twice at General Cromwell's. He knows that we were sent from France by Monsieur Mazarin. He will consider us as brothers. Besides, is he not a butcher's son? Well, then, Porthos shall show him how to knock down an ox with a blow of the fist, and I how to trip up a bull by taking him by the horns. That will ensure his confidence." Athos smiled. "You are the best companion that I know, D'Artagnan," he said, offering his hand to the Gascon. "And I am very happy in having found you again, my dear son." This was, as we have seen, the term which Athos applied to D'Artagnan in his more expansive moods. At this moment Grimaud came in. He had stanched the wound and the man was better. The four friends took leave of him and asked if they could deliver any message for him to his brother. "Tell him," answered the brave man, "to let the king know that they have not killed me outright. However insignificant I am sure that his majesty is concerned for me and blames himself for my death." "Be easy," said D'Artagnan. "He will know all before night." The little troop recommenced their march, and at the end of 2 hours perceived a considerable body of horsemen about half a league ahead. "My dear friends," said D'Artagnan, "give your swords to Monsieur Mouston, who will return them to you at the proper time and place, and do not forget you are our prisoners." It was not long before they joined the escort. The king was riding in front, surrounded by troopers, and when he saw Athos and Aramis a glow of pleasure lighted his pale cheeks. D'Artagnan passed to the head of the column, and leaving his friends under the guard of Porthos, went straight to Harrison, who recognized him as having met him at Cromwell's and received him as politely as a man of his breeding and disposition could. It turned out as D'Artagnan had foreseen. The colonel neither had nor could have any suspicion. They halted for the king to dine. This time, however, due precautions were taken to prevent any attempt at escape. In the large room of the hotel a small table was placed for him and a large one for the officers. "Will you dine with me?" asked Harrison of D'Artagnan. "Gad, I should be very happy, but I have my companion, Monsieur du Vallon, and the 2 prisoners whom I cannot leave. Let us manage it better. Have a table set for us in a corner and send us whatever you like from yours." "Good," answered Harrison. The matter was arranged as D'Artagnan had suggested, and when he returned he found the king already seated at his little table, where Perry waited on him, Harrison and his officers sitting together at another table, and, in a corner, places reserved for himself and his companions. The table at which the Puritan officers were seated was round, and whether by chance or coarse intention, Harrison sat with his back to the king. The king saw the 4 gentlemen come in, but appeared to take no notice of them. They sat down in such a manner as to turn their backs on nobody. The officers' table and that of the king were opposite to them. "I' faith, Colonel," said D'Artagnan, "we are very grateful for your gracious invitation, for without you we ran the risk of going without dinner, as we have without breakfast. My friend here, Monsieur du Vallon, shares my gratitude, for he was particularly hungry." "And I am so still," said Porthos, bowing to Harrison. "And how," said Harrison, laughing, "did this serious calamity of going without breakfast happen to you?" "In a very simple manner, Colonel," said D'Artagnan. "I was in a hurry to join you and took the road you had already gone by. You can understand our disappointment when, arriving at a pretty little house on the skirts of a wood, which at a distance had quite a gay appearance, with its red roof and green shutters, we found nothing but a poor wretch bathed. Colonel, pay my respects to the officer of yours who struck that blow." "Yes," said Harrison, laughing, and looking over at one of the officers seated at his table. When Groslow undertakes this kind of thing, there's no need to go over the ground a second time. Ah, it was this gentleman? Said D'Artagnan, bowing to the officer. I am sorry he does not speak French, that I might tender him my compliments. I am ready to receive and return them, sir, said the officer in pretty good French, for I resided 3 years in Paris. Then, sir, allow me to assure you that your blow was so well directed that you have nearly killed your man. Nearly? I thought I had quite, said Groslow. No, it was a very near thing, but he is not dead. As he said this, D'Artagnan gave a glance at Parry, who was standing in front of the king, to show him that the news was meant for him. The king, too, who had listened in the greatest agony, now breathed again. Hang it, said Groslow. I thought I had succeeded better. If it were not so far from here to the house, I would return and finish him. And you would do well if you are afraid of his recovering. For you know, if a wound in the head does not kill at once, it is cured in a week. And D'Artagnan threw a second glance toward Parry, on whose face such an expression of joy was manifested that Charles stretched out his hand to him, smiling. Parry bent over his master's hand and kissed it respectfully. I've a great desire to drink the king's health, said Athos. Let me propose it, then, said D'Artagnan. Do, said Aramis. Porthos looked at D'Artagnan, quite amazed at the resources with which his companion's Gascon sharpness continually supplied him. D'Artagnan took up his camp tin cup, filled it with wine and arose. Gentlemen, said he, let us drink to him who presides at the repast. Here's to our colonel, and let him know that we are always at his commands as far as London and farther. And as D'Artagnan, as he spoke, looked at Harrison, the colonel imagined the toast was for himself. He arose and bowed to the 4 friends, whose eyes were fixed on Charles, while Harrison emptied his glass without the slightest misgiving. The king, in return, looked at the 4 gentlemen and drank with a smile full of nobility and gratitude. Come, gentlemen, cried Harrison, regardless of his illustrious captive. Let us be off. Where do we sleep, Colonel? At Thirsk, replied Harrison. Parry, said the king, rising too. My horse, I desire to go to Thirsk. Egad, said D'Artagnan to Athos. Your king has thoroughly taken me, and I am quite at his service. If what you say is sincere, replied Athos, he will never reach London. How so? Because before then we shall have carried him off. Well, this time, Athos, said D'Artagnan. Upon my word, you are mad. Have you some plan in your head, then? Asked Aramis. Aye, said Porthos. The thing would not be impossible with a good plan. I have none, said Athos. But D'Artagnan will discover one. D'Artagnan shrugged his shoulders, and they proceeded. Chapter 61. D'Artagnan hits on a plan. As night closed in, they arrived at Thirsk. The 4 friends appeared to be entire strangers to one another and indifferent to the precautions taken for guarding the king. They withdrew to a private house, and as they had reason every moment to fear for their safety, they occupied but one room and provided an exit, which might be useful in case of an attack. The lackeys were sent to their several posts, except that Grimaud lay on a truss of straw across the doorway. D'Artagnan was thoughtful and seemed for the moment to have lost his usual loquacity. Porthos, who could never see anything that was not self-evident, talked to him as usual. He replied in monosyllables, and Athos and Aramis looked significantly at one another. Next morning D'Artagnan was the first to rise. He had been down to the stables, already taken a look at the horses and given the necessary orders for the day, whilst Athos and Aramis were still in bed and Porthos snoring. At 8 o'clock the march was resumed in the same order as the night before, except that D'Artagnan left his friends and began to renew the acquaintance which he had already struck up with Monsieur Groslow. Groslow, whom D'Artagnan's praises had greatly pleased, welcomed him with a gracious smile. Really, sir, D'Artagnan said to him, I am pleased to find one with whom to talk in my own poor tongue. My friend, Monsieur du Vallon, is of a very melancholy disposition, so much so, that one can scarcely get 3 words out of him all day. As for our 2 prisoners, you can imagine that they are but little in the vein for conversation. They are hot royalists, said Groslow. The more reason they should be sulky with us for having captured the Stuart, for whom, I hope, you're preparing a pretty trial. Why, said Groslow, that is just what we are taking him to London for. And you never by any chance lose sight of him, I presume? I should think not, indeed. You see he has a truly royal escort. There's no fear in the daytime, but at night, we redouble our precautions. And what method of surveillance do you employ? 8 men remain constantly in his room. The deuce, he is well guarded, then. But besides these 8 men, you doubtless place some guard outside. Oh no, just think. What would you have 2 men without arms do against 8 armed men? 2 men? How do you mean? Yes, the king and his lackey. Oh, then they allow the lackey to remain with him. Yes. Stuart begged this favor and Harrison consented. Under pretense that he's a king, it appears, he cannot dress or undress without assistance. Really, Captain, said D'Artagnan, determined to continue on the laudatory tack on which he had commenced. The more I listen to you, the more surprised I am at the easy and elegant manner in which you speak French. You have lived 3 years in Paris? May I ask what you were doing there? My father, who is a merchant, placed me with his correspondent, who in turn sent his son to join our house in London. Were you pleased with Paris, sir? Yes, but you are much in want of a revolution like our own, not against your king, who is a mere child, but against that Lazar of an Italian, the Queen's favorite. Ah, I am quite of your opinion, sir, and we should soon make an end of Mazarin if we had only a dozen officers like yourself, without prejudices, vigilant and incorruptible. But, said the officer, I thought you were in his service and that it was he who sent you to General Cromwell. That is to say, I am in the king's service, and that knowing he wanted to send someone to England, I solicited the appointment. So great was my desire to know the man of genius who now governs the 3 kingdoms. So that when he proposed to us to draw our swords in honor of old England, you see how we snapped up the proposition. Yes, I know that you charged by the side of Mordaunt. On his right and left, sir. Ah, there's another brave and excellent young man. Do you know him? Asked the officer. Yes, very well. Monsieur du Vallon and myself came from France with him. It appears, too, you kept him waiting a long time at Boulogne. What would you have? I was like you and had a king in keeping. Aha, said Groslow. What king? Our own, to be sure, the little one, Louis XIV. And how long had you to take care of him? 3 nights, and, by my troth, I shall always remember those 3 nights with a certain pleasure. How do you mean? I mean that my friends, officers in the Guards and Musketeers, came to keep me company, and we passed the night in feasting, drinking, dicing. Ah, true, said the Englishman with a sigh. You Frenchmen are born boon companions. And don't you play, too, when you are on guard? Never, said the Englishman. In that case you must be horribly bored, and have my sympathy. The fact is, I look to my turn for keeping guard with horror. It's tiresome work to keep awake a whole night. Yes, but with a jovial partner and dice, and guineas clinking on the cloth, the night passes like a dream. You don't like playing, then? On the contrary, I do. Lansquenet, for instance? Devoted to it. I used to play almost every night in France. And since your return to England, I have not handled a card or dice box. I sincerely pity you, said D'Artagnan, with an air of profound compassion. Look here, said the Englishman. Well, tomorrow I am on guard. In Stuart's room? Yes. Come and pass the night with me. Impossible. Impossible. Why so? I play with Monsieur du Vallon every night. Sometimes we don't go to bed at all. Well, what of that? Why, he would be annoyed if I did not play with him. Does he play well? I have seen him lose as much as 2,000 pistoles, laughing all the while till the tears rolled down. Bring him with you, then. But how about our prisoners? Let your servants guard them. Yes, and give them a chance of escaping, said D'Artagnan. Why, one of them is a rich lord from Touraine and the other a knight of Malta of noble family. We have arranged the ransom of each of them, £2,000 on arriving in France. We are reluctant to leave for a single moment men whom our lackeys know to be millionaires. It is true we plundered them a little when we took them, and I will even confess that it is their purse that Monsieur du Vallon and I draw on in our nightly play. Still, they may have concealed some precious stone, some valuable diamond, so that we are like those misers who are unable to absent themselves from their treasures. We have made ourselves the constant guardians of our men, and while I sleep Monsieur du Vallon watches. Ah, said Groslow. You see, then, why I must decline your polite invitation, which is especially attractive to me, because nothing is so wearisome as to play night after night with the same person. The chances always balance, and at the month's end nothing is gained or lost. Ah, said Groslow, sighing. There is something still more wearisome, and that is not to play at all. I can understand that, said D'Artagnan. But, come, resumed the Englishman, are these men of yours dangerous? In what respect? Are they capable of attempting violence? D'Artagnan burst out laughing at the idea. Jesus Dieu, he cried. One of them is trembling with fever, having failed to adapt himself to this charming country of yours, and the other is a knight of Malta, as timid as a young girl, and for greater security we have taken from them even their penknives and pocket scissors. Well, then, said Groslow, bring them with you. But really, said D'Artagnan, I have 8 men on guard, you know. 4 of them can guard the king and the other for your prisoners. I'll manage it somehow, you will see. But, said D'Artagnan, now I think of it, what is to prevent our beginning tonight? Nothing at all, said Groslow. Just so. Come to us this evening, and tomorrow we'll return your visit. Capital. This evening with you, tomorrow at Stewart's, the next day with me. You see, that with a little forethought one can lead a merry life anywhere and everywhere, said D'Artagnan. Yes, with Frenchmen, and Frenchmen like you. And Monsieur du Vallon, added the other. You will see what a fellow he is. A man who nearly killed Mazarin between 2 doors. They employ him because they are afraid of him. Ah, there he is calling me now. You'll excuse me, I know. They exchanged bows, and D'Artagnan returned to his companions. What on earth can you have been saying to that bulldog? Exclaimed Porthos. My dear fellow, don't speak like that of Monsieur Groslow. He's one of my most intimate friends. One of your friends, cried Porthos. This butcher of unarmed farmers. Hush, my dear Porthos. Monsieur Groslow is perhaps rather hasty, it's true, but at bottom I have discovered 2 good qualities in him. He is conceited and stupid. Porthos opened his eyes in amazement. Athos and Aramis looked at one another and smiled. They knew D'Artagnan, and knew that he did nothing without a purpose. But, continued D'Artagnan, you shall judge of him for yourself. He is coming to play with us this evening. Oh ho, said Porthos, his eyes glistening at the news. Is he rich? He's the son of one of the wealthiest merchants in London. And knows lansquenet? Adores it. Basset. His mania. Beribi. Revels in it. Good, said Porthos. We shall pass an agreeable evening. The more so, as it will be the prelude to a better. How so? We invite him to play tonight. He has invited us in return tomorrow. But wait, tonight we stop at Derby, and if there is a bottle of wine in the town, let Mousqueton buy it. It will be well to prepare a light supper, of which you, Athos and Aramis, are not to partake. Athos, because I told him you had a fever. Aramis, because you are a knight of Malta and won't mix with fellows like us. Do you understand? That's no doubt very fine, said Porthos. But deuce take me if I understand at all. Porthos, my friend, you know I am descended on the father's side from the prophets and on the mother's from the sibyls, and that I only speak in parables and riddles. Let those who have ears hear and those who have eyes see. I can tell you nothing more at present. Go ahead, my friend, said Athos. I am sure that whatever you do is well done. And you, Aramis, are you of that opinion? Entirely so, my dear D'Artagnan. Very good, said D'Artagnan. Here indeed are true believers. It is a pleasure to work miracles before them. They are not like that unbelieving Porthos, who must see and touch before he will believe. The fact is, said Porthos with an air of finesse, I am rather incredulous. D'Artagnan gave him playful buffet on the shoulder, and as they had reached the station where they were to breakfast, the conversation ended there. At 5 in the evening they sent Mousqueton on before as agreed upon. Blaisois went with him. In crossing the principal street in Derby, the four friends perceived Blaisois standing in the doorway of a handsome house. It was there a lodging was prepared for them. At the hour agreed upon Groslow came. D'Artagnan received him as he would have done a friend of 20 years' standing. Porthos scanned him from head to foot and smiled when he discovered that, in spite of the blow he had administered to Perry's brother, he was not nearly so strong as himself. Athos and Aramis suppressed as well as they could the disgust they felt in the presence of such coarseness and brutality. In short, Groslow seemed to be pleased with his reception. Athos and Aramis kept themselves to their role. At midnight they withdrew to their chamber, the door of which was left open on the pretext of kindly consideration. Furthermore, D'Artagnan went with them, leaving Porthos at play with Groslow. Porthos gained 50 pistoles from Groslow, and found him a more agreeable companion than he had at first believed him to be. As to Groslow, he promised himself that on the following evening he would recover from D'Artagnan what he had lost to Porthos, and on leaving reminded the Gascon of his appointment. The next day was spent as usual. D'Artagnan went from Captain Groslow to Colonel Harrison, and from Colonel Harrison to his friends. To anyone not acquainted with him he seemed to be in his normal condition. But to his friends, to Athos and Aramis, was apparent a certain feverishness in his gaiety. "What is he contriving?" asked Aramis. "Wait," said Athos. Porthos said nothing, but he handled in his pocket the 50 pistoles he had gained from Groslow with a degree of satisfaction which betrayed itself in his whole bearing. Arrived at Riston, D'Artagnan assembled his friends. His face had lost the expression of careless gaiety it had worn like a mask the whole day. Athos pinched Aramis's hand. "The moment is at hand," he said. "Yes," returned D'Artagnan, who had overheard him. "Tonight, gentlemen, we rescue the king." "D'Artagnan," said Athos, "this is no joke, I trust? It would quite cut me up." "You are a very odd man, Athos," he replied, "to doubt me thus. Where and when have you seen me trifle with a friend's heart and a king's life? I have told you, and I repeat it, that tonight we rescue Charles I. You left it to me to discover the means, and I have done so." Porthos looked at D'Artagnan with an expression of profound admiration. Aramis smiled as one who hopes. Athos was pale and trembled in every limb. "Speak," said Athos. "We are invited," replied D'Artagnan, "to pass the night with M. Groslow. But do you know where?" "No." "In the king's room." "The king's room?" cried Athos. "Yes, gentlemen, in the king's room. Groslow is on guard there this evening, and to pass the time away he has invited us to keep him company." "All four of us?" asked Athos. "Pardieu, certainly all four. We couldn't leave our prisoners, could we?" Ah, said Aramis. "Tell us about it," said Athos, palpitating. "We are going, then, we two with our swords, you with daggers. We four have got to master these 8 fools and their stupid captain. Monsieur Porthos, what do you say to that?" "I say it is easy enough," answered Porthos. "We dress the king in Groslow's clothes. Mousqueton, Grimaud, and Blaisois have our horses saddled at the end of the first street. We mount them, and before daylight are 20 leagues distant." Athos placed his 2 hands on D'Artagnan's shoulders, and gazed at him with his calm, sad smile. "I declare, my friend," said he, "that there is not a creature under the sky who equals you in prowess and in courage. Whilst we thought you indifferent to our sorrows, which you couldn't share without crime, you alone among us have discovered what we were searching for in vain. I repeat it, D'Artagnan, you are the best one among us. I bless and love you, my dear son." "And to think that I couldn't find that out," said Porthos, scratching his head. "It is so simple." "But," said Aramis, "if I understand rightly we are to kill them all, eh?" Athos shuddered and turned pale. "Mordioux," answered D'Artagnan, "I believe we must. I confess I can discover no other safe and satisfactory way." "Let us see," said Aramis. "How are we to act?" "I have arranged 2 plans. Firstly, at a given signal, which shall be the words at last, you each plunge a dagger into the heart of the soldier nearest to you. We, on our side, do the same. That will be 4 killed. We shall then be matched, for against the remaining 5. If these 5 men give themselves up, we gag them. If they resist, we kill them. If by chance our amphitryon changes his mind and receives only Porthos and myself, why, then, we must resort to heroic measures and each give 2 strokes instead of 1. It will take a little longer time and may make a greater disturbance, but you will be outside with swords and will rush in at the proper time. But if you yourselves should be struck? Said Athos. Impossible, said D'Artagnan. Those beer drinkers are too clumsy and awkward. Besides, you will strike at the throat, Porthos. It kills as quickly and prevents all outcry. Very good, said Porthos. It will be a nice little throat-cutting. Horrible, horrible, exclaimed Athos. Nonsense, said D'Artagnan. You would do as much, Mr. Humanity, in a battle. But if you think the king's life is not worth what it must cost, there's an end of the matter, and I send to Groslow to say I am ill. No, you are right, said Athos. At this moment a soldier entered to inform them that Groslow was waiting for them. Where? Asked D'Artagnan. In the room of the English Nebuchadnezzar, replied the staunch Puritan. Good, replied Athos, whose blood mounted to his face at the insult offered to royalty. Tell the captain we are coming. The Puritan then went out. The lackeys had been ordered to saddle 8 horses and to wait, keeping together and without dismounting, at the corner of a street about 20 steps from the house where the king was lodged. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. The sentinels had been relieved at 8 and Captain Groslow had been on guard for an hour. D'Artagnan and Porthos, armed with their swords, and Athos and Aramis, each carrying a concealed poniard, approached the house which for the time being was Charles Stuart's prison. The 2 latter followed their captors in the humble guise of captives, without arms. "Oh, these bodikins," said Groslow as the 4 friends entered. "I had almost given you up." D'Artagnan went up to him and whispered in his ear. "The fact is, that is, Monsieur du Vallon and I, hesitated a little." "And why?" D'Artagnan looked significantly toward Athos and Aramis. "Aha!" said Groslow. "On account of political opinions? No matter. On the contrary," he added, laughing, "if they want to see their steward, they shall see him." "Are we to pass the night in the king's room?" asked D'Artagnan. "No, but in the one next to it, and as the door will remain open it comes to the same thing." "Have you provided yourself with money?" "I assure you I intend to play the devil's game tonight." D'Artagnan rattled the gold in his pockets. "Very good," said Groslow, and opened the door of the room. "I will show you the way," and he went in first. D'Artagnan turned to look at his friends. Porthos was perfectly indifferent. Athos, pale but resolute. Aramis was wiping a slight moisture from his brow. The 8 guards were at their posts. For in the king's room, 2 at the door between the rooms and 2 at that by which the friends had entered. Athos smiled when he saw their bare swords. He felt it was no longer to be a butchery, but a fight, and he resumed his usual good humor. Charles was perceived through the door, lying dressed upon his bed, at the head of which Perry was seated, reading in a low voice a chapter from the Bible. A candle of coarse tallow on a black table lighted up the handsome and resigned face of the king and that of his faithful retainer, far less calm. From time to time Perry stopped, thinking the king, whose eyes were closed, was really asleep. But Charles would open his eyes and say with a smile, "Go on, my good Perry, I am listening." Groslow advanced to the door of the king's room, replaced on his head the hat he had taken off to receive his guests, looked for a moment contemptuously at this simple, yet touching scene, then turning to D'Artagnan, assumed an air of triumph at what he had achieved. "Capital!" cried the Gascon. "You would make a distinguished general. And do you think," asked Groslow, "that Stuart will ever escape while I am on guard?" "No, to be sure," replied D'Artagnan. "Unless, forsooth, the sky rains friends upon him." Groslow's face brightened. It is impossible to say whether Charles, who kept his eyes constantly closed, had noticed the insolence of the Puritan captain, but the moment he heard the clear tone of D'Artagnan's voice his eyelids rose, in spite of himself. Perry, too, started and stopped reading. "What are you thinking about?" said the king. "Go on, my good Perry, unless you are tired." Perry resumed his reading. On a table in the next room were lighted candles, cards, 2 dice boxes, and dice. "Gentlemen," said Groslow, "I beg you will take your places. I will sit facing Stuart, whom I like so much to see, especially where he now is, and you, Monsieur d'Artagnan, opposite to me." Athos turned red with rage. D'Artagnan frowned at him. "That's it," said D'Artagnan. "You, Monsieur le Comte de la Fère, to the right of Monsieur Groslow. You, Chevalier d'Herblay, to his left. Du Vallon next me. You'll bet for me and those gentlemen for Monsieur Groslow." By this arrangement D'Artagnan could nudge Porthos with his knee and make signs with his eyes to Athos and Aramis. At the names Comte de la Fère and Chevalier d'Herblay, Charles opened his eyes, and raising his noble head, in spite of himself, threw a glance at all the actors in the scene. At that moment Perry turned over several leaves of his Bible and read with a loud voice this verse in Jeremiah. God said, "Hear ye the words of the prophets my servants, whom I have sent unto you." The 4 friends exchanged glances. The words that Perry had read assured them that their presence was understood by the king and was assigned to its real motive. D'Artagnan's eyes sparkled with joy. "You asked me just now if I was in funds," said D'Artagnan, placing some 20 pistoles upon the table. "Well, in my turn I advise you to keep a sharp lookout on your treasure, my dear Monsieur Groslow, for I can tell you we shall not leave this without robbing you of it." "Not without my defending it," said Groslow. "So much the better," said D'Artagnan. "Fight, my dear captain, fight. You know or you don't know that is what we ask of you." "Oh, yes," said Groslow, bursting with his usual coarse laugh. "I know you Frenchmen want nothing but cuts and bruises." Charles had heard and understood it all. A slight color mounted to his cheeks. The soldiers then saw him stretch his limbs, little by little, and under the pretense of much heat throw off the Scotch plaid which covered him. Athos and Aramis started with delight to find that the king was lying with his clothes on. The game began. The luck had turned, and Groslow, having won some 100 pistoles, was in the merriest possible humor. Porthos, who had lost the 50 pistoles he had won the night before and 30 more besides, was very cross and questioned D'Artagnan with a nudge of the knee as to whether it would not soon be time to change the game. Athos and Aramis looked at him inquiringly, but D'Artagnan remained impassible. It struck 10. They heard the guard going its rounds. "How many rounds do they make a night?" asked D'Artagnan, drawing more pistoles from his pocket. 5, answered Groslow. "1 every 2 hours. D'Artagnan glanced at Athos and Aramis, and for the first time replied to Porthos's nudge of the knee by a nudge responsive. Meanwhile, the soldiers whose duty it was to remain in the king's room, attracted by that love of play so powerful in all men, had stolen little by little toward the table, and standing on tiptoe, lounged, watching the game, over the shoulders of D'Artagnan and Porthos. Those on the other side had followed their example, thus favoring the views of the 4 friends, who preferred having them close at hand to chasing them about the chamber. The 2 sentinels at the door still had their swords unsheathed, but they were leaning on them while they watched the game. Athos seemed to grow calm as the critical moment approached. With his white, aristocratic hands he played with the Lewis, bending and straightening them again, as if they were made of pewter. Aramis, less self-controlled, fumbled continually with his hidden poniard. Porthos, impatient at his continued losses, kept up a vigorous play with his knee. D'Artagnan turned, mechanically looking behind him, and between the figures of 2 soldiers, he could see Perry standing up and Charles leaning on his elbow with his hands clasped and apparently offering a fervent prayer to God. D'Artagnan saw that the moment was come. He darted a preparatory glance at Athos and Aramis, who slyly pushed their chairs a little back so as to leave themselves more space for action. He gave Porthos a second nudge of the knee, and Porthos got up as if to stretch his legs and took care at the same time to ascertain that his sword could be drawn smoothly from the scabbard. "Hang it!" cried D'Artagnan. "Another 20 pistoles lost. Really, Captain Groslow, you are too much in fortune's way. This can't last." And he drew another 20 from his pocket. "One more turn, Captain," 20 pistoles on one throw, only one, the last. Done for 20, replied Groslow, and he turned up 2 cards as usual, a king for D'Artagnan and an ace for himself. A king, said D'Artagnan. It's a good omen, Master Groslow, look out for the king. And in spite of his extraordinary self-control, there was a strange vibration in the Gascon's voice which made his partner start. Groslow began turning the cards one after another. If he turned up an ace first, he won. If a king, he lost. He turned up a king. At last! Cried D'Artagnan. At this word Athos and Aramis jumped up. Porthos drew back a step. Daggers and swords were just about to shine, when suddenly the door was thrown open and Harrison appeared in the doorway, accompanied by a man enveloped in a large cloak. Behind this man could be seen the glistening muskets of half a dozen soldiers. Groslow jumped up, ashamed at being surprised in the midst of wine, cards, and dice. But Harrison paid not the least attention to him, and entering the king's room, followed by his companion. "Charles Stuart," said he, "an order has come to conduct you to London without stopping day or night. Prepare yourself, then, to start at once." "And by whom is this order given?" asked the king. "By General Oliver Cromwell. And here is Mr. Mordaunt, who has brought it and is charged with its execution." "Mordaunt!" muttered the 4 friends, exchanging glances. D'Artagnan swept up the money that he and Porthos had lost and buried it in his huge pocket. Athos and Aramis placed themselves behind him. At this movement Mordaunt turned around, recognized them, and uttered an exclamation of savage delight. "I'm afraid we are prisoners," whispered D'Artagnan to his friend. "Not yet," replied Porthos. "Colonel, Colonel," cried Mordaunt, "you are betrayed. These 4 Frenchmen have escaped from Newcastle, and no doubt want to carry off the king. Arrest them." "Ah, my young man," said D'Artagnan, drawing his sword, "that is an order sooner given than executed. Fly, friends, fly," he added, whirling his sword around him. The next moment he darted to the door and knocked down 2 of the soldiers who guarded it, before they had time to cock their muskets. Athos and Aramis followed him. Porthos brought up the rear, and before soldiers, officers, or colonel had time to recover their surprise, all 4 were in the street. "Fire!" cried Mordaunt. "Fire upon them!" 3 or 4 shots were fired, but with no other result than to show the 4 fugitives turning the corner of the street safe and sound. The horses were at the place fixed upon, and they leaped lightly into their saddles. "Forward!" cried D'Artagnan, "and spur for your dear lives." They galloped away and took the road they had come by in the morning, namely, in the direction toward Scotland. A few hundred yards beyond the town D'Artagnan drew rein. "Halt!" he cried. "This time we shall be pursued. We must let them leave the village and ride after us on the northern road, and when they have passed we will take the opposite direction." There was a stream close by and a bridge across it. D'Artagnan led his horse under the arch of the bridge. The others followed. 10 minutes later they heard the rapid gallop of a troop of horsemen. A few minutes more and the troop passed over their heads. Chapter 62. London. As soon as the noise of the hoofs was lost in the distance, D'Artagnan remounted the bank of the stream and scoured the plain, followed by his 3 friends, directing their course, as well as they could guess, toward London. "This time," said D'Artagnan, when they were sufficiently distant to proceed at a trot, "I think all is lost and we have nothing better to do than to reach France. What do you say, Athos, to that proposition? Isn't it reasonable?" "Yes, dear friend," Athos replied. "But you said a word the other day that was more than reasonable. It was noble and generous. You said, 'Let us die here.' I recall to you that word." "Oh," said Porthos, "death is nothing. It isn't death that can disquiet us, since we don't know what it is. What troubles me is the idea of defeat. As things are turning out, I foresee that we must give battle to London, to the provinces, to all England, and certainly in the end we can't fail to be beaten." "We ought to witness this great tragedy even to its last scene," said Athos. "Whatever happens, let us not leave England before the crisis. Don't you agree with me, Aramis?" "Entirely, my dear Count. Then, too, I confess I should not be sorry to come across Mordaunt again. It appears to me that we have an account to settle with him, and that it is not our custom to leave a place without paying our debts, of this kind, at least. Ah, that's another thing, said D'Artagnan. And I should not mind waiting in London a whole year for a chance of meeting this Mordaunt in question. Only let us lodge with someone on whom we can count. For I imagine, just now, that Noel Cromwell would not be inclined to trifle with us. Athos, do you know any inn in the whole town where one can find white sheets, roast beef reasonably cooked, and wine which is not made of hops and gin? I think I know what you want, replied Athos. De Winter took us to the house of a Spaniard, who, he said, had become naturalized as an Englishman by the guineas of his new compatriots. What do you say to it, Aramis? Why, the idea of taking quarters with Señor Perez seems to me very reasonable, and for my part one agree to it. We will invoke the remembrance of that poor De Winter, for whom he seemed to have a great regard. We will tell him that we have come as amateurs to see what is going on. We will spend with him a guinea each per day, and I think that by taking all these precautions we can be quite undisturbed. You forget, Aramis, one precaution of considerable importance. What is that? The precaution of changing our clothes. Changing our clothes, exclaimed Porthos. I don't see why. We are very comfortable in those we wear. To prevent recognition, said D'Artagnan. Our clothes have a cut which would proclaim the Frenchman at first sight. Now, I don't set sufficient store on the cut of my jerkin to risk being hung at Tyburn or sent for change of scene to the Indies. I shall buy a chestnut-colored suit. I've remarked that your Puritans revel in that color. But can you find your man? Said Aramis to Athos. Oh, to be sure, yes. He lives at the Bedford Tavern, Greenhall Street. Besides, I can find my way about the city with my eyes shut. I wish we were already there, said D'Artagnan. And my advice is that we reach London before daybreak, even if we kill our horses. Come on, then, said Athos. For unless I am mistaken in my calculations, we have only 8 or 10 leagues to go. The friends urged on their horses and arrived, in fact, at about 5 o'clock in the morning. They were stopped and questioned at the gate by which they sought to enter the city, but Athos replied in excellent English that they had been sent forward by Colonel Harrison to announce to his colleague, Monsieur Bridge, the approach of the king. That reply led to several questions about the king's capture, and Athos gave details so precise and positive that if the gatekeepers had any suspicions they vanished completely. The way was therefore opened to the 4 friends with all sorts of Puritan congratulations. Athos was right. He went direct to the Bedford Tavern, and the host, who recognized him, was delighted to see him again with such a numerous and promising company. Though it was scarcely daylight, our 4 travelers found the town in a great bustle, owing to the reported approach of Harrison and the king. The plan of changing their clothes was unanimously adopted. The landlord sent out for every description of garment, as if he wanted to fit up his wardrobe. Athos chose a black coat, which gave him the appearance of a respectable citizen. Aramis, not wishing to part with his sword, selected a dark blue cloak of a military cut. Porthos was seduced by a wine-colored doublet and sea-green breeches. D'Artagnan, who had fixed on his color beforehand, had only to select the shade, and looked in his chestnut suit exactly like a retired sugar dealer. Now, said D'Artagnan, for the actual man, we must cut off our hair, that the populace may not insult us. As we no longer wear the sword of the gentleman, we may as well have the head of the Puritan. This, as you know, is the important point of distinction between the Covenanter and the Cavalier. After some discussion this was agreed to, and Mousqueton played the role of barber. We look hideous, said Athos, and smack of the Puritan to a frightful extent, said Aramis. My head feels actually cold, said Porthos. As for me, I feel anxious to preach a sermon, said D'Artagnan. Now, said Athos, that we cannot even recognize one another and have therefore no fear of others recognizing us, let us go and see the king's entrance. They had not been long in the crowd before loud cries announced the king's arrival. A carriage had been sent to meet him, and the gigantic Porthos, who stood ahead above the entire rabble, soon announced that he saw the royal equipage approaching. D'Artagnan raised himself on tiptoe, and as the carriage passed, saw Harrison at one window and Mordaunt at the other. The next day, Athos, leaning out of his window, which looked upon the most populous part of the city, heard the Act of Parliament, which summoned the ex-king, Charles I, to the bar, publicly cried. "Parliament indeed!" cried Athos. "Parliament can never have passed such an act as that." At this moment the landlord came in. "Did Parliament pass this act?" Athos asked of him in English. "Yes, my lord, the pure Parliament." "What do you mean by the pure Parliament? Are there, then, two parliaments?" "My friend," D'Artagnan interrupted, "as I don't understand English and we all understand Spanish, have the kindness to speak to us in that language, which, since it is your own, you must find pleasure in using when you have the chance." "Ah, excellent," said Aramis. As to Porthos, all his attention was concentrated on the allurements of the breakfast table. "You were asking, then?" said the host in Spanish. "I asked," said Athos in the same language, "if there are two parliaments, a pure and an impure?" "Why, how extraordinary!" said Porthos, slowly raising his head and looking at his friends with an air of astonishment. "I understand English, then. I understand what you say." "That is because we are talking Spanish, my dear friend," said Athos. "Oh, the devil!" said Porthos. "I am sorry for that. It would have been one language more." "When I speak of the pure Parliament," resumed the host, "I mean the one which Colonel Bridge has weeded." "Ah, really?" said D'Artagnan. "These people are very ingenious. When I go back to France, I must suggest some such convenient course to Cardinal Mazarin and the coadjutor. One of them will weed the Parliament in the name of the court, and the other in the name of the people, and then there won't be any Parliament at all." "And who is this Colonel Bridge?" asked Aramis. "And how does he go to work to weed the Parliament?" "Colonel Bridge," replied the Spaniard, "is a retired wagoner, a man of much sense, who made one valuable observation whilst driving his team, namely, that where there happened to be a stone on the road, it was much easier to remove the stone than try and make the wheel pass over it. Now, of 251 members who composed the Parliament, there were 191 who were in the way and might have upset his political wagon. He took them up, just as he formerly used to take up the stones from the road, and threw them out of the house." "Neat," remarked D'Artagnan. "Very. And all these 191 were royalists?" asked Athos. "Without doubt, señor, and you understand that they would have saved the king." "To be sure," said Porthos with majestic common sense. "They were in the majority." "And you think," said Aramis, "he will consent to appear before such a tribunal?" "He will be forced to do so," smiled the Spaniard. "Now, Athos," said D'Artagnan, "do you begin to believe that it's a ruined cause, and that what with your Harrisons, Joyces, Bridges, and Cromwells, we shall never get the upper hand?" "The king will be delivered at the tribunal," said Athos. "The very silence of his supporters indicates that they are at work." D'Artagnan shrugged his shoulders. "But," said Aramis, "if they dare to condemn their king, it can only be to exile or imprisonment." D'Artagnan whistled a little air of incredulity. "We shall see," said Athos, "for we shall go to the sittings, I presume." "You will not have long to wait," said the landlord. "They begin tomorrow." "So, then, they drew up the indictments before the king was taken?" "Of course," said D'Artagnan. "They began the day he was sold." "And you know," said Aramis, "that it was our friend Mordaunt who made, if not the bargain, at least the overtures." "And you know," added D'Artagnan, "that whenever I catch him I will kill him, this Mordaunt." "And I too," exclaimed Porthos. "And I too," added Aramis. "Touching unanimity," cried D'Artagnan, "which well becomes good citizens like us. Let us take a turn around the town and imbibe a little fog." "Yes," said Porthos. "'Twill be at least a little change from beer." Chapter 63. The Trial. The next morning King Charles I was hailed by a strong guard before the High Court which was to judge him. All London was crowding to the doors of the house. The throng was terrific, and it was not till after much pushing and some fighting that our friends reached their destination. When they did so, they found the 3 lower rows of benches already occupied. But being anxious not to be too conspicuous, All, with the exception of Porthos, who had a fancy to display his red doublet, were quite satisfied with their places, the more so as chance had brought them to the center of their row, so that they were exactly opposite the armchair prepared for the royal prisoner. Toward 11 o'clock the king entered the hall, surrounded by guards, but wearing his head covered, and with a calm expression turned to every side with a look of complete assurance, as if he were there to preside at an assembly of submissive subjects, rather than to meet the accusations of a rebel court. The judges, proud of having a monarch to humiliate, evidently prepared to enjoy the right they had arrogated to themselves, and sent an officer to inform the king that it was customary for the accused to uncover his head. Charles, without replying a single word, turned his head in another direction and pulled his felt hat over it. Then, when the officer was gone, he sat down in the armchair opposite the president and struck his boots with a little cane which he carried in his hand. Parry, who accompanied him, stood behind him. D'Artagnan was looking at Athos, whose face betrayed all those emotions which the king, possessing more self-control, had banished from his own. This agitation in one so cold and calm as Athos frightened him. "I hope," he whispered to him, "that you will follow His Majesty's example and not get killed for your folly in this den." "Set your mind at rest," replied Athos. "Aha!" continued D'Artagnan. "It is clear that they are afraid of something or other, for look, the sentinels are being reinforced. They had only halberds before, now they have muskets. The halberds were for the audience in the rear, the muskets are for us. 30, 40, 50, 65 men," said Porthos, counting the reinforcements. "Ah," said Aramis, "but you forget the officer." D'Artagnan grew pale with rage. He recognized Mordaunt, who with bare sword was marshalling the Musketeers behind the king and opposite the benches. "Do you think they have recognized us?" said D'Artagnan. "In that case I should beat a retreat. I don't care to be shot in a box." "No," said Aramis. "He has not seen us. He sees no one but the king. Mon Dieu, how he stares at him, the insolent dog! Does he hate His Majesty as much as he does us?" "Pardy," answered Athos, "we only carried off his mother. The king has spoiled him of his name and property." "True," said Aramis. "But silence! The president is speaking to the king." "Steward," Bradshaw was saying, "listen to the roll call of your judges and address to the court any observations you may have to make." The king turned his head away, as if these words had not been intended for him. Bradshaw waited, and as there was no reply, there was a moment of silence. Out of the 163 members designated, there were only 73 present, for the rest, fearful of taking part in such an act, had remained away. When the name of Colonel Fairfax was called, one of those brief but solemn silences ensued, which announced the absence of the members who had no wish to take a personal part in the trial. "Colonel Fairfax," repeated Bradshaw. "Fairfax," answered a laughing voice, the silvery tone of which betrayed it as that of a woman, "is not such a fool as to be here." A loud laugh followed these words, pronounced with that boldness which women draw from their own weakness, a weakness which removes them beyond the power of vengeance. "It is a woman's voice," cried Aramis. "Faith, I would give a good deal if she is young and pretty." And he mounted on the bench to try and get a sight of her. "By my soul," said Aramis, "she is charming. Look, D'Artagnan, everybody is looking at her, and in spite of Bradshaw's gaze she has not turned pale." "It is Lady Fairfax herself," said D'Artagnan. "Don't you remember, Porthos? We saw her at General Cromwell's." The roll call continued. "These rascals will adjourn when they find that they are not in sufficient force," said the Comte de la Fere. "You don't know them." Athos, look at Mordaunt's smile. Is that the look of a man whose victim is likely to escape him? "Ah, cursed basilisk! It will be a happy day for me when I can cross something more than a look with you." "The king is really very handsome," said Porthos. "And look, too, though he is a prisoner, how carefully he is dressed. The feather in his hat is worth at least 25 pistoles. Look at it, Aramis." The roll call finished, the president ordered them to read the act of accusation. Athos turned pale. A second time he was disappointed in his expectation. Notwithstanding the judges were so few, the trial was to continue. The king, then, was condemned in advance. "I told you so, Athos," said D'Artagnan, shrugging his shoulders. "Now take your courage in both hands and hear what this gentleman in black is going to say about his sovereign, with full license and privilege." Never till then had a more brutal accusation or meaner insults tarnished kingly majesty. Charles listened with marked attention, passing over the insults, noting the grievances, and, when hatred overflowed all bounds and the accuser turned executioner beforehand, replying with a smile of lofty scorn. "The fact is," said D'Artagnan, "if men are punished for imprudence and triviality, this poor king deserves punishment. But it seems to me that that which he is just now undergoing is hard enough." "In any case," Aramis replied, "the punishment should fall not on the king, but on his ministers, for the first article of the Constitution is, 'The king can do no wrong.' As for me," thought Porthos, giving Mordaunt his whole attention, "were it not for breaking in on the majesty of the situation, I would leap down from the bench, reach Mordaunt in 3 bounds and strangle him. I would then take him by the feet and knock the life out of these wretched Musketeers who parody the Musketeers of France. Meantime, D'Artagnan, who was full of invention, would find some way to save the king. I must speak to him about it." As to Athos, his face aflame, his fists clenched, his lips bitten till they bled, he sat there foaming with rage at that endless parliamentary insult and that long-enduring royal patience. The inflexible arm and steadfast heart had given place to a trembling hand and a body shaken by excitement. At this moment the accuser concluded with these words, "The present accusation is preferred by us in the name of the English people." At these words there was a murmur along the benches, and a second voice, not that of a woman, but a man's, stout and furious, thundered behind D'Artagnan. "You lie!" it cried. "9/10 of the English people are horrified at what you say." This voice was that of Athos, who, standing up with outstretched hand and quite out of his mind, thus assailed the public accuser. King, judges, spectators, all turned their eyes to the bench where the 4 friends were seated. Mordaunt did the same and recognized the gentleman, around whom the 3 other Frenchmen were standing, pale and menacing. His eyes glittered with delight. He had discovered those to whose death he had devoted his life. A movement of fury called to his side some 20 of his musketeers, and pointing to the bench where his enemies were, "Fire on that bench!" he cried. But with the rapidity of thought D'Artagnan seized Athos by the waist, and followed by Porthos with Aramis, leaped down from the benches, rushed into the passages, and flying down the staircase were lost in the crowd without, while the muskets within were pointed on some 3,000 spectators, whose piteous cries and noisy alarm stopped the impulse already given to bloodshed. Charles also had recognized the 4 Frenchmen. He put one hand on his heart to still its beating and the other over his eyes, that he might not witness the slaying of his faithful friends. Mordaunt, pale and trembling with anger, rushed from the hall sword in hand, followed by 6 pikemen, pushing, inquiring and panting in the crowd, and then, having found nothing, returned. The tumult was indescribable. More than half an hour passed before anyone could make himself heard. The judges were looking for a new outbreak from the benches. The spectators saw the muskets leveled at them, and divided between fear and curiosity, remained noisy and excited. Quiet was at length restored. "What have you to say in your defense?" asked Bradshaw of the king. Then rising, with his head still covered, in the tone of a judge rather than a prisoner, Charles began. "Before questioning me," he said, "reply to my question. I was free at Newcastle and had there concluded a treaty with both houses. Instead of performing your part of this contract as I performed mine, you bought me from the Scotch, cheaply, I know, and that does honor to the economic talent of your government. But because you have paid the price of a slave, do you imagine that I have ceased to be your king? No. To answer you would be to forget it. I shall only reply to you when you have satisfied me of your right to question me. To answer you would be to acknowledge you as my judges, and I only acknowledge you as my executioners." And in the middle of a death-like silence, Charles, calm, lofty, and with his head still covered, sat down again in his armchair. "Why are not my Frenchmen here?" he murmured proudly, and turning his eyes to the benches where they had appeared for a moment. They would have seen that their friend was worthy of their defense while alive, and of their tears when dead. "Well," said the president, seeing that Charles was determined to remain silent. "So be it. We will judge you in spite of your silence. You are accused of treason, of abuse of power, and murder. The evidence will support it. Go, and another sitting will accomplish what you have postponed in this." Charles rose and turned toward Parry, whom he saw pale and with his temples dewed with moisture. "Well, my dear Parry," said he, "what is the matter, and what can affect you in this manner?" "Oh, my king," said Parry, with tears in his eyes and in a tone of supplication, "do not look to the left as we leave the hall." "And why, Parry? Do not look, I implore you, my king." "But what is the matter? Speak," said Charles, attempting to look across the hedge of guards which surrounded him. "It is, but you will not look, will you? It is because they have had the axe with which criminals are executed brought and placed there on the table. The sight is hideous." "Fools," said Charles. "Do they take me for a coward like themselves? You have done well to warn me." "Thank you, Parry." When the moment arrived, the king followed his guards out of the hall. As he passed the table on which the axe was laid, he stopped and, turning with a smile, said, "Ah, the axe, an ingenious device, and well worthy of those who know not what a gentleman is. You frighten me not, executioner's axe," added he, touching it with the cane which he held in his hand, "and I strike you now, waiting patiently and Christianly for you to return the blow." And shrugging his shoulders with unaffected contempt, he passed on. When he reached the door, a stream of people, who had been disappointed in not being able to get into the house and to make amends had collected to see him come out, stood on each side as he passed, many among them glaring on him with threatening looks. "How many people," thought he, "and not one true friend." And as he uttered these words of doubt and depression within his mind, a voice beside him said, "Respect to fallen majesty." The king turned quickly around, with tears in his eyes and heart. It was an old soldier of the guards who could not see his king pass captive before him without rendering him this final homage. But the next moment the unfortunate man was nearly killed with heavy blows of sword hilts, and among those who set upon him the king recognized Captain Groslow. "Alas," said Charles, "that is a severe chastisement for a very trifling fault." He continued his walk, but he had scarcely gone 100 paces, when a furious fellow, leaning between two soldiers, spat in the king's face, as once an infamous and accursed Jew spit in the face of Jesus of Nazareth. Loud roars of laughter and sullen murmurs arose together. The crowd opened and closed again, undulating like a stormy sea, and the king imagined that he saw shining in the midst of this living wave the bright eyes of Athos. Charles wiped his face and said with a sad smile, "Poor wretch, for half a crown he would do as much to his own father." The king was not mistaken. Athos and his friends, again mingling with the throng, were taking a last look at the martyr king. When the soldier saluted Charles, Athos's heart bounded for joy, and that unfortunate, on coming to himself, found 10 guineas that the French gentleman had slipped into his pocket. But when the cowardly insulter spat in the face of the captive monarch, Athos grasped his dagger. But D'Artagnan stopped his hand and in a hoarse voice cried, "Wait!" Athos stopped. D'Artagnan, leaning on Athos, made a sign to Porthos and Aramis to keep near them, and then placed himself behind the man with the bare arms, who was still laughing at his own vile pleasantry and receiving the congratulations of several others. The man took his way toward the city. The 4 friends followed him. The man, who had the appearance of being a butcher, descended a little steep and isolated street, looking on to the river with 2 of his friends. Arrived at the bank of the river, the 3 men perceived that they were followed, turned around, and looking insolently at the Frenchman, passed some jests from one to another. "I don't know English, Athos," said D'Artagnan, "but you know it and will interpret for me." Then quickening their steps they passed the 3 men, but turned back immediately, and D'Artagnan walked straight up to the butcher and touching him on the chest with the tip of his finger, said to Athos, "Say this to him in English. You are a coward. You have insulted a defenseless man. You have befouled the face of your king. You must die." Athos, pale as a ghost, repeated these words to the man, who, seeing the bodeful preparations that were making, put himself in an attitude of defense. Aramis at this movement drew his sword. "No," cried D'Artagnan, "no steel. Steel is for gentlemen." And seizing the butcher by the throat, "Porthos," said he, "kill this fellow for me with a single blow." Porthos raised his terrible fist, which whistled through the air like a sling, and the portentous mass fell with a smothered crash on the insulter's skull and crushed it. The man fell like an ox beneath the poleaxe. His companions, horror-struck, could neither move nor cry out. "Tell them this, Athos," resumed D'Artagnan. "Thus shall all die who forget that a captive man is sacred, and that a captive king doubly represents the Lord." Athos repeated D'Artagnan's words. The fellows looked at the body of their companion, swimming in blood, and then recovering voice and legs together, ran screaming off. "Justice is done," said Porthos, wiping his forehead. "And now," said D'Artagnan to Athos, "entertain no further doubts about me. I undertake all that concerns the king." Chapter 64. Whitehall. The Parliament condemned Charles to death, as might have been foreseen. Political judgments are generally vain formalities, for the same passions which give rise to the accusation ordain to the condemnation. Such is the atrocious logic of revolutions. Although our friends were expecting that condemnation, it filled them with grief. D'Artagnan, whose mind was never more fertile in resources than in critical emergencies, swore again that he would try all conceivable means to prevent the denouement of the bloody tragedy. But by what means? As yet he could form no definite plan. All must depend on circumstances. Meanwhile, it was necessary at all hazards, in order to gain time, to put some obstacle in the way of the execution on the following day, the day appointed by the judges. The only way of doing that was to cause the disappearance of the London executioner. The headsman out of the way, the sentence could not be executed. True, they could send for the headsman of the nearest town, but at least a day would be gained, and a day might be sufficient for the rescue. D'Artagnan took upon himself that more than difficult task. Another thing, not less essential, was to warn Charles Stuart of the attempt to be made, so that he might assist his rescuers as much as possible, or at least do nothing to thwart their efforts. Aramis assumed that perilous charge. Charles Stuart had asked that Bishop Juxon might be permitted to visit him. Mordaunt had called on the bishop that very evening to apprise him of the religious desire expressed by the king and also of Cromwell's permission. Aramis determined to obtain from the bishop, through fear or by persuasion, consent that he should enter in the bishop's place, and clad in his sacerdotal robes, the prison at Whitehall. Finally, Athos undertook to provide, in any event, the means of leaving England, in case either of failure or of success. The night having come, they made an appointment to meet at 11 o'clock at the hotel, and each started out to fulfill his dangerous mission. The palace of Whitehall was guarded by 3 regiments of cavalry and by the fierce anxiety of Cromwell, who came and went or sent his generals or his agents continually. Alone in his usual room, lighted by 2 candles, the condemned monarch gazed sadly on the luxury of his past greatness, just as at the last hour one sees the images of life more mildly brilliant than of yore. Parry had not quitted his master, and since his condemnation had not ceased to weep. Charles, leaning on a table, was gazing at a medallion of his wife and daughter. He was waiting first for Juxon, then for martyrdom. At times he thought of those brave French gentlemen who had appeared to him from a distance of 100 leagues, fabulous and unreal, like the forms that appear in dreams. In fact, he sometimes asked himself if all that was happening to him was not a dream, or at least the delirium of a fever. He rose and took a few steps as if to rouse himself from his torpor, and went as far as the window. He saw glittering below him the muskets of the guards. He was thereupon constrained to admit that he was indeed awake and that his bloody dream was real. Charles returned in silence to his chair, rested his elbow on the table, bowed his head upon his hand, and reflected. "Alas," he said to himself, "if I only had for a confessor one of those lights of the church, whose soul has sounded all the mysteries of life, all the littlenesses of greatness, perhaps his utterance would overawe the voice that wails within my soul. But I shall have a priest of vulgar mind, whose career and fortune I have ruined by my misfortune. He will speak to me of God and death, as he has spoken to many another dying man, not understanding that this one leaves his throne to an usurper, his children to the cold contempt of public charity. And he raised the medallion to his lips. It was a dull, foggy night. A neighboring church clock slowly struck the hour. The flickering light of the 2 candles showed fitful phantom shadows in the lofty room. These were the ancestors of Charles, standing back dimly in their tarnished frames. An awful sadness enveloped the heart of Charles. He buried his brow in his hands and thought of the world, so beautiful when one is about to leave it, of the caresses of children, so pleasing and so sweet, especially when one is parting from his children never to see them again. Then of his wife, the noble and courageous woman who had sustained him to the last moment. He drew from his breast the diamond cross and the star of the Garter which she had sent him by those generous Frenchmen. He kissed it, and then, as he reflected, that she would never again see those things till he lay cold and mutilated in the tomb, there passed over him one of those icy shivers which may be called forerunners of death. Then, in that chamber which recalled to him so many royal souvenirs, whither had come so many courtiers, the scene of so much flattering homage, alone with a despairing servant, whose feeble soul could afford no support to his own, the king at last yielded to sorrow, and his courage sank to a level with that feebleness, those shadows, and that wintry cold. That king, who was so grand, so sublime in the hour of death, meeting his fate with a smile of resignation on his lips, now in that gloomy hour wiped away a tear which had fallen on the table and quivered on the gold-embroidered cloth. Suddenly the door opened, an ecclesiastic in episcopal robes entered, followed by 2 guards, to whom the king waved an imperious gesture. The guards retired. The room resumed its obscurity. "Juxon!" cried Charles. "Juxon, thank you, my last friend. You come at a fitting moment." The bishop looked anxiously at the man sobbing in the inglenook. "Come, Parry," said the king. "Cease your tears." "If it's Parry," said the bishop, "I have nothing to fear. So allow me to salute your majesty and to tell you who I am and for what I am come." At this sight and this voice Charles was about to cry out, when Aramis placed his finger on his lips and bowed low to the King of England. "The Chevalier," murmured Charles. "Yes, sire," interrupted Aramis, raising his voice. "Bishop Juxon, the faithful knight of Christ, obedient to your majesty's wishes." Charles clasped his hands, amazed and stupefied to find that these foreigners, without other motive than that which their conscience imposed on them, thus combated the will of a people and the destiny of a king. "You," he said, "you, how did you penetrate hither? If they recognize you, you are lost. Care not for me, sire. Think only of yourself. You see, your friends are wakeful. I know not what we shall do yet, but 4 determined men can do much. Meanwhile, do not be surprised at anything that happens. Prepare yourself for every emergency." Charles shook his head. "Do you know that I die tomorrow at 10 o'clock? Something, your majesty, will happen between now and then to make the execution impossible." The king looked at Aramis with astonishment. At this moment a strange noise, like the unloading of a cart, and followed by a cry of pain, was heard beneath the window. "Do you hear?" said the king. "I hear," said Aramis, "but I understand neither the noise nor the cry of pain." "I know not who can have uttered the cry," said the king, "but the noise is easily understood. Do you know that I am to be beheaded outside this window? Well, these boards you hear unloaded are the posts and planks to build my scaffold. Some workman must have fallen underneath them and been hurt." Aramis shuddered in spite of himself. "You see," said the king, "that it is useless for you to resist. I am condemned. Leave me to my death." "My king," said Aramis, "they well may raise a scaffold, but they cannot make an executioner." "What do you mean?" asked the king. "I mean that at this hour the headsman has been got out of the way by force or persuasion. The scaffold will be ready by tomorrow, but the headsman will be wanting, and they will put it off till the day after tomorrow." "What then?" said the king. "Tomorrow night we shall rescue you." "How can that be?" cried the king, whose face was lighted up, in spite of himself, by a flash of joy. "Oh, sir," cried Parry, "may you and yours be blessed." "How can it be?" repeated the king. "I must know," so that I may assist you if there is any chance." "I know nothing about it," continued Aramis. "But the cleverest, the bravest, the most devoted of us four said to me when I left him, 'Tell the king that tomorrow at 10 o'clock at night we shall carry him off.' He has said it and will do it." "Tell me the name of that generous friend," said the king, "that I may cherish for him an eternal gratitude, whether he succeeds or not." "D'Artagnan, sire, the same who had so nearly rescued you when Colonel Harrison made his untimely entrance." "You are, indeed, wonderful men," said the king. "If such things had been related to me, I should not have believed them." "Now, sire," resumed Aramis, "listen to me. Do not forget for a single instant that we are watching over your safety. Observe the smallest gesture, the least bit of song, the least sign from anyone near you. Watch everything, hear everything, interpret everything." "Oh, chevalier," cried the king, "what can I say to you? There is no word, though it should come from the profoundest depth of my heart, that can express my gratitude. If you succeed, I do not say that you will save a king. No, in presence of the scaffold as I am, royalty, I assure you, is a very small affair. But you will save a husband to his wife, a father to his children. Chevalier, take my hand. It is that of a friend who will love you to his last sigh." Aramis stooped to kiss the king's hand, but Charles clasped his and pressed it to his heart. At this moment a man entered, without even knocking at the door. Aramis tried to withdraw his hand, but the king still held it. The man was one of those Puritans, half preacher and half soldier, who swarmed around Cromwell. "What do you want, sir?" said the king. "I desire to know if the confession of Charles Stuart is at an end," said the stranger. "And what is it to you?" replied the king. "We are not of the same religion." "All men are brothers," said the Puritan. "One of my brothers is about to die, and I come to prepare him." "Bear with him," whispered Aramis. "It is doubtless some spy." "After my reverend Lord Bishop," said the king to the man. "I shall hear you with pleasure, sir." The man retired, but not before examining the supposed Juxon with an attention which did not escape the king. "Chevalier," said the king when the door was closed, "I believe you are right, and that this man only came here with evil intentions. Take care that no misfortune befalls you when you leave." "I thank your majesty," said Aramis, "but under these robes I have a coat of mail, a pistol, and a dagger." "Go then, sir, and God keep you." The king accompanied him to the door, where Aramis pronounced his benediction upon him, and passing through the anterooms, filled with soldiers, jumped into his carriage and drove to the bishop's palace. Juxon was waiting for him impatiently. "Well," said he on perceiving Aramis, "everything has succeeded as I expected. Spies, guards, satellites, all took me for you, and the king blesses you while waiting for you to bless him. May God protect you, my son, for your example has given me at the same time hope and courage." Aramis resumed his own attire and left Juxon with the assurance that he might again have recourse to him. He had scarcely gone 10 yards in the street when he perceived that he was followed by a man, wrapped in a large cloak. He placed his hand on his dagger and stopped. The man came straight toward him. It was Porthos. "My dear friend," cried Aramis. "You see, we had each our mission," said Porthos. "Mine was to guard you, and I am doing so. Have you seen the king?" "Yes, and all goes well. We are to meet our friends at the hotel at 11. It was then striking 10:30 by St. Paul's. Arrived at the hotel, it was not long before Athos entered. "All's well," he cried as he entered. "I have hired a cedar wherry as light as a canoe, as easy on the wing as any swallow. It is waiting for us at Greenwich, opposite the Isle of Dogs, manned by a captain and 4 men, who for the sum of £50 sterling will keep themselves at our disposition 3 successive nights. Once on board, we drop down the Thames, and in 2 hours are on the open sea. In case I am killed, the captain's name is Roger and the skiff is called the Lightning. A handkerchief, tied at the 4 corners, is to be the signal." Next moment D'Artagnan entered. "Empty your pockets," said he. "I want £100, and as for my own," and he emptied them inside out. The sum was collected in a minute. D'Artagnan ran out and returned directly after. "There," said he, "it's done. Oof!" and not without a deal of trouble, too. Has the executioner left London? Asked Athos. Ah, you see that plan was not sure enough. He might go out by one gate and return by another. Where is he, then? In the cellar. The cellar, what cellar? Our landlord's, to be sure. Mousqueton is propped against the door, and here's the key. Bravo, said Aramis. How did you manage it? Like everything else, with money. But it cost me dear. How much? Asked Athos. 500 pounds. And where did you get so much money? Said Athos. Had you, then, that sum? The Queen's famous diamond, answered D'Artagnan with a sigh. Ah, true, said Aramis. I recognized it on your finger. You bought it back, then, from Monsieur de Essarts? Asked Porthos. Yes, but it was fated that I should not keep it. So, then, we are all right as regards the executioner, said Athos. But unfortunately every executioner has his assistant, his man, or whatever you call him. And this one had his, said D'Artagnan. But, as good luck would have it, just as I thought I should have two affairs to manage, our friend was brought home with a broken leg. In the excess of his zeal, he had accompanied the cart containing the scaffolding as far as the king's window, and one of the crossbeams fell on his leg and broke it. Ah, cried Aramis. That accounts for the cry I heard. Probably, said D'Artagnan. But as he is a thoughtful young man, he promised to send 4 expert workmen in his place to help those already at the scaffold, and wrote the moment he was brought home to Master Tom Lowe, an assistant carpenter and friend of his, to go down to Whitehall with 3 of his friends. Here's the letter he sent by a messenger, for 6 pence, who sold it to me for a guinea. And what on earth are you going to do with it? Asked Athos. Can't you guess, my dear Athos? You, who speak English like John Bull himself, are Master Tom Lowe, your 3 companions. Do you understand it now? Athos uttered a cry of joy and admiration, ran to a closet and drew forth workmen's clothes, which the 4 friends immediately put on. They then left the hotel, Athos carrying a saw, Porthos a vice, Aramis an axe, and D'Artagnan a hammer and some nails. The letter from the executioner's assistant satisfied the master carpenter that those were the men he expected. Chapter 65. The Workmen. Toward midnight Charles heard a great noise beneath his window. It arose from blows of hammer and hatchet, clinking of pincers and cranching of saws. Lying dressed upon his bed, the noise awoke him with a start and found a gloomy echo in his heart. He could not endure it, and sent Parry to ask the sentinel to beg the workmen to strike more gently and not disturb the last slumber of one who had been their king. The sentinel was unwilling to leave his post, but allowed Parry to pass. Arriving at the window, Parry found an unfinished scaffold, over which they were nailing a covering of black serge. Raised to the height of 20 feet so as to be on a level with the window, it had 2 lower stories. Parry, odious as was this sight to him, sought for those among some 8 or 10 workmen who were making the most noise, and fixed on 2 men, who were loosening the last hooks of the iron balcony. "My friends," said Parry, mounting the scaffold and standing beside them, "would you work a little more quietly? The king wishes to get asleep." One of the 2 who was standing up was of gigantic size and was driving a pick with all his might into the wall, whilst the other, kneeling beside him, was collecting the pieces of stone. The face of the first was lost to Parry in the darkness, but as the second turned around and placed his finger on his lips, Parry started back in amazement. very well," said the workman aloud, in excellent English. "Tell the king that if he sleeps badly tonight, he will sleep better tomorrow night." These blunt words, so terrible if taken literally, were received by the other workmen with a roar of laughter. But Parry withdrew, thinking he was dreaming. Charles was impatiently awaiting his return. At the moment he re-entered, the sentinel who guarded the door put his head through the opening, curious as to what the king was doing. The king was lying on his bed, resting on his elbow. Parry closed the door and approaching the king, his face radiant with joy. "Sire," he said, in a low voice, "do you know who these workmen are who are making so much noise?" "I? No. How would you have me know?" Parry bent his head and whispered to the king, "It is the Comte de la Fere and his friends." "Raising my scaffold," cried the king, astounded. Yes, and at the same time making a hole in the wall. The king clasped his hands and raised his eyes to heaven. Then leaping down from his bed he went to the window, and pulling aside the curtain tried to distinguish the figures outside, but in vain. Parry was not wrong. It was Athos he had recognized, and Porthos who was boring a hole through the wall. This hole communicated with a kind of loft, the space between the floor of the king's room and the ceiling of the one below it. Their plan was to pass through the hole they were making into this loft and cut out from below a piece of the flooring of the king's room, so as to form a kind of trapdoor. Through this the king was to escape the next night, and, hidden by the black covering of the scaffold, was to change his dress for that of a workman, slip out with his deliverers, pass the sentinels, who would suspect nothing, and so reach the skiff that was waiting for him at Greenwich. Day gilded the tops of the houses. The aperture was finished and Athos passed through it, carrying the clothes destined for the king wrapped in black cloth, and the tools with which he was to open a communication with the king's room. He had only 2 hours' work to do to open communication with the king, and, according to the calculations of the four friends, they had the entire day before them, since, the executioner being absent, another must be sent for to Bristol. D'Artagnan returned to change his workman's clothes for his chestnut-colored suit, and Porthos to put on his red doublet. As for Aramis, he went off to the bishop's palace to see if he could possibly pass in with Juxon to the king's presence. All three agreed to meet at noon in Whitehall Place to see how things went on. Before leaving the scaffold, Aramis had approached the opening where Athos was concealed to tell him that he was about to make an attempt to gain another interview with the king. "Adieu, then, and be of good courage," said Athos. "Report to the king the condition of affairs. Say to him that when he is alone it will help us if he will knock on the floor, for then I can continue my work in safety. Try, Aramis, to keep near the king. Speak loud, very loud, for they will be listening at the door. If there is a sentinel within the apartment, kill him without hesitation. If there are 2, let Parry kill one and you the other. If there are 3, let yourself be slain, but save the king." "Be easy," said Aramis. "I will take 2 poniards and give one to Parry. Is that all?" "Yes, go. But urge the king strongly not to stand on false generosity. While you are fighting, if there is a fight, he must flee. The trap once replaced over his head, you being on the trap, dead or alive, they will need at least 10 minutes to find the hole by which he has escaped. In those 10 minutes we shall have gained the road and the king will be saved. Everything shall be done as you say, Athos. Your hand, for perhaps we shall not see each other again." Athos put his arm around Aramis's neck and embraced him. "For you," he said. "Now if I die, say to D'Artagnan that I love him as a son, and embrace him for me. Embrace also our good and brave Porthos. Adieu." "Adieu," said Aramis. "I am as sure now that the king will be saved as I am sure that I clasp the most loyal hand in the world." Aramis parted from Athos, went down from the scaffold in his turn, and took his way to the hotel, whistling the air of a song in praise of Cromwell. He found the other 2 friends sitting at table before a good fire, drinking a bottle of port and devouring a cold chicken. Porthos was cursing the infamous parliamentarians. D'Artagnan ate in silence, revolving in his mind the most audacious plans. Aramis related what had been agreed upon. D'Artagnan approved with a movement of the head and Porthos with his voice. "Bravo," he said. "Besides, we shall be there at the time of the flight. What with D'Artagnan, Grimaud, and Mousqueton, we can manage to dispatch 8 of them. I say nothing about Blaisois, for he is only fit to hold the horses. 2 minutes a man makes 4 minutes. Mousqueton will lose another, that's 5. And in 5 minutes we shall have galloped a quarter of a league." Aramis swallowed a hasty mouthful, gulped a glass of wine, and changed his clothes. "Now," said he, "I'm off to the bishop's. Take care of the executioner, D'Artagnan." "All right. Grimaud has relieved Mousqueton and has his foot on the cellar door." "Well, don't be inactive." "Inactive, my dear fellow?" asked Porthos. "I pass my life upon my legs." Aramis again presented himself at the bishop's. Juxon consented the more readily to take him with him, as he would require an assistant priest in case the king should wish to communicate. Dressed as Aramis had been the night before, the bishop got into his carriage, and the former, more disguised by his pallor and sad countenance than his deacon's dress, got in by his side. The carriage stopped at the door of the palace. It was about 9 o'clock in the morning. Nothing was changed. The anterooms were still full of soldiers, the passages still lined by guards. The king was already sanguine, but when he perceived Aramis his hope turned to joy. He embraced Juxon and pressed the hand of Aramis. The bishop affected to speak in a loud voice, before every one, of their previous interview. The king replied that the words spoken in that interview had borne their fruit, and that he desired another under the same conditions. Juxon turned to those present and begged them to leave him and his assistant alone with the king. Every one withdrew. As soon as the door was closed, "Sire," said Aramis, speaking rapidly, "you are saved. The London executioner has vanished. His assistant broke his leg last night beneath your Majesty's window. The cry we heard was his, and there is no executioner nearer at hand than Bristol." "But the Comte de la Fere?" asked the king. "2 feet below you. Take the poker from the fireplace and strike 3 times on the floor. He will answer you." The king did so, and the moment after 3 muffled knocks, answering the given signal, sounded beneath the floor. "So," said Charles, "he who knocks down there is the Comte de la Fere, sire," said Aramis. "He is preparing a way for your Majesty to escape. Parry, for his part, will raise this slab of marble and a passage will be opened." "Oh, Juxon," said the king, seizing the bishop's 2 hands in his own, "promise that you will pray all your life for this gentleman and for the other that you hear beneath your feet, and for 2 others also, who, wherever they may be, are on the watch for my safety." "Sire," replied Juxon, "you shall be obeyed." Meanwhile, the miner underneath was heard working away incessantly, when suddenly an unexpected noise resounded in the passage. Aramis seized the poker and gave the signal to stop. The noise came nearer and nearer. It was that of a number of men steadily approaching. The 4 men stood motionless. All eyes were fixed on the door, which opened slowly and with a kind of solemnity. A parliamentary officer, clothed in black and with a gravity that augured ill, entered, bowed to the king, and unfolding a parchment, read the sentence, as is usually done to criminals before their execution. "What is this?" said Aramis to Juxon. Juxon replied with a sign which meant that he knew no more than Aramis about it. "Then it is for today?" asked the king. "Was not your Majesty warned that it was to take place this morning? Then I must die like a common criminal by the hand of the London executioner?" "The London executioner has disappeared, your Majesty, but a man has offered his services instead. The execution will therefore only be delayed long enough for you to arrange your spiritual and temporal affairs." A slight moisture on his brow was the only trace of emotion that Charles evinced as he learned these tidings. But Aramis was livid. His heart ceased beating, he closed his eyes and leaned upon the table. Charles perceived it and took his hand. "Come, my friend," said he. "Courage." Then he turned to the officer. "Sir, I am ready. There is but little reason why I should delay you. Firstly, I wish to communicate. Secondly, to embrace my children and bid them farewell for the last time. Will this be permitted me?" "Certainly," replied the officer, and left the room. Aramis dug his nails into his flesh and groaned aloud. "Oh, my lord bishop," he cried, seizing Juxon's hands. "Where is Providence? Where is Providence?" "My son," replied the bishop with firmness, "you see him not, because the passions of the world conceal him." "My son," said the king to Aramis, "do not take it so to heart. You ask what God is doing. God beholds your devotion and my martyrdom, and believe me, both will have their reward. Ascribe to men, then, what is happening and not to God. It is men who drive me to death. It is men who make you weep." "Yes, sire," said Aramis. "Yes, you are right. It is men whom I should hold responsible, and I will hold them responsible." "Be seated, Juxon," said the king, falling upon his knees. "I have now to confess to you." "Remain, sir," he added to Aramis, who had moved to leave the room. "Remain, Parry. I have nothing to say that cannot be said before all." Juxon sat down, and the king, kneeling humbly before him, began his confession. Chapter 66. Remember. The mob had already assembled when the confession terminated. The king's children next arrived. The Princess Charlotte, a beautiful, fair-haired child, with tears in her eyes, and the Duke of Gloucester, a boy 8 or 9 years old, whose tearless eyes and curling lip revealed a growing pride. He had wept all night long, but would not show his grief before the people. Charles's heart melted within him at the sight of those two children, whom he had not seen for 2 years and whom he now met at the moment of death. He turned to brush away a tear, and then, summoning up all his firmness, drew his daughter toward him, recommending her to be pious and resigned. Then he took the boy upon his knee. "My son," he said to him, "you saw a great number of people in the streets as you came here. These men are going to behead your father. Do not forget that. Perhaps someday they will want to make you king instead of the Prince of Wales or the Duke of York, your elder brothers. But you are not the king, my son, and can never be so while they are alive. Swear to me, then, never to let them put a crown upon your head unless you have a legal right to the crown. For one day, listen, my son, one day, if you do so, they will doom you to destruction, head and crown too, and then you will not be able to die with a calm conscience as I die. Swear, my son." The child stretched out his little hand toward that of his father and said, "I swear to your majesty." "Henry," said Charles, "call me your father." "Father," replied the child, "I swear to you that they shall kill me sooner than make me king." "Good, my child. Now kiss me. And you too, Charlotte. Never forget me." "Oh, never, never," cried both the children, throwing their arms around their father's neck. "Farewell," said Charles. "Farewell, my children. Take them away, Juxon. Their tears will deprive me of the courage to die." Juxon led them away, and this time the doors were left open. Meanwhile, Athos, in his concealment, waited in vain the signal to recommence his work. 2 long hours he waited in terrible inaction. A death-like silence reigned in the room above. At last he determined to discover the cause of this stillness. He crept from his hole and stood, hidden by the black drapery, beneath the scaffold. Peeping out from the drapery, he could see the rows of halberdiers and musketeers around the scaffold and the first ranks of the populace swaying and groaning like the sea. "What is the matter, then?" he asked himself, trembling more than the wind-swayed cloth he was holding back. "The people are hurrying on, the soldiers under arms, and among the spectators I see D'Artagnan. What is he waiting for? What is he looking at? Good God! Have they allowed the headsman to escape?" Suddenly the dull beating of muffled drums filled the square. The sound of heavy steps was heard above his head. The next moment the very planks of the scaffold creaked with the weight of an advancing procession, and the eager faces of the spectators confirmed what a last hope at the bottom of his heart had prevented him till then believing. At the same moment a well-known voice above him pronounced these words, "Colonel, I want to speak to the people." Athos shuddered from head to foot. It was the king speaking on the scaffold. In fact, after taking a few drops of wine and a piece of bread, Charles, weary of waiting for death, had suddenly decided to go to meet it and had given the signal for movement. Then the 2 wings of the window facing the square had been thrown open, and the people had seen silently advancing from the interior of the vast chamber, first a masked man, who, carrying an axe in his hand, was recognized as the executioner. He approached the block and laid his axe upon it. Behind him, pale indeed, but marching with a firm step, was Charles Stuart, who advanced between 2 priests, followed by a few superior officers appointed to preside at the execution and attended by 2 files of partisans who took their places on opposite sides of the scaffold. The sight of the masked man gave rise to a prolonged sensation. Everyone was full of curiosity as to who that unknown executioner could be who presented himself so opportunely to assure to the people the promised spectacle, when the people believed it had been postponed until the following day. All gazed at him searchingly, but they could discern nothing but a man of middle height, dressed in black, apparently of a certain age, for the end of a gray beard peeped out from the bottom of the mask that hid his features. The king's request had undoubtedly been acceded to by an affirmative sign, for in firm, sonorous accents, which vibrated in the depths of Athos's heart, the king began his speech, explaining his conduct and counseling the welfare of the kingdom. "Oh," said Athos to himself, "is it indeed possible that I hear what I hear and that I see what I see? Is it possible that God has abandoned his representative on earth and left him to die thus miserably? And I have not seen him. I have not said adieu to him." A noise was heard like that the instrument of death would make if moved upon the block. "Do not touch the axe," said the king, and resumed his speech. At the end of his speech the king looked tenderly around upon the people. Then, unfastening the diamond ornament which the queen had sent him, he placed it in the hands of the priest who accompanied Juxon. Then he drew from his breast a little cross set in diamonds, which, like the order, had been the gift of Henrietta Maria. "Sir," said he to the priest, "I shall keep this cross in my hand till the last moment. Take it from me when I am dead." "Yes, sire," said a voice, which Athos recognized as that of Aramis. He then took his hat from his head and threw it on the ground. One by one he undid the buttons of his doublet, took it off and deposited it by the side of his hat. Then, as it was cold, he asked for his gown, which was brought to him. All the preparations were made with a frightful calmness. One would have thought the king was going to bed and not to his coffin. "Will these be in your way?" he said to the executioner, raising his long locks. "If so, they can be tied up." Charles accompanied these words with a look designed to penetrate the mask of the unknown headsman. His calm, noble gaze forced the man to turn away his head. But after the searching look of the king, he encountered the burning eyes of Aramis. The king, seeing that he did not reply, repeated his question. "It will do," replied the man in a tremulous voice, "if you separate them across the neck." The king parted his hair with his hands, and looking at the block he said, "This block is very low. Is there no other to be had?" "It is the usual block," answered the man in the mask. "Do you think you can behead me with a single blow?" asked the king. "I hope so," was the reply. There was something so strange in these 3 words that everybody, except the king, shuddered. "I do not wish to be taken by surprise," added the king. "I shall kneel down to pray. Do not strike then." "When shall I strike?" "When I shall lay my head on the block and say, 'Remember,' then strike boldly." "Gentlemen," said the king to those around him, "I leave you to brave the tempest. I go before you to a kingdom which knows no storms. Farewell." He looked at Aramis and made a special sign to him with his head. "Now," he continued, "withdraw a little and let me say my prayer, I beseech you. You also stand aside," he said to the masked man. "It is only for a moment, and I know that I belong to you, but remember that you are not to strike till I give the signal." Then he knelt down, made the sign of the cross, and lowering his face to the planks, as if he would have kissed them, said in a low tone in French, "Comte de la Fere, are you there?" "Yes, your majesty," he answered, trembling. "Faithful friend, noble heart," said the king. "I should not have been rescued. I have addressed my people and I have spoken to God. Last of all I speak to you. To maintain a cause which I believed sacred, I have lost the throne and my children their inheritance. 1,000,000 in gold remains. It is buried in the cellars of Newcastle Keep. You only know that this money exists. Make use of it, then, whenever you think it will be most useful, for my eldest son's welfare. And now, farewell." "Farewell, saintly, martyred majesty," lisped Athos, chilled with terror. A moment's silence ensued, and then, in a full, sonorous voice, the king exclaimed, "Remember!" He had scarcely uttered the word when a heavy blow shook the scaffold, and where Athos stood immovable a warm drop fell upon his brow. He reeled back with a shudder, and the same moment the drops became a crimson cataract. Athos fell on his knees and remained some minutes as if bewildered or stunned. At last he rose and, taking his handkerchief, steeped it in the blood of the martyred king. Then, as the crowd gradually dispersed, he leaped down, crept from behind the drapery, glided between 2 horses, mingled with the crowd, and was the first to arrive at the inn. Having gained his room, he raised his hand to his face, and observing that his fingers were covered with the monarch's blood, fell down insensible. Chapter 67. The Man in the Mask. The snow was falling thick and icy. Aramis was the next to come in and to discover Athos almost insensible. But at the first words he uttered the Count roused himself from the kind of lethargy in which he had sunk. "Well," said Aramis. "Beaten by fate." "Beaten," said Athos. "Noble and unhappy king." "Are you wounded?" cried Aramis. "No, this is his blood." "Where were you, then?" "Where you left me. Under the scaffold." "Did you see it all?" "No, but I heard all." "God preserve me from another such hour as I have just passed." "Then you know that I did not leave him?" "I heard your voice up to the last moment." "Here is the order he gave me and the cross I took from his hand. He desired they should be returned to the queen." "Then here is a handkerchief to wrap them in," replied Athos, drawing from his pocket the one he had steeped in the king's blood. "And what," he continued, "has been done with the poor body? By order of Cromwell royal honors will be accorded to it. The doctors are embalming the corpse, and when it is ready it will be placed in a lighted chapel." "Mockery," muttered Athos savagely. "Royal honors to one whom they have murdered." "Well, cheer up," said a loud voice from the staircase, which Porthos had just mounted. "We are all mortal, my poor friends." "You are late, my dear Porthos." "Yes. There were some people on the way who delayed me. The wretches were dancing. I took one of them by the throat and 3/4 throttled him. Just then a patrol rode up. Luckily the man I had had most to do with was some minutes before he could speak, so I took advantage of his silence to walk off." "Have you seen D'Artagnan?" "We got separated in the crowd, and I could not find him again." "Oh," said Athos satirically, "I saw him." He was in the front row of the crowd, admirably placed for seeing, and as on the whole the sight was curious, he probably wished to stay to the end. "Ah, Comte de la Fere," said a calm voice, though hoarse with running. "Is it your habit to calumniate the absent?" This reproof stung Athos to the heart, but as the impression produced by seeing D'Artagnan foremost in a coarse, ferocious crowd had been very strong, he contented himself with replying, "I am not calumniating you, my friend. They were anxious about you here. I simply told them where you were. You didn't know King Charles. To you he was only a foreigner, and you were not obliged to love him." So saying, he stretched out his hand, but the other pretended not to see it, and he let it drop again slowly by his side. "Ugh! I am tired," cried D'Artagnan, sitting down. "Drink a glass of port," said Aramis. "It will refresh you." "Yes, let us drink," said Athos, anxious to make it up by hobnobbing with D'Artagnan. "Let us drink and get away from this hateful country. The felucca is waiting for us, you know. Let us leave tonight, we have nothing more to do here." "You are in a hurry, Sir Count," said D'Artagnan. "But what would you have us to do here, now that the king is dead?" "Go, Sir Count," replied D'Artagnan carelessly. "You see nothing to keep you a little longer in England? Well, for my part, I, a bloodthirsty ruffian, who can go and stand close to a scaffold, in order to have a better view of the king's execution, I remain." Athos turned pale. Every reproach his friend uttered struck deeply in his heart. "Ah, you remain in London?" said Porthos. "Yes. And you?" "Hang it," said Porthos, a little perplexed between the two. "I suppose, as I came with you, I must go away with you. I can't leave you alone in this abominable country." "Thanks, my worthy friend. So I have a little adventure to propose to you when the Count is gone. I want to find out who was the man in the mask, who so obligingly offered to cut the king's throat." "A man in a mask?" cried Athos. "You did not let the executioner escape, then?" "The executioner is still in the cellar, where, I presume, he has had an interview with mine host's bottles. But you remind me." "Mousqueton." "Sir," answered a voice from the depths of the earth, "let out your prisoner. All is over." "But," said Athos, "who is the wretch that has dared to raise his hand against his king?" "An amateur headsman," replied Aramis, "who, however, does not handle the axe amiss." "Did you not see his face?" asked Athos. "He wore a mask." "But you, Aramis, who were close to him?" I could see nothing but a gray beard under the fringe of the mask. Then it must be a man of a certain age. Oh, said D'Artagnan, that matters little. When one puts on a mask, it is not difficult to wear a beard under it. I am sorry I did not follow him, said Porthos. Well, my dear Porthos, said D'Artagnan, that's the very thing it came into my head to do. Athos understood all now. Pardon me, D'Artagnan, he said. I have distrusted God. I could the more easily distrust you. Pardon me, my friend. We will see about that presently, said D'Artagnan with a slight smile. Well, then, said Aramis. Well, while I was watching, not the king as Monsieur le Comte thinks, for I know what it is to see a man led to death, and though I ought to be accustomed to the sight, it always makes me ill. While I was watching the masked executioner, the idea came to me, as I said, to find out who he was. Now, as we are wont to complete ourselves each by all the rest and to depend on one another for assistance, as one calls his other hand to aid the first, I looked around instinctively to see if Porthos was there. For I had seen you, Aramis, with the king, and you, Count, I knew would be under the scaffold, and for that reason I forgive you, he added, offering Athos his hand, for you must have suffered much. I was looking around for Porthos when I saw near me a head which had been broken, but which, for better or worse, had been patched with plaster and with black silk. Humph, thought I, that looks like my handiwork. I fancy I must have mended that skull somewhere or other. And, in fact, it was that unfortunate Scotchman, Perry's brother, on whom Groslow amused himself by trying his strength. Well, this man was making signs to another at my left, and turning around I recognized the honest Grimaud. Oh, said I to him. Grimaud turned round with a jerk, recognized me, and pointed to the man in the mask. Eh? Said he, which meant, do you see him? Parbleu, I answered, and we perfectly understood one another. Well, everything was finished, as you know. The mob dispersed. I made a sign to Grimaud and the Scotchman, and we all three retired into a corner of the square. I saw the executioner return into the king's room, change his clothes, put on a black hat and a large cloak, and disappear. 5 minutes later he came down the grand staircase. You followed him? Cried Athos. I should think so, but not without difficulty. Every few minutes he turned around, and thus obliged us to conceal ourselves. I might have gone up to him and killed him, but I am not selfish, and I thought it might console you all a little to have a share in the matter. So we followed him through the lowest streets in the city, and in half an hour's time he stopped before a little isolated house. Grimaud drew out a pistol. Eh, said he, showing it. I held back his arm. The man in the mask stopped before a low door and drew out a key, but before he placed it in the lock he turned around to see if he was being followed. Grimaud and I got behind a tree, and the Scotchman, having nowhere to hide himself, threw himself on his face in the road. Next moment the door opened and the man disappeared. The scoundrel, said Aramis. While you have been returning hither, he will have escaped, and we shall never find him. Come now, Aramis, said D'Artagnan. You must be taking me for someone else. Nevertheless, said Athos, in your absence. Well, in my absence haven't I put in my place Grimaud and the Scotchman? Before he had taken 10 steps beyond the door I had examined the house on all sides. At one of the doors, that by which he had entered, I placed our Scotchman, making a sign to him to follow the man wherever he might go, if he came out again. Then going around the house I placed Grimaud at the other exit, and here I am. Our game is beaten up. Now for the tally-ho. Athos threw himself into D'Artagnan's arms. Friend, he said, you have been too good in pardoning me. I was wrong, 100 times wrong. I ought to have known you better by this time, but we are all possessed of a malignant spirit, which bids us doubt. Humph, said Porthos. Don't you think the executioner might be Master Cromwell, who, to make sure of this affair, undertook it himself? Ah, just so. Cromwell is stout and short, and this man thin and lanky, rather tall than otherwise. Some condemned soldier, perhaps, suggested Athos, whom they have pardoned at the price of regicide. No, no, continued D'Artagnan. It was not the measured step of a foot soldier, nor was it the gait of a horseman. If I am not mistaken, we have to do with a gentleman. A gentleman, exclaimed Athos. Impossible. It would be a dishonor to all the nobility. Fine sport, by Jove, cried Porthos, with a laugh that shook the windows. Fine sport. Are you still bent on departure, Athos? Asked D'Artagnan. No, I remain, replied Athos, with a threatening gesture that promised no good to whomsoever it was addressed. Swords, then, cried Aramis. Swords! Let us not lose a moment. The four friends resumed their own clothes, girded on their swords, ordered Mousqueton and Blaisois to pay the bill and to arrange everything for immediate departure, and wrapped in their large cloaks left in search of their game. The night was dark. Snow was falling. The streets were silent and deserted. D'Artagnan led the way through the intricate windings and narrow alleys of the city, and ere long they had reached the house in question. For a moment D'Artagnan thought that Parry's brother had disappeared. But he was mistaken. The robust Scotchman, accustomed to the snows of his native hills, had stretched himself against a post, and like a fallen statue, insensible to the inclemency of the weather, had allowed the snow to cover him. He rose, however, as they approached. Come, said Athos. Here's another good servant. Really, honest men are not so scarce as I thought. Don't be in a hurry to weave crowns for our Scotchman. I believe the fellow is here on his own account, for I have heard that these gentlemen born beyond the Tweed are very vindictive. I should not like to be Groslow if he meets him. Well, said Athos to the man in English. No one has come out, he replied. Then, Porthos and Aramis, will you remain with this man while we go around to Grimaud? Grimaud had made himself a kind of sentry box out of a hollow willow, and as they drew near he put his head out and gave a low whistle. So-ho, cried Athos. Yes, said Grimaud. Well, has anybody come out? No, but somebody has gone in. A man or a woman? A man. Ah, said D'Artagnan. There are two of them, then. I wish there were four, said Athos. The two parties would then be equal. Perhaps there are four, said D'Artagnan. What do you mean? Other men may have entered before them and waited for them. We can find out, said Grimaud. At the same time he pointed to a window, through the shutters of which a faint light streamed. That is true, said D'Artagnan. Let us call the others. They returned around the house to fetch Porthos and Aramis. Have you seen anything? They asked. No, but we are going to, replied D'Artagnan, pointing to Grimaud, who had already climbed some 5 or 6 feet from the ground. All four came up together. Grimaud continued to climb like a cat and succeeded at last in catching hold of a hook, which served to keep one of the shutters back when opened. Then, resting his foot on a small ledge, he made a sign to show all was right. Well? Asked D'Artagnan. Grimaud showed his closed hand, with 2 fingers spread out. Speak, said Athos. We cannot see your signs. How many are there? 2. One opposite to me, the other with his back to me. Good. And the man opposite to you is? The man I saw go in. Do you know him? I thought I recognized him, and was not mistaken. Short and stout. Who is it? They all asked together in a low tone. General Oliver Cromwell. The 4 friends looked at one another. And the other? Asked Athos. Thin and lanky. The executioner, said D'Artagnan and Aramis at the same time. I can see nothing but his back, resumed Grimaud. But wait. He is moving, and if he has taken off his mask I shall be able to see. Ah! And as if struck in the heart he let go the hook and dropped with a groan. Did you see him? They all asked. Yes, said Grimaud, with his hair standing on end. The thin, spare man? Yes. The executioner, in short? Asked Aramis. Yes. And who is it? Said Porthos. He is, murmured Grimaud, pale as a ghost and seizing his master's hand. Who? He? Asked Athos. Mordaunt, replied Grimaud. D'Artagnan, Porthos, and Aramis uttered a cry of joy. Athos stepped back and passed his hand across his brow. Fatality, he muttered. Dear listener, we close the pages on another tale, a journey through words, imagination, and emotion. Here at the Falls Audiobook, where stories flow like a river's current, carrying you to distant worlds and uncharted depths, we thank you for joining us. As always, we invite you to linger a little longer. Subscribe to our channel to discover more stories waiting to be heard, each a cascade of voices, ideas, and artistry. And remember, every great story begins with a single word. Perhaps the next one will begin with you. Until our voices meet again, may your days be filled with quiet moments, rich pages, and the soothing sound of a story well told. This is the Falls Audiobook, signing off.